I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 26 to 62. Chapter 26. Secret opening of hostilities. That's strange. I was secretly on high alert as I followed the fleeing Milka. She slipped through a gap in the walls of Kasemayan City, ran down a gentle arcing slope, and turned to the north, entering the dark forest. A dangerous forest where it is still dark and the magical beasts roam. Even an adult elf would not enter the forest alone, but Milka stepped into it without hesitation. Her feet showed no signs of fatigue or hesitation as she continued to run without looking back, and if I wasn't careful, I could have lost sight of her. Although I am also light and accustomed to the forest, there is no way that a dwarf could catch up with an elf girl. This seems to be a troublesome matter after all. It is obvious that I am being lured. The problem is who they are and what they want. If I'm not careful, I probably won't be able to get back to Joshua. As soon as I released the power I had acquired, I lowered myself and began to move as if I were weaving through the vegetation. I followed the signs for about half a mile. I saw Milka talking to someone. I bypassed the shade of the trees to avoid being detected and came around until I could see the face. Apparently, it was a human. Also, the person seemed to be a mage. Although concealment and suppression prevented me from seeing the person entirely, I could see that the person possessed a considerable amount of magical power. Mother mine, I've checked and noted every single one of the subhumans' positions and armaments. Well done, Milka. You have done well, my dear girl. Yes, in here. The mage who received the paper from Milka is a middle-aged woman. Milka's eyes were full of trust and reverence as she looked at her, and I found it terribly painful. I wondered if I should approach her further, but by that time, it was too late. Even though I was about a quarter of a mile away, the mage turned around and smiled at me. Is it detection or a hostile search? In any case, it seems that the other side was much better at using magic. You should come out, little one. If you're going to stay hidden forever, I can burn down the entire forest. There was no point in running and hiding. I made up my mind and stepped out from behind the tree to show myself to them. It's only 1/8th of a mile to the effective range of the Uzi. The bullet will still be able to reach the target, but there is a good chance that it will hit Milka due to its firing speed and elasticity. Phew, as expected. I thought I had followed you well. You make me laugh. Did you think that a dwarf could hide in the forest against a forest elf just because you eliminated your presence? Milka glared at me with a hateful expression as if she had changed, and I crossed my arms and tilted my head. I don't know if they know what the thing hanging from my shoulder is or not. For some reason, neither Milka nor the female mage seemed to be alarmed. Milka had seen Joshua slaughter the cavalry with his gun. Of course, it is only natural that she would recognize the Uzi as being on the same line as that weapon. It's a strange thing to say, but it's better if the enemy remains defenseless. Forest elves? Oh, you're a northern elf. I didn't know there were still survivors. It's a shame there are still survivors. I hope the stupid subhumans who mingle with the southern elves are burned in the flames of the short-lived species. That's another odd story. Of all the hard-headed and selective elves, the northern elves are the most extreme. They don't want to mingle with other races, not even with their fellow elves. I understand that, but with humans, I don't think that's a good reason to fight with the mages of the kingdom. First of all, isn't the term monkey-like a derogatory term for humans? Milka, could it be that you don't be so familiar and call me by my name? No questions asked. Milka pointed her short bow at me, and the mage pointed her wand at me. There is still some distance between us, but this is not the time to hesitate. I slipped the cloth sash over my shoulder and pointed it at the two of them, holding the Uzi in my arms. Despite the fact that the gun was pointed at them, they just looked at me and smiled contemptuously. I've heard the reports. Hey, come out. At the sound of her voice, a group of armored soldiers rose from the surrounding bushes. There were 10 in total, and 3 of them were also mages, though they were heavily armored like heavy infantry, and all of them had magic wands instead of swords in their hands. Apparently, they were using magic to mask their presence and hide their appearance. I guess I was careless to think that there was still time for the war to start. I thought that the enemy would only come from the southern plains, but I was surprised to find that so many of them were able to get around me. You are done for. I will keep that one for analysis. Huh? What kind of nonsense is this rotten old hag talking about? The Uzi is a precious treasure given to me by Joshua, and I have no right to give it to my enemy. The only thing I will give you is the lead bullet. It seems that what I was thinking came out of my mouth. The female mage's face turned reddish-black with rage. You stupid subhuman. You think you can use a magic tool like that in front of a court mage? In the center of the heavily armed mage trying to close the siege, the female mage pulled a tag of something unfamiliar out of her pocket. When she filled it with magic power, it glowed red. It seems to be a spell to stop the activation of magic tools. Magic tool. Ah, I see. I'm sorry. A .45 caliber bullet fired semi-automatically pierced the woman mage's abdomen and chest, and a third shot fired from the muscle that sprang up with the recoil under control shot through the stunned woman's head and shattered it. This is not a magic tool. As the mage collapsed with a damp sound, the armored men stiffened, and Milka's limbs began to tremble as she held her short bow. The string that had been squeezed loosened, and the arrow fell to the ground with a plop. Her eyes swam, her knees shivered, and she staggered. Oh, I'm sure you were manipulated by that evil mage. You are. She must have seen that the mage was a northern elf compatriot or even her own mother. That's what the lowlifes would think. God damn you, you bastard subhuman. The surrounding mages came to their senses and began to cast their own attack magic. As Milka swayed unsteadily, as if her heart was about to break, I rushed at her and forcibly dragged her down. Just before the magic was to be released, I switched to continuous firing and shot the Uzi at the enemies surrounding me. Sparks and metallic sounds, screams, and shouts of anger rise up, and the flaming arrows from the magic wand deflect and burn the forest. In addition, an ice spear snatched the straw and stood on the ground. This is the effect of the magic's barrier I put up as insurance. If they hadn't been deflected, I would have been skewered. After a short pause, the heavy armored soldiers collapsed one after another. I covered Milka and made her lower her head, exchanging mags as I searched for the reaction of the surviving enemies. The stunned Milka only grunts weakly and shows no resistance, but it is a heavy burden to fight while protecting her, who is almost the same size. 2 single shots to the right rear, 2 shots to the left front, and 2 shots to the grass in the shade. As I fire, relying on sound and presence, I hear the sound of someone squirming as they fall, and the area around me quickly quiets down. That's exactly what Joshua said. Full metal ball, or something like that, can pierce the heavy armor of the Kingdom Army. HMPH, you subhuman with your cheeky tricks. I was disgusted to find that there were still enemies left, and I looked in the direction of the voice. To make matters worse, what came out was a huge armored soldier with a towering shield that covered his entire body. With the big man's spirit, the defensive magic circle that emerged in front of the shield emitted a disastrous light. It seems that he is not merely a heavy armored mage. This guy is a force to be reckoned with, including the fact that he doesn't come out until the very end while watching his allies being defeated one after the other. The .45 caliber bullets that I fired as a test were flicked off with a small spark in front of the shield. That magic tool is still a physical attack, but it has no effect in front of this holy shield or Nathanus. The barbarians who dare to challenge the kingdom will have their limbs chopped off and burned alive. Wah! There was a high-pitched sound, and the soldier, still holding the huge shield, fell forward. The soldier's head, which had been shot in the back of the head, was crushed like minced meat in the steel helmet. In the background, the figure of Joshua appears, holding the double barrel in his hand. I can't just wait for you. Are you okay? I'm not sure how desperately he ran, but he's breathing heavily on his shoulders. Is that because he's worried about me? Oh, of course. Joshua, who do you think I am? I was confused as I felt an unexpected heat in my heart. The more I try not to think about it, the hotter my cheeks get, and the more painful my chest gets. It's strange. It's as if I've been shot with a burned bullet. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 27. Here's the chapter, and also thanks to Grobogoborp for the Ko-fi. Enjoy. Chapter 27. Target Insight. Have you noticed any changes since Milka joined the Kasamian? At my question, Conal's face changed. Can you tell me why you're asking me that? Oh. Well, I have appraisal skills. It's an ancillary ability. It's not that I know exactly what it is, it's just that I kind of do. According to this, Milka harbors ill will towards me. Or us. When it comes to appraisals, vaguely know is a more advanced ability because the use is undetectable. Well, Yoshua is human, and I didn't know so much about them, after all. Colonel looked in the direction of the slope where Milka and Miral ran off. Us you were referring to is you and Miral Dono, or is it? I don't like to think about it, but it could be all the people from Kasemayan who are here. How did you know she wasn't one of the original brethren? I didn't tell you that. It's also something that I just know, I guess. There is a lot of distance between Milka and the other elves. This is not because of any skill or magic, but because of the Japanese businessman's ability to read the air. They have been physically distancing themselves from Milka for quite some time now. It was about half a season ago that Milka was picked up from the forest where she had collapsed. I think there are 4 seasons of 3 months each, so a half season is a month and a half, or about 45 days. The calendar is almost the same as in the original world, but only the elves use these old expressions. It's a pain in the ass. I've been thinking about it for a while now, and I'm starting to wonder if the kingdom is reading the Kasemayan Liberation Army's operational plans and actions. You didn't think it was by scouts? Or maybe it was a mage snooping around. Some of the information that was exposed was not something that an outsider could understand just by looking and listening. Of course, there was some trial and error, such as tightening the control of information and the mixing falsehoods in operation, but the conclusion was, you think there are informants among the returned Kasemayans? I didn't want to believe it, but it was the only thing I could think of. Now we have to figure out how to find out who the traitor is and how to deal with them. But before we could come to an agreement, the kingdom moved. I tilted my head slightly. If Milka was a spy, it seemed like too much of a cop-out. I thought she was a pawn to be discarded as soon as she was exposed, but if she were as blatantly malicious, hostile, and antagonistic as she was, she would never be able to fulfill her role. Is it overthinking or just a diversion? The Northern Elves were destroyed by humans, and that's just hearsay. The few survivors of the Northern Elves seem to think that the reason they were destroyed was because the Southern Elves and Beastmen abandoned them. Is that a misconception or a deliberate lie? No. There is no such thing as a misunderstanding. We were aware of the human invasion of the Northern Elf village, but we did not warn them or send reinforcements. Our first priority was to protect ourselves, and no matter what we did, they would have been destroyed, but the fact is that we abandoned them. I understand that, but isn't there something spiky about his words? When I tilted my head, Colonel shrugged his shoulders as if he had given up. No, it's not that I want to hear about it that much. Originally, those Northern Elves were selective. They pride themselves on being superior to everyone else and have refused to interact with other tribes and races. Many of them did not even try to hide their blatant contempt and ridicule. No one would risk their lives for them. To put it simply, they had to perish. They abandoned them, but they died because they deserved it, and there's no need for them to bear a grudge. Even though I don't understand the subtleties of the mindset between elves, I do understand the situation somewhat. It may seem unreasonable to hold a grudge against your subhuman brethren for not helping you instead of the people who destroyed you, but such things happen all the time. Defeated people often blame their weaker allies, not their stronger enemies. It seems like a weak motive for Milka to betray us. It's also strange that the person with whom she betrays is a kingdom. I think it's more likely that she's been on the side of the kingdom since she was picked up. Yeah. That's what the kingdom keeps us on. Colonel then looked up. It's a gunshot. Dark forest. No way. I was running without hearing the end of it. I didn't hear it. But the only person I can think of who would be firing outside of Kasemayan right now is Miral. A gunshot. This time I heard it too. I took a short transfer to the top of the slope and looked down at the dark forest. There was a place where a flock of birds that seemed to have taken off from the treetops was circling. I flew towards it with my teleportation. It seemed that I hadn't grasped the position well enough, and I flew to the middle of a tree. I hit the trunk as hard as I could and fell down. Fortunately, there was soft soil underneath, but I fell on my back and suffocated. My body tingled with cuts and scrapes, but I couldn't care less. I lost my bearings in the fall and looked through the gaps in the tree trunks to see where the birds were flying. It was probably over the where I had seen it on the hill. After a while, a part of the dense forest breaks off, and I suddenly come to an open area. 100 meters ahead of me, I see soldiers in armor lying motionless. Behind them, Miral was lying on the ground with a Uzi in his hand. She seems to be reloading, so she is still alive. Her hand is waved, and a short gunshot sounds intermittent, and an enemy soldier who seems to have been hiding screams. Even though she had just touched a gun, Miral's shooting ability was surprisingly high. However, that was not a cause for relief. In front of her, a huge man in armor holding a shield stood in her way. I struggled to run in the meantime, but the distance was still at least 50 meters. The .45 caliber bullets fired by Miral seemed to have hit the shield and been bounced off. With quiet enthusiasm, I moved to a short distance, simultaneously pulling out the sawed-off shotgun from my storage, thrusting it at the back of the giant man's head, who was now within arm's reach, and pulling the two triggers simultaneously. If this didn't kill him, I was going to hit him with as many AKM and IED as I could find, but the enemy fell and stopped moving surprisingly easily. Miral was safe. As soon as I realized that, I felt a sudden surge of fatigue and pain. No, I have to be cool here, though. I can't just wait for you. Mir, are you okay? I'm out of breath, and I'm wavering. Oh, of course, Joshua, who do you think I am? But Miral smiled kindly at me. As if to confirm her words, a dozen or so corpses were lying around that she had shot and killed. Oh, no Jalali, you're shining so bright right now. We brought Milka back to the front of the church and handed her over to the elves. We told them what had happened and asked them to take care of the situation, but we didn't want to interfere any further. I didn't have the time or inclination to go around taking care of them. While we were running around in the forest, more and more reports from the scouts were coming in one after another. A small number of advanced troops and scouts are entering the dark forest. The frontal forces are starting to set up camp with the transportation corps arriving. This is it. The war with the kingdom is about to begin. Miral and I took care of about 10 of the enemies in the rear. But I'm sure there are still some left, and it looks like there are more to come. So we set up a simple gun emplacement on the ramp leading up to the city, and I put a young beastman boy on the watch to snipe at anything suspicious he sees, as well as train him to fire his M1903 rifle. It was unlikely that a large enemy army would be able to get around the dark forest where large monsters roamed. For that reason, our interdiction lines and warnings were only simple. That was our mistake. When I was thinking that the sound of gunfire was echoing for a while and that they were practicing hard, I heard a report from the Beastman Girl Squad, tentative name, which was acting as a watchdog. We have taken out 2 scouts, 2 heavy infantry, 9 majors, 25 archers, 41 light infantry, and 1 horse. We haven't even started the war yet. But what a great result. I had no choice but to praise them, pat them and give them a pile of silver coins. They're shiny and beautiful, and also cute. Ah, Miral is looking at me enviously. Do you want some? I don't want it. Why is she pouting? I don't understand the female mind. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 28 to 29. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 28. The Power of Stone Rubble. On the upper floor of the royal castle, I was tapping my fingers irritably on the desk in the round table where the military council was held. The only people around me were a lone general with a distracted look on his face and a squire assigned to me. Everyone else was probably running around busily organizing their respective armies. Maybe the only ones who don't have work to do are the idiots, the incompetents, and us who are summoned. Hey, is there any word from the scouts? I apologize, Hiro-sama. There are no signs of the returnees yet. Damn it. They're not coming back. No one. The scouts, a total of more than 80 advanced troops, a platoon of guiding mages, a viceroy's troop sent on suspicion of desertion, and more than a dozen messengers sent out to think of reasons for the loss of contact. But no one came back, as far as the kingdom's army is concerned. The war is now open. They must deliver a lightning-quick blow to the careless subhumans. For that purpose, they sent out scouts and advanced troops made up of cavalry and infantry. None of them had contacted us, and none of their whereabouts were known. In addition, the third prince, who was said to have gone out on his own to defeat the enemy, is nowhere to be found. The most elite of the Royal Army's Mage Corps calls itself a guiding mage platoon, but in reality, it is a squad. In short, a mage prince who doesn't know his place and his protector. He doesn't listen to anyone. He doesn't follow anyone's command. It's not like they're going to want a demon tag that's only high in rank and mediocre as a fighting force. When everyone in the castle heard that he had left without permission, they were all relieved. but it was more trouble than it was worth when he didn't come back. At any rate, the place where that idiot disappeared is the place that will become the battlefield. If he was dead, that was fine. If he remains unidentified, he will be an obstacle to the release of large-scale attack magic. If the prince were to become involved, the commander would certainly be held responsible. I would rather just burn them all down. What is it, Hiro-sama? Nothing, nothing. When do we leave? His Majesty the King would be the one to lead the main force. I know what that means. I'm asking when the main force will be leaving. After shouting at him, I realized that there was no way the squire could have known that. The king had decided to deploy the troops, but the preparations were slow in coming. Because the noblemen have been late one after another, frustration and anxiety are prevalent. Even I can see that I'm losing my composure. Report, sir. I looked up at the words but was disappointed when I saw a soldier rushing into the room. He was a guard in the castle. This was not a report from the front line but an announcement of a new problem. The transportation corps has disappeared. Needless to say, supplies are the key to maintaining the front line. They were slow and had to get there early to set up, but they must have been sent out with a sufficient number and skill of soldiers as escorts. And now they're gone. The troops that have disappeared so far have been combating troops of various types. But the transportation corps is the second half of the army, not the front. I believe. What do you mean? Were they captured? Why would the transportation corps be on the front lines right now? No, sir. According to the guards, they stopped and camped a dozen miles from the planned battleground. Report accurately. What do you mean, disappeared? A wagon loaded with supplies disappeared in the morning, leaving behind 10 naked bodies and 2 living soldiers, also naked. The survivor reports. No, is that the report? Yes. The wagons and clothes suddenly disappeared, and the soldiers suddenly died. I'm about to yell at him, but there's something I need to check before I do. What are the wounds on the body? Gunshot wounds. Ah, a round hole somewhere on the body? Why yes. How did you know that? I thought it was impossible, but I knew it was that guy. He must be on the subhuman side, that's for sure. That is, it's a strange magic that has been shown in the White Room to steal supplies. The magic of instantaneous movement, robbery, and shooting. There is no way to counter this, at least not with the soldiers of the Kingdom Army. If they keep handling this, the damage will only increase and the supplies they take will steadily fatten them up. We're going into battle. Get the horses ready. No, sir. His Majesty the King has ordered us to wait until further notice. Don't be ridiculous. We can't wait forever. I've told you many times that it's foolish to underestimate the power of war. This is the result of ignoring that. If we continue like this, we'll be crushed before the war even starts. The soldiers glanced at each other, intimidated by my fierce attitude. I don't like it. What are you guys hiding? Hiding what? If you don't want to talk, that's fine. If you can't trust me, that's fine, it can't be helped. But in that case, I will abandon you on the battlefield. The guards who would remain in the castle might not mind, but there was a high possibility that they would be uprooted and mobilized in the current situation. The one who couldn't take it anymore was the squire who would be following me to the front lines. We don't know the reason or cause yet, so our report is unofficial. I don't care. Talk. Some of the advance troops are camped outside the invasion route, in front of the planned battleground. Conserving our strength before contacting the enemy. I have repeatedly said that this is a foolish strategy. They are not a fighting force. On the contrary, they are unable to move from the spot, according to reports. There seems to be an outbreak of plague. There was one thing that neither Miral nor I had expected, or rather, we had forgotten about it. The dead bodies that had been shot and left in the path between the royal capital and Kasemayan. No one recognized the naked, rotting corpse lying on the side of the road, swollen with gas, as the prince. One of the soldiers, who was trying to pass quickly because of the foul smell, threw a stone at the corpse, cursing. The prince, who was ruptured and spreading carrion, seems to have bestowed germs all over his impolite subjects. It's unclear what kind of disease it is, but several generals complained of high fevers, diarrhea, and vomiting, and just before the war began, the valuable asset of a high-ranking attack mage was wasted on an inefficient detoxification treatment. But that's another story. Chapter 29, Battlefield Looters. Now, this war, from the point of view of the enemy, the kingdom's army, it's not even a war, it's just a subjugation by sheer numbers. In fact, from our point of view, it's a suicide mission. In other words, The key to this battle is how much we can reduce, disrupt, and disable the enemy's forces before the war begins. Or the only thing that will keep us alive. In addition to limiting the enemy's line of movement, the Kasemayan, like a natural fort, is located high above the ground, about 100 meters above the ground. We could start with a slight advantage. But we were not optimistic considering the difference in strength. After all, we were outnumbered to the point of being uncomfortable. If we, an army of less than 100, were to go head-to-head with an army of 30,000, we would be swallowed up by the violence of numbers, regardless of our geographical advantage or our machine guns. The muscle-brain beastman said, "We only need to kill 300 soldiers each, right? But that's not the point. Even if that were the case, the other side would have 30,000 chances per turn, and we would only have 100, actually about 40. Even an idiot can understand that. And it's a matter of probability that is hard for our Liberation Army members to understand. So, let's do some work, shall we?" "That's interesting." Yeah. As I was about to sneak off, I was caught off guard and let out an involuntary scream. Before I knew it, Meryl was behind me, holding my shoulders tightly. She has a big smile on her face, but her cute forehead is covered with blue veins, and her back is covered with an aura of anger. To be honest, I'm scared to death. "Where do you think you're going when a war is about to break out? I've got some things I really need to do before the battle." "I'm sorry, but it's my top priority right now. Please don't stop me." Meryl was perplexed by the fact that I was trying to make the most of my second glance, but she seemed to agree with me. I'm not going to get in the way of that, but what is the purpose?" "Money." Huh? "Yeah, I'm screwed. I need money as soon as possible to order more from Simon, or rather, to make up for the deficit in the budget that is already running out. The quickest way to do that is to raid the Transportation Corps. According to the report from the Elven Scouts, the advance team is heading towards us in several groups, but for some reason, the first group is the Transportation Corps, which is not well guarded. They are camped about 15 miles from Kasemayan. If a mile is equal to a mile in my original world, that's about 24 kilometers. As of now, I have the ability to teleport within sight. The distance and number of times I can teleport depends on how much magic power I have left. I can use teleport, store, and teleport back. That's why I can't take anyone with me. I don't even know the limits of my skills and magic, so I'm just testing the waters. If it goes well, it could greatly reduce the enemy's strength. It should be. When I arrived in front of the church an hour later, the dwarves were in the middle of a discussion about burying Ides in front of a map. I taught them the simple principle and how to use it and gave them samples of gunpowder, explosives, and detonators, but after several experiments and analysis, they now seem to know more about it than I did. To be honest, I don't know much about bombs, so this is very helpful. "Oh, Joshua, you haven't gone out yet?" "No, I went." "Here's the first one." Oh, Meryl and the rest of the dwarves opened their mouths wide, but there's no time to waste. "Joshua?" I went back and unloaded the luggage, then went back and unloaded the luggage again. Sometimes I hear Meryl's voice somewhere, sometimes I see her out of the corner of my eye, but I couldn't care less. I let my mind go blank and repeat mechanically. This is just a task. It's a game of speed until the enemy starts to take notice. "Hey, why Joshua? Can't you wait a minute?" "See you later, I'm busy." As I go back and forth several times, the capacity of the storage and the distance of the teleport increase, while the magic power consumed by the skill seems to be decreasing little by little. It's also possible that the total amount of magic power is increasing, but there's no time to look at the status right now. I should hurry back and go again. "Wait, I told you, Jeff. I was tackled by Meryl, who was waiting for me when I got back from the teleportation, and I fainted in agony when she tackled me on my solar plexus." "How long are you going to keep doing this?" I must have gone back and forth a total of 7 or 8 times before I realized it. My body felt a little dull. I thought it might be a symptom of low magic power, so I decided to take a break. But if I could, I'd like to take a break for a little while longer. "Huh? Isn't it dark in here?" "Of course it is, you idiot. I tried to stop you many times, but you wouldn't even listen to me." As I looked around the church vestibule, the carriages of the Kingdom Army that I had brought in for teleportation and storage were piled high, forming a thick wall. I don't remember stacking them 3 high, but I must have done it. "You're going to crush us to death?" "Well, This much material before the war starts would be tremendously helpful. A minimum of 20 and a maximum of 30 carriages must have been stored in each teleport, so there are roughly 200 carriages here. Certainly, if this collapses, you might die. I knew from experience that living things could not be stored and would be repelled, so I repeatedly tried to store them at random and then escaped by shifting. The horses that had been tied to me ran away annoyingly, and occasionally a soldier who had been sleeping or hiding in the back of the wagon popped out naked. I guess the equipment was still stowed, so there must not have been any enemy soldiers among the ones I brought. Since I was desperately trying to make up the numbers, I didn't see or hear anything about our situation. The residents of Kasemayan had already started to sort out their belongings, and the unused carriages were being carefully dismantled and sorted to be used as building materials or firewood. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. What I don't understand is why you have to go through all this trouble. There was a military story like that. But now I understand. Maybe people who want to have a huge buffer are afraid of having more than they need. We can't even fit food in the church anymore. We opened up a storehouse at a nearby merchant's house and decided to store it there. There were some barrels of water, but it was only a matter of time before they went bad. We'll put them here and boil them. The weapons are mostly low-grade mass-produced swords and flimsy shields. But I suppose we could use them to reinforce the gun turrets if we put them together in the shape of dragon scales. The conversation between the old dwarven men is interesting because they talk in the same tone as Miral, except the first person is me. The young dwarf seems to be talking rather normally. So why does the old man talk like that? Miral, did you find any gold? Oh, they're all in a barrel over there. The one that Mir pointed to was a large barrel that seemed to be filled with water. I've seen them filled with wine in my previous world, but I don't remember the capacity. If it were a barrel, it would be about 120 liters. The amount of gold coins is less than half of that. I don't know how many, but I'm pretty sure they won't be heavy enough to carry when they fill up the barrel. Before that happens, I'll throw them in the market. I don't need the silver and copper coins. We can share them with everyone. We have no use for them either. That's right. There's no such thing as stores or merchants here. How many wagons have you checked for cargo? About 10. At this rate, it'll take all of tomorrow to process them. I see. Then we'll suspend the operation. I'm going to store the carriages, leaving only the contents. Just check and organize what you need. Where do you need to be covered up? The blockade at the bottom of the hill and the horse fence at the front. Then we can place them on the battlefield and set traps. Alright, if you give me a location, I'll take the wheels off the wagon and put it there. We'll take away the enemy's assets and counter their attacks. It's not just killing two birds with one stone. As a matter of fact, it's simply fun to rob the enemy. Kasemayan's camp was filled with bright air. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 30. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 30. Battle Slaves and an Elf Girl. After taking a break and confirming that my magic had been restored, I told Miral that I would resume the seizure operation. It may be effective in terms of inflicting damage on the enemy, but we don't need any more supplies, do we? We have nowhere else to put them. I know. I'll leave the wagon next time. And it looks like they've started to take precautions. That's true. If a quarter of the supplies of the Transportation Corps, which supports the front line, disappear, it is impossible not to notice. Miral looked at the enemy camp with binoculars from high ground. Heavily armed infantry units surround the remaining wagons. So, maybe I should move on when it gets dark. We decided to take a break and return to the church where the Beastmen children were helping to peel potatoes. The church had been turned into a shelter and dining room, with all the food and other supplies moved to warehouses and larger houses, leaving many empty spaces. Oh, Joshua, do you want some food? I helped make the stew. Do you want a snack? There's drinks too. Today it's herb tea. It's noisy, but I'm glad the children are having fun. The beastmen like meat, and the dwarves and elves like potatoes, so those two things are on the menu whenever possible. I don't want to keep eating only preserved foods and military rations, so I'm grateful for that. It was simply baked meat and boiled potatoes or stew, but it was rather tasty whether the ingredients were good or well cooked. The women seemed to have finished cooking and were preparing the food to be eaten at any time, leaving the serving and other tasks to the children. I ate a light meal of stew, thin bread, and herb tea. Joshua, Are you tired? A young beastman girl leans her head at my feet on a chair. It's Maruko-chan, right? She has round ears and brown fur that looks like a fluffy little bear. She's cute. No, I'm fine. But I'm a little nervous. I've never been involved in a war this big before. I want to make sure that everything goes well and that I'm prepared for anything, but I've been thinking about what I might have forgotten. I don't mean to be rude, but I think I felt like I was talking to a cat or a dog at that moment. I was just talking to myself, or rather, I was talking to myself to reconfirm myself. But then she smiled and looked at me. Joshua will be fine. Eh? I know. It's okay. And it's going to be alright. It's weird, but I felt like I was going to cry. I tried my best to hold back from squirming in her tiny lap and smiled gratefully. The old man, who must have lived 4 times as long as she did, was impressed by the fact that such a young and adorable girl had a strong motherly nature. It's not because I'm a pedophile. Absolutely not. When it was getting dark around me, I set out on the second round of the seizure. Things went well at first. No problems occurred, and the results were good. I was able to get through the siege and the alert by shifting and steadily taking the wagons in storage. I took out a couple of guards, and then I did very short teleportation to get behind them, store their clothes, and stab them with a knife when they were confused. The corpses can be stored, but I find them unpleasant, so I dumped them in the woods. I can feel myself getting used to it. I don't have much resistance to killing without using a gun now. The only way to survive is to kill all of them anyway. I decided not to bring the discarded wagon back to the fort but to pile it up on the plain after removing the wheels and set up homemade bombs at the bottom. This was in addition to the scattered pig iron pieces and broken nails. Both the method and the choice of location resulted from an idea by a dwarf who now knew much more about explosives than I did. It blows away the enemy soldiers who have gathered for protection and causes secondary damage with the rusted iron pieces. Yeah, not bad. And pretty gruesome, huh? The strange thing was when I started to collect from the last group of transportation corps. As I was storing the wagons as part of my routine work, I saw a group of figures tumbling down from where the wagons had been. There were 5 unconscious beastmen, 4 dwarves, and an elf. They were all naked, but that was probably the result of a living being bounced out of storage. This in itself is a phenomenon that has also occurred with the kingdom soldiers. Could it be? When I looked into the carriage next to me, I saw 10 beastmen in cages with shackles and collars, and also in the carriage next to it. I didn't recognize them because they were popped out naked, but I guess the first group of people were in the same situation. All of them were still not reacting, but they weren't dead. They seemed to have been put to sleep by drugs or magic or something. Not good. This is not good. Just from a quick check, there were 68 people in 7 wagons. There's no way they'd go to the trouble of bringing prisoners of war to the front lines before the war even started unless there was a good reason to do so. I saw this in a movie or a manga. It's the kind of thing where you tie enemy prisoners of war to the army's front line to keep them out of the way of bullets and prevent attacks. I don't know if it's supposed to be guns or not, but if it's supposed to be elven arrows, it's the same. So how do I get them out? Wake them up? No, this is enemy territory. Sending out a microbus is fine, but the task of loading everyone is beyond me. Should I wake one of them up and let him carry them away? No, I don't think he'll listen to my persuasion as a human when he wakes up. It would be dangerous for both of us if he started making noise. If a battle broke out, they would be caught in the middle. Oh, geez. I quickly teleported back and called out to Miral, who was in front of the church, and also grabbed Yada, the tiger girl, and dragged her to the front of the church. For some reason, I feel like I can trust this girl. She is definitely powerful. Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden, idiot? I bowed my head to the 2 questioning faces. I don't have much time, and I don't have much space in my heart. They are being humiliated as prisoners of war, and some of them are being left naked because of me. Please, give me a hand. I want to rescue the beastmen held captive by the kingdom's army. I need your help, and I need it now. What? With 2 people who didn't understand what was happening, I forcibly teleported them to the destination. It seems to have consumed a lot of magic power, but I don't care about that right now. I'm not sure if they were both sick from the teleportation or not, but I'm going to ignore that too. They are battle slaves. This is awful. They immediately understood the situation when they saw the naked subhumans and the caged transport wagon next to them. Next to the carriage I had just found, I set up a microbus in the shade of the road. Now that we know it, we have to rescue them. Hey Joshua, do you know how to open this gate? I don't know, and we don't have much time. I'll store the entire carriage. Yada, take the people who were thrown out and put them on the bus. I'll return the clothes later. Okay. I don't know anything, but I know what I have to do. That's enough. Miral, govern me. We'll get out of here as soon as we finish loading. But there's a good chance they'll find us before then. Mfufu. What is she laughing at? She has changed from a Nojulali to a Smugglerli and is smiling broadly as she slumps down on her thin chest. If there are 110 and up to 7 people, leave it to me. As expected, there are not that many Transportation Corps guards. Oh, that's right. Uzi and 1911 ammunition. How can you be so sure you're not going to miss your target and neutralize everything with one shot? How confident are you? From what I've seen so far, I'd say 2 to 30 at most. But I'm sure there'll be armored infantry or cavalry, right? No problem at all. You should start as soon as possible. I looked at Yada and saw that the first beastman had already been put into the microbus. Yada gestured for me to continue. Oh no. I'm late. I started storing the wagons one by one, and Yada quickly helped me load them. I knew that this tiger girl's physical strength was beyond that of a human. By the time we reached the third carriage, the horses had sensed something was wrong and started to make a voice. I had already removed the restraints, so why didn't they just go away? The disgruntled stamping of feet and the neighing of the horses increased, growing louder and louder. Shall we kill the horse? Number. They are innocent. If you want to kill them, why don't you do it over there? The guards were the first to be killed, but the soldiers who seemed to be camped out in the woods started to sound suspicious. Yada also nodded calmly to Miral-chan, who looked at it with a smile. Hey, Coleman. You gotta shut up those horses. What's going on? Respond. I could hear them calling for the guards. What am I supposed to do? Answer them. Hurry up. It must have taken about an hour to get everything loaded out. I stored, rescued, and loaded one after another. And when I was examining the last one, I found it. A near-dead elf, a male. His arm crushed to bits. Perhaps it was because of the wounds, but he was unconscious. I don't know if it was the drugs or the magic, but he desperately refused to be rendered unconscious. What? So he did this to himself? That's some fighting spirit you got there. Hang on, I'm here to help you. Please. My wife and daughter will become their plaything. The cargo is already loaded, and the only thing left to do is escape. But the 2 women were already on fire. Oh, Joshua, you should take them and run. I have a little business to do. No, wait, you can't do that. Joshua, quickly store the wagon. I'll be right behind you. Yada grabs me by the shoulders with a smile while spreading the murderous intent of a beast. I'm sure she thinks she's doing it lightly, but it's nothing short of painful. I'm going to shatter. I'm going to break for real. Who are they after? Where? How did they do it? As I stored the wagon, Yada loaded it up in seconds, carrying 2 or 3 people in each arm. By that time, Miral is already running towards the encampment. Oh geez, idiot. I'm really such an idiot. What's the point in confirming the obvious, huh? Here, I'll give you an invitation too. You're invited to the grand ball, Kasemayan style. Before Yada and I could step into the encampment, the first shots were fired. I immediately pulled out my AKM to cover. But there was no one standing in range. The kingdom's soldiers were rolling on the ground and groaning, each taking a precise blow to the groin. Fuck you, you little. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rose in a calm rhythm, and with each shot, an enemy fell. A heavy infantryman who was about to step into Miral with his sword raised collapsed, and a group of light infantrymen trying to draw arrows flew apart. We don't use full auto. We won't let them die easily. The bullets that contain Miral's anger and hatred are ruthlessly and accurately blasting away at the men's flesh. To be honest, just looking at it makes me wince. It's not the same as being stuck in the ball. Miral calmly speaks to a man who seems to be a new recruit who is frozen with his sword drawn. Where is the elf girl? Who the hell are you? A gunshot rang out, and a .45 was fired into his groin. It's not surprising that the shock would kill him instantly, but in his state of excitement, he was writhing and screaming and rolling around. The fresh blood spurting from his crotch is vivid and frightening even to the night eye. That's right. There's a huge artery running down the inner thigh, So it's probably only a matter of time before he dies. Ah, where is the elf girl? At that moment, a man in disheveled armor jumped out, kicking off the tent. His armor was elaborately designed as if he was the commander of this unit, but stupidly, the lower half of his body was bare, and he was looking around in a panic, holding his underwear with a sword in his other hand. What the hell? Who are you people? There they are. Yada ran into the tent from which the man had emerged and came out carrying two elven women. They were wrapped in blankets, but I could see that they had been stripped naked. The younger one's face is distorted from crying, and the older one seems to be unconscious, her arms and legs shaking and plodding as she is shaken. I'll kill you. A low voice rises, resembling the snarl of a ravenous beast. Yada laid the elven women on the ground. I am Viscount Meckelman, commander of the Transportation Corps of the Royal Army. I'm only treating the subhuman, you bastard will. Hike. The tiger girl's fist struck him in the face, and the man rolled over and convulsed. He was trying to stand up while struggling, and it seems that she took it easy on him. She thinks of self-restraint in the state of rage. And then I realize what the purpose of it is. When she looked at the elven girl with painful eyes, Myrrel lowered her head in front of the cowering girl. I am sorry you had to go through this, elven girl. I am sorry I was late in helping you. Here it is. You. The dwarf girl pulled out a knife from her waist and presented it to the crying girl. The elf girl seems to have understood exactly what it means to be presented with the handle pointed at her. You have something you need to do, don't you? If you can't do it, I'm always here to help. But I will. The elf girl replied shortly and took the knife. She threw off her blanket and stood in front of the man, completely naked. Her skin was stained with dirt, her hair was a mess, and she wore only a collar and shackles, but to my eyes, she looked divine. Oh. It's you. Good. Listen to me. The man who looked up at her was confused, but he spoke to the girl with a twisted smile on his face, as if he thought he had found a way to survive. I'm going to make you my concubine. You will be the concubine of a nobleman in the most powerful and largest country in the world. What happened to your mother was an unfortunate accident. She struggled so hard to protect you that it was unfortunate. The elven girl kept her face expressionless and raised her foot wide, crushing the man's crotch. Jaya, swinging her foot up again, she stomped down on his nose. This time, the man didn't even let out a scream. Just a dull grunt. The elf girl sat down on the man's chest, who was convulsing and struggling to get up. Look at me, she said in a quiet voice. She sounded rather calm, and it sent chills down my spine. Yes, look at me. I am the daughter of the elf you tried to defile, the gentle and beautiful elf you raped and killed. That's no. That doesn't make any sense. My mother did not call for help. She did not beg for mercy. She just asked for a contract. She said that if she gave herself up, her daughter would be spared. And you accepted? Yes. Yes, I did. So while laying waste to my mother and strangling her, you said, I promised you that I would help your daughter? That was a lie. No, it wasn't. It was. My mother died in despair and hatred, listening to your vulgar laughter. That debt must be repaid. The tip of the knife comes close to the man's eyes. The man looks straight into it, unable to scream or run away. You will have to pay for the broken contract. Stop. The tip of the knife pierces the eyeball. The man bounced back like a shrimp and tried to shake her off, but the elf girl didn't seem to budge at all and put her weight on the man's face. The knife buries itself further into the man's face. I promise you, here and now, I will burn your army, your country, and your family with my own hands. Hate me. You will die hating me. That is your retribution. Humans. The man died with a final spasm. The elf girl, still weak, was helped up by the tiger girl and wrapped in the blanket again. You have done well. Your mother will be buried with dignity. I promise you the same. I promise you that I will do everything in my power to help you avenge her death. Yes, that's right. What's that look in those eyes? You too? Oh. You want me to put the body in storage? Oh, yes. Right. Hand you over the weapons. Understood. And clean up after the survivors while you're at it? No, you're kidding, right? We have to go back. The elf girl looked at me suspiciously as I panicked. That's right. In many ways, I'm out of place here. This man is Joshua. Although he's a human, he's the one who understands us the most and is our most reliable mage. We welcome you into our Kasemayan Liberation Army. And this is the proof. Meryl gives the elven girl the shotgun she took from me. Is that okay? I wonder if that's really okay. Yeah, give them all the shotguns they want. I understand. Geez. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 31 to 32. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 31. Right Hands Hunting. The elf girl's name is Maya, and she is a descendant of the northern elves who were destroyed by humans. Although she is not acquainted with Milka, their circumstances seem to be the same. I have a feeling that this will be troublesome, but I can't just abandon her. She has a good fighting style, playing with the enemy with her quick movements. It seems that the sawed-off shotgun was a good match for her as her main weapon, as she originally had a short reach. I also ordered an Isekai, a light pump-action shotgun, and more shot shells. I'll give her about 50 rounds and see how she does. There were times when I thought it would be good for me too. But then, my mission changed dramatically. You can't stop at mere deprivation anymore. That's not enough. Yes, I can't do this for free. I'm not going to let them get away with this. I won't forgive them, and I'm not going to let them die easily. Q-fu-fu-fu-fu, that's good. It gets your blood boiling, doesn't it? I'm being made into a flying cab with the dwarf girl Meryl, the tiger girl Yada and the elf girl Maya. I don't have the right to refuse, or rather, I want to know if anyone can refuse when 3 strong girls stare at them with bloodshot eyes. By the way, I don't think I can stand up to them with my bare hands or even with a firearm. Yes, I'm a former company employee, and I get wrapped up in long things. I'm wrapped around and around. Tonight, just before the war begins, the 3 girls and I are stitching our way through a deadly enemy line, and we're going to make them bleed. In front of us, the soldiers of the Kingdom Army, whose right hands were blown off, are groaning and thrashing about. Standing in front of them is Maya, who already wears the air of an old and powerful warrior. Meryl and Yada are keeping their distance and quietly watching their surroundings. I'm just standing on the sidelines next to Maya as if I'm the heir. Now your right hand is useless. Go back to your hometown and live a quiet life. Don't joke with me, you bastards. I'll remember. You're the ones who have to remember. If you do not retreat now, we will come back. When that happens, your remaining hand will be useless as well. The man kept his mouth shut and held his right arm, which was dripping with blood. I could see the blood draining from his face. There is not much a person can do when they can no longer use their right arm, even more so for someone who had both arms crushed. If you still survive, it will be your right knee next time. That was the limit. The man screamed and ran out of the encampment, fleeing somewhere in the darkness of the night. One by one, the soldiers in the surrounding area struggled to get up and followed the man. This is unexpectedly good. To be honest, even in war, the distance is too raw for murder. This way, we can inflict more damage and fear on the enemy than we can kill them. The shot shells I procured from Simon were a little over 700 rounds, including the additional ones I ordered. The range is too short to be of any use in this war itself. We infiltrated the enemy ranks via teleportation, using Maya with her sawed-off shotgun as the main force, and blew off their right arms one after another, focusing on those who appeared to be commanders or high-ranking mages. In fact, the number of them exceeded 200. In addition, I was able to get some weapons, supplies, and other valuables out of the way. The damage was too significant to be called a rear distraction, and the supply was too much for our poor, small army. Left-handed use. After that, in the kingdom, it is widely despised as a loser whose dominant hand has been crushed by a subhuman mage. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm originally a left-handed person as well. Chapter 32, Kingdom Army's Formation. So I'll get the rest in 12 hours. Oh, please. If I ever get around to it. I smiled and waved at Simon, who disappeared into the light. I've already got the supplies I need, and the rest is just an insurance policy in case we survive the war. I've heard that those who organize their affairs before the war die easily, but in a way, this is a half-hearted job I left behind to avoid such a death flag. Oh, yes, the gold I gave him for the last deficit and for this and the next delivery was half a barrel. I wonder how much that would be in dollars. I don't know. Half a barrel is 60 liters. But I've never counted gold coins by volume. I told him that depending on his contribution, I'd give him a bargain in the future. When I looked up the price of $500 per gold coin, I found it to be a ripoff, so I pushed Simon to come up with a price of $1,000 per coin. Either way, It's just another lucky charm left over after the war. In the first place, there is some sense in negotiating such a price, not just accepting it, and the amount is not a big deal. I don't know the gold rate in Africa or the Middle East, and I don't know how many grams of gold there are. I don't even know the price of weapons. And no matter how hard I tried to negotiate, I couldn't touch the world they were in. Both Simon and I are just pretending to cut each other's profits. It's just a game. Joshua, they're here. Miral, who had stopped moving beside me, tells me in a quiet voice with a hint of a smile. The escape from reality is over. From here on, it's time for war. The southern end of the Kasemayan city wall were positioned in our newly built gun emplacements. It was a culmination of our shallow wisdom to gather up all the long-range attack weapons available and use them to our advantage to shoot down the enemy and win the war. I've just gotten some new weapons and some shiny new recruits we picked up last night, so we've gone from 30,000 to 40, excluding non-combatants, to 30,000 to 100. It's finally happening. Well, I've been waiting for this. This is the stage prepared for me. Yes, it's started. Next to the excited Nojalili dwarf, a worm of weakness rises in me, and fear and trepidation make me shy away. I've done my best, and everyone else has done their best, but we're not even halfway through the preparations. As I had thoroughly informed everyone in Kasemayan, the time was up once the enemy forces entered the other side of the plain. Work on the plains would be halted. After that, we will only work within the city walls. We reinforced the highland wall, opened the gun sights, and set up a gun position on the east side, a short distance from the wall. The difference in elevation was too great for half-baked weapons to be of any use. As with the enemy, our attacks would also be limited. In the first place, the angle of elevation is too tight to cause secondary damage. If we sweep from level ground, the loose bullets can damage the rear. But if we look down at almost 45 degrees, we can only shoot at the target. So, in the new gun turret was a hidden mortar that I got from Simon. They were the same 60mm light mortars, but one was an Eastern European M57 and the other was an American M2, each with 3 barrels on tripods for a total of 6. With 190 rounds for the M57 and 120 rounds for the M2. I plan to use them up in the early stages when the enemy is crowded. Simon said that since the Eastern European version is a copy of the American M2, and moreover, the M2 is also a licensed production of the French mortar, it should be able to share ammunition. But if something happens to the SHUD version, the gun turret will blow up. We made sure not to mix the shells just in case. As we proceeded with our preparations, the kingdom's armies were advancing one after another as if they were filling the plains. It's unclear at this point how much damage the supplies I've taken, and the soldiers I've destroyed have done to the enemy. Whether the shortage was filled by the following or by additional troops in time, supplies were brought out from the wagons lined up in an orderly fashion on the supplely line far away, and a group of people wearing uniform clothing, whether they were slaves or engineers, were steadily transporting the supplies and building their positions. Seriously, this is outrageous. I heard that the total military strength of the kingdom is about 30,000, but I didn't understand how big it was in reality. Miral tilted her head at me with a curious look on her face. No, this is a lie. Isn't it? What? No, I thought it would be okay because it's only the size of the Saitama Super Arena. But this is totally too many. There's no way this many people can fit in the stadium. Huh? Will fit into what? Stadium? Stupid, stupid, stupid me. That's right. The visitors at the Saitama Arena aren't holding spears, aren't riding horses, aren't wearing armor, and they are all sitting on their seats. So even if the numbers are right, what's the point of that standard in the first place? Calm down, Joshua. Ah, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts. Miral-chan, stop it, you will tear my ears off. AI, what are you talking about anyway? I have no idea what you're talking about with all those proper nouns in your story. She was pissed off. When I explained to her what I was talking about, she got angry again, saying that I shouldn't be talking about something that doesn't make sense when we're so busy. It's even worse when the explanation is more incomprehensible afterward, isn't it? Anyway, the front line of the enemy was stopped in the middle of the plain, a little over a kilometer away from the entrance to the valley. They must have decided that they were out of range of our longbows. Behind them, the troops are being deployed and lined up one after another. It may be natural, given the theories of this world, but we've been taken for a fool. Let's just shoot them all, shall we? Is that a bad idea? Probably not. If they're wary of us, it'll ruin the early stages of the game. Our stockpile of 30-06 ammunition, our main ammunition, was a little over 60,000 rounds, plus 12,000 additional rounds of belt ammunition for heavy machine guns. Not enough to reliably kill 30,000 people. If it were a normal war, they would surrender after killing half of them, but it is hard to imagine that they, who call themselves the strongest army in the world, would make the same kind of calm decision. Well, that's that. Hey, Miral, why are these armies so colorful? Karafaru, what is that? The colors. All the armies are red, blue and yellow. I don't think it does any good to stand out on the battlefield. What are you saying? Forming several tens of thousands of troops means borrowing several noblemen's armies, hiring mercenaries, and buying up warriors to consolidate their forces. You can't even tell at a glance where they are from, so how can you command and control them? Oh, I see. Does that indicate affiliation? That's the point. Rather, what kind of war happened in the area you were in? Even if you say so, although advanced information technology and mechanization have been developed, the disparity between the haves and have-nots in that world has caused more distortions than in this world, and asymmetric warfare and irregular warfare have become a dilemma. There are flags in the camp, but once the battle starts, you can't look for them all the time. Identify the camp by the color of its cloak. Yellow is some kind of Count's army, blue is some kind of Duke's army, green is some kind of Margrave's army, and silver armor and red cloak are the Royal Guard. I don't know about the other colors. What is that? Isn't it stupid? What do you mean? If it's the Royal Guard, that means there's royalty at the end of that stupidly conspicuous red crowd, right? That means we can shoot at them all we want. Miral looked puzzled for a moment and then shook his head in disgust. She hadn't thought of it that way, maybe in a different way from what I was thinking. In the kingdom's army, or any army for that matter, we don't expect to shoot more than a longbow. They set up camp at a distance where the enemy's arrowheads can't reach, protecting their lord and commander. The very idea that you can shoot at them from anywhere is crazy. Is that so? If it were to use the mechanical bow that I made, it would be a different story, but there are only a few of them, and they are so big that they can be recognized from a distance if they get close. The kingdom's army's formation and tactics are generally not wrong. As far as common sense is concerned, the wrong one is you. What is that? That's terrible. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 33. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 33. Thunder in the distance. They said they were going to use the same ammunition in 30-06. That was a lie. Or rather, it was impossible. We couldn't send men to the front line without automatic weapons where the enemy was 300 times larger than us. On the other hand, attacking from the top of the cliff was not enough to make an effective strike. That's why we have the machine gun emplacements. The M1919 heavy machine guns were placed far apart on both sides of the canyon entrance, and once they entered the area, it would be difficult to return after the war started. In the worst-case scenario, I would teleport over and retrieve them if something went wrong, but I decided to have a beastman guard at the gun emplacements, in addition to a dwarf gunner and a loader. The problem is the weapons I have to give them. The M1 Garand, which uses the same ammunition as the machine gun, had to be abandoned because I couldn't get the right number of clips to hold each of the 8 rounds. The bar was in poor condition, and the 6 guns I had were being used as anti-aircraft fire on the side of the city walls, so it was impossible. So I had no choice but to split the ammunition. Speaking of which, I have to admit that if I had been connected to an American gun store instead of the black market, I would have been a 30-06 warrior by now. Well, I'm just asking for the best. I procured 4 more AKMs, the same ones I have, and 2 RPKs, light machine guns that can use the same ammunition and the magazines as AKMs. An assault rifle such as the AKM is a rifle with less powerful ammunition so that it can fire continuously, but it is not designed to be used like a machine gun, which constantly fires with a barrage. It is not impossible to use it, but it will soon get damaged. It is a category between a light machine gun and an assault rifle, with a thick, replaceable barrel to prevent overheating and large magazines and belt feeding to reduce the need for frequent magazine changes. Today, it is known as a squad support firearm, and the RPK is, In fact, the ancestor of this category, the RPK, had a large number of mags that could be shared with the AKM, including 20 spare mags with a capacity of 40 rounds, 60 mags with the same 30-round capacity as the AKM, and 4 drum-type mags with a capacity of 75 rounds. I also added 20,000 rounds of 7.62 x 39 ammunition, which was cheap in green steel casings. All the additional rounds will be divided between the 2 gun turrets. I also asked for as many clips as I could find for loading the M1903. The M1903 doesn't have a detachable magazine, so the clip makes a big difference in the speed and effort of loading. That would require more work before the war started, though. Simon calmly replied to my lament that I should have gone with the M14. Even with the 7.62mm, you'd have less than half the equipment you could have with a NATO-issue weapon. Well, yeah, most of the guns are still in service. The price will be high. I don't know if it's actually more than double. I asked Simon if I could get a tank or something else for extra money, but the answer was not good. If you don't pick the condition, there is nothing you can't get. It's just that I don't think we can give it to you. In my father's generation, he tried to send an infantry fighting vehicle to his business partner, but it didn't work. He tried different things, different armored vehicles, but it didn't work. Whether it's weight, capacity, money, or the fact that it's an armored vehicle, that may be the problem. No, I got the armored plate and the microbus. Right? I think it's the weight limit. Can't you manage it by taking it apart? I'll do it if you want me to. But I can't give you your gold back just because I tried chopping it up, and it didn't work. I don't care about that. Well, the car was fine, and it should be able to handle up to 2 tons. How are you going to get it back together if I send it to you in pieces? From what I've heard, you don't have the welding skills. As expected, I'm worried about joining them with bolts and nails. Even if he sent me the chassis and engine in pieces, I don't think I could assemble them. What should I do? How about we try a car that's just under the weight limit? That's a possibility. What's the lightest armored vehicle you can find? I can get you a Ferret. It doesn't have a turret, so it's probably around 3 tons. Or I could give you the Humvee and then send you the extra armor separately. Ferret is a small armored vehicle that seats 2 people. The size of the car is about the size of a light car. Since the outer diameter of the car is the same, the interior is less than a light truck. It probably can't carry a beastman. The Humvee, on the other hand, is not an armored vehicle but a big, flat Jeep-like vehicle of the US military. Since it was produced and deployed in large numbers, there are a ridiculous amount of options for additional armor and armaments. After some hesitation, I decided to go with the Humvee. There were a lot of them in circulation, so I was able to choose one that was in reasonably good condition, and above all, the automatic transmission was the deciding factor. I had tried to get a beastman and an elf to drive the microbus, but they had trouble with the manual transmission. If someone other than myself could drive, I would have more options. By the way, Meryl couldn't do it because she couldn't reach the pedals. She should drink more milk. As it turned out, the Humvee arrived in good shape, and I was able to add extra armor, but it turned out to be difficult to use on the front lines where there was no rear ground. No, that's a lie. I really knew that and bought it. I just wanted something with better legs than a kindergarten microbus with a bare face. If I get stuck, run out of gas, or get surrounded by heavily armed cavalry, I might end up in the warring state's self-defense force, so I basically don't take it out in battle. If I were on my own, I wouldn't mind going as far as I couldn't being crushed. Also, for some reason, Meryl seems to like that microbus more than the Humvee. Oh well. As we were making the final adjustments, we finally heard the sound of drums and flutes. As I looked around, I saw flags waving all around the Kingdom Army camp. The Kingdom's army was on the move. There's no declaration of war, surrender order, or name-calling, just war in this world. Meryl looked at me and smiled. She seemed to be very, very happy. She smiled brightly, like a bride on her way down the aisle. Now, it's time to hunt. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 34. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 34. Signal gun. The formation of our kingdom's army was perfect. At least, that's how it looked to me, a Japanese native. It was the first time for me to experience war with swords, spears, and bows, but when I saw the strong soldiers that filled the plain, I felt that there was no enemy that this army could not overrun. Hey, Hiroki, are you sure you can handle this? Don't worry about it. The war has already started. Now is not the time to be rattling on about it. But you know, there's that guy over there. Just shut the fuck up. I don't give a shit about that shit anymore. If you're so worried, why don't you come up with a better plan, oh sage? As usual, the incompetent sage, Tomonorai, who has no plan of action, keeps his mouth shut and walks away dissatisfied. It seems that his aptitude as a mage is unnecessarily high, and he has been given a special assignment that is both flashy and highly dangerous. But the cowardly Tomonorai is not proud of it in the slightest. In fact, he probably wants to run away right now. What a worthless guy. If you have any experience in martial arts, you know what I'm talking about. Being scared will not change the situation. It only narrows your vision and dulls your judgment. You can't attack while on the run. If you curl up in a ball of weakness, you will be beaten to a pulp. If you have no choice but to fight, there is no solution but to push hard. After all, the enemy was a mishmash of less than 100 subhumans. From what I've heard, they don't even have any iron weapons, and their main weapons are bows and arrows and clubs. I don't remember his name, but the fact that he's a third-rate businessman doesn't affect many people. I know he has a pistol, but it's only one gun, and it should be easy to crush him if I let the armored soldiers charge him. If that doesn't work, I'll go out myself. I can protect myself with a powerful magical barrier and use my rock-shattering holy sword to deliver the death penalty. I can do it. I have to do it. In order to get rid of the humiliation and regain fame as a hero, victory is desperately needed. Hiro-sama, what are you doing in the back like this? Your Majesty the King has ordered you to take the lead. When I saw a follower rushing over to me, I snickered. You've got to be kidding me. What good is standing at the front of a battlefield like this? After all, we don't even know where the enemy is yet. It's not my place to be bothered by people who haven't even been to the front lines. If you want to do it yourself. The point is, all I have to do is kill all the subhumans in the end. But, do you have a problem with that? I'll kill you first if you keep babbling on like this. No, yes. Don't worry. I'll get to the front lines of the fight soon enough, as long as I can see them coming. The battlefield against the subhumans is a ridiculously wide open plain. It's about 3 miles long and 5 miles wide. The main enemy camp is located in a high wall, and the only way to get there is through a canyon. The key to victory was to get through the canyon as quickly as possible with as little damage as possible. The plains are mostly flat, but on closer look, there are a few shrubby spots scattered about, a strip of what the kingdom's people call a dry river, and a few small hills. It seems that the drop in both high and low is about 10 feet. I don't know the unit of measurement in the kingdom, but it is about twice a person's height. There are pieces of wood and iron lying around that look like the wreckage of an abandoned carriage, which could be used as a barrier. If we use it well, we can cope with a longbow shot down from the Kasemayan, which is about 1/10 of a mile high, about 160 meters. By using it together with a large shield. I sent out scouts to check, but there were no signs of subhumans hiding anywhere on the plain. I wondered how long they had been waiting for us, but I was disappointed. The high ground, the barrier, and the hollows should all be the first to be seized as key points that will determine the outcome of the battle, but to leave them unattended is just the shallow wisdom of subhumans. Whether he was trying to soften the awkward atmosphere or trying desperately to dispel the anxiety and fear of being on the battlefield, most likely the latter, the squire licked his lips and said in a strangely cheerful voice. The commander of the mixed forces of the Royal Army is General Tristria, the third son of the Duke's family, which means he is a distant relative of the royal family. It is said that he is a fierce general known for his continuous victories and undefeated record throughout his life, but it would be crazy for the kingdom's army, which has only ever fought with at least 4 times as many men as the enemy, to have any losses. Even now, 10,000 heavily armed infantrymen with tower-shaped shields are positioned on the flat ground in front of the enemy, attracting the attention of the subhumans and preparing for an attack and assault. Behind them, at a safe distance, are 3,000 archers for support. This alone is more than enough to destroy 100 subhumans. While they were drawing the enemy's frontal forces, the 500 heavily armed cavalrymen took advantage of their speed and rushing power to go around the unobstructed perimeter, pass in front of the cliff where the main Kasemayan camp is located, and jump into the enemy's heart at once. It seems that General Tristria is not just a muscle-brained idiot who uses his main force to force his way through. He had dispersed 200 or 300 of his small, and disposable, mercenaries in the shade of 4 dense bushes and had about 500 of his light infantry moving along the dry river to a gently sloping position on the north side, the final assault point. He placed 200 archers and 300 light cavalry on the front side of the 3 hills close to the enemy position. This was probably a way to see the battle situation and eat up the fleeing enemy. There are a few other hidden gems as well. We will win. We will definitely win. But General Tristria's inability to eat is true. He's thinking about the post-war period now. Huh? It's that lineup. The one who makes a splash on the front is his family's Duke's army and the heavy infantry troops drawn from the Sun's Count's army and Margrave's army. But in the end, the Kingsguard cavalry commanded by the first prince decides the outcome of the battle. Isn't it obvious what he intends to do? I shook my head in disgust at the squire's words. It's a given that we'll win. So what he's concerned about is how he's going to grease the wheels and how the reward will be distributed after the war. Apparently, there's still a lot I can't see. Politics. It's stupid. But if I don't force myself to learn it somewhere, I'll look like a fool if I don't know it. In coordination with the flutes, drums, and hand signals, the 13,000-strong vanguard troops of the Kingdom Army began to change formation. All at once, they set up their shields, hardened themselves like turtles, and waited for the time to charge, keeping their breath slow. And then, at the very back of the kingdom's camp, in other words, the area where I'm standing, the Mage Corps unleashes long-range attack magic, a ruthless and powerful attack, like the cannons and missiles of modern warfare. There is no way to escape this attack magic unless you have a mage that far surpasses this one. The light that flew straight at the enemy hit the top of the city walls and shattered, scattering dust and debris over the enemy lines. A few feet away from me, the leader of the court mage, who was in command, raised his thick armored head and nodded in satisfaction. I think he's one of the general's lackeys too. All right, that's it. If it stays like this. Ebba, the leader mage, who was about to give the next signal with his command sword in hand, suddenly disappeared. Something sticky and chunky landed on me. As I realized that the warm, fishy smell was blood, flesh, and gray matter, I heard a delay draw in the distance. The metallic sound that echoed behind me was that of heavy armor folding and collapsing. Before I could gather my thoughts, I heard the sound of wind rushing through the sky. The enemy is attacking. Mage troops, evacuate. Retreat. Hi-oo. Something falls on the mage who moves in order to disrupt the battle line and escape. That was something dangerous. I don't know what it is, but I know that it's something incredibly dangerous in my gut. Hero's armor. Run. It's not that way, it's to the front, you idiot. If you are attacked in a state where you are defenseless, it is a bad idea to move back. You will be targeted. There is no way to escape from such a situation in martial arts except to stand guard and get into the enemy's hands. It seems to have worked for him now. As I lay on the ground holding my head, the ground around me was violently shaken and dug up. I survived the roar and blast, and when I looked back, the mages had been shattered, along with their entire camp. I almost died. Just as I was about to get up, I was blown away by the impact that struck me again, and I rolled over, shaking my confused head in the smoke and gunpowder. What the hell was that? Wait, gunpowder smoke? Damn it, is that gunpowder smoke? I could hear the wind noise again. The things falling from the sky one after another were undoubtedly small bombs. It's landing now. Miral, who was observing with binoculars, corrected the distance and direction. To be honest, I can't even faintly see the bombs hitting the ground. Miral, you claimed you could see across the plain with your naked eyes. Please give me back my binoculars. Alright. East gun turret, number 1, hold. Number 2, 2 degrees to the left. Number 3, keep the same angle, 2 degrees overhead. West gun, number 1 and 2 are good. Keep firing. Number 3, 5 degrees to the right. 3 degrees elevation will cut off the remaining mage's escape route. Yes, the battle began with a volley of shots from the enemy archers. The longbow's curved shot, which drew a mountainous trajectory, would certainly kill you if it hit you, but there were no allies within the enemy's range, to begin with. The only thing in range was the machine gun position, but it was reinforced with logs and large rocks based on the shell of a land-running dragon. a 5-meter diameter dome that looked like a turtle's shell to me, and a barrier made of scaled shields taken from the kingdom's army. In addition, it is a safe zone completely isolated by horse fences, empty moats, and barbed wire. It can't be shaken by a bow and arrow. Incidentally, 2 more land dragons were hunted in addition to the one that was killed by long-range shooting, and their shells were secured after the dragon stake party. The magic bullets that came from the mage troops were too far away, or perhaps they destroyed the walls of Kasemayan slightly and fizzled out. Simonov's 14.5 by 114 mm rounds, which were fired in return, blew away the mage commander, who was apparently wearing heavy armor, like an empty can, and then slipped backward, taking several people with it. It was so powerful that it was impossible to confirm whether the enemy had barriers against physical attacks or not. In the end, the mortar shells that were fired in anticipation steadily slaughtered the fleeing mages. It's not clear if the dwarves have a basis in mathematics or if they have unusual intuition, but it's surprising to see that they're dropping bombs almost exactly where they're intended, even though they've had very little actual training. We wanted to crush the mage and the dragon cavalry as soon as possible, but we only succeeded with the mage. There is no sign of the wyvern yet. Joshua, the heavy infantry in front is moving. I saw the enemy's main force, the heavily armored infantry, harden their defenses with the drums, whistles, and flags signaled earlier. It seems that the ones that were stopped in a stiffly guarded position finally began to move forward at the next signal. I wondered if they couldn't determine their direction of movement because they couldn't see our soldiers, but either way, there was only one way out. We had no choice but to aim for the entrance of the canyon. The fact that we were kept waiting was probably due to confusion in the enemy's command, or perhaps they had an agenda of their own. But then again, how could they think of such a strategy? I think about it, but I don't believe in implementing it. It may be effective on the battlefield where the number of soldiers is the most important factor, but it is a huge waste of money, people, time, and effort. Miral and the surrounding dwarves watch the advance of the heavily armed infantry with half admiration and half dismay. I've never seen a dense formation in actual combat before. The speed is slow, but the defense is perfect, and the way they combine shields and spears and move in a dense formation is like a giant monster. No matter how brave the beastmen were, they would not be able to inflict even a scratch on 10 or 20 of them. They would be pushed, surrounded, and crushed to death. It's a way of fighting that beastmen, dwarves, and elves can't do and wouldn't even think of doing. If you're a history enthusiast, you'll appreciate this. That speed is nothing short of maddening when you're watching from above. Come on Joshua, let's get started. Okay, use your judgment and do it promptly, but keep track of how many you have left. Yes, leave it to me. Grandpa Kenneth, Grandpa Kelman, prepare for 2-1 through 2-4. Copy that. 2-1. 2-2, safety release. 2-3, 2-4, we are ready. First target is within range of effect. Not yet. A few more to go. 3.2.1, now. The old dwarves hit the remote control switch, and the group of heavily armed infantry disappeared in a cloud of dust. The first thing I heard was a thud in my gut, followed a moment later by the sound of the earth shaking, and then an explosion roared in my ears. The armor that had soared high into the air was blown up almost to our line of sight, torn apart and crushed into disintegrating wreckage that rained down on the enemy lines. After the blast had passed, there was a huge crater and a couple of thousand bodies of soldiers lying motionless on its outskirts. There was no trace of the remainder. Really, nothing. Everyone was at a loss for words. It wasn't a shock. We knew this would happen, and it turned out the way we expected. But our brains were having a hard time accepting the information. After a few minutes of silence, the old dwarves murmured in strangely flat voices. Thousands of, no, 10,000s of heavily armed infantry are pulverized. You've created this thing in your own country. It's not my country. Well, in terms of military might, my country is in the same boat. All right, rifle squad, on your marks. Yes. The elves on the city walls responded to Miral's instructions, who seemed to come to her senses quickly. Looking down below, I could see heavily armed cavalry troops that had bypassed the battlefield and were charging down the cliff at high speed. Some of the cavalry seemed to have lost their stride, perhaps due to the impact of the explosion. Even so, they bravely stitched their way through the horse fence and went around the barbed wire fence, aiming for the entrance to the canyon. They must be planning to break through and run up the slope to the main Kasemayan camp where we are. The main force was wearing silver armor and red cloaks. They were the cavalry of the King's Guard. T/N. I'm sorry if there are many mistakes in the command. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill, market. Chapter 35 to 36. Here's the chapter, enjoy. Chapter 35, Where's the Bullet? I was mistaken at first. I didn't know much about warfare against cavalry, and I hadn't thought about how to deal with it. So I thought that a horse fence was a barricade to prevent horses from charging. I wasn't completely wrong, though. Before the war began, Old Man Himan, a dwarf who was assigned to be a gunner at the machine gun position, was fixing barbed wire to logs to build a position and telling me about its effective placement. Cavalry soldiers have eyesight more than 10 times that of a normal human, and if they were to charge at us, even a spear or a war hammer, not to mention a sword or a bow, would not be able to deal with them. Therefore, it is true that the objective is to prevent them from rushing forward. However, he added, referring to the number of logs he had prepared and the size of the plains, stopping the rushing cavalry completely is impossible and pointless. Unless they're foolish, they won't come at you knowing that you can stop them. So, by showing them gaps and rough spots, you can make them think that they have broken through the enemy lines of their own volition and lead them on. Yes, for example, machine guns. In the space for annihilation. My name is Kirk Weissel of the 1st Kingsguard Cavalry. Now is the time to show the barbarians the courage of the Weissel family. The first one that jumped out at us was a strong knight holding a cavalry spear horizontally and flipping a crimson cloak over his shining silver armor. He was a nobleman of some sort, who had declared his affiliation and family name and declared himself the best spearman, and as he raised an exuberant yell, drunk with the intent to kill, his whole body was ripped apart by bullets. As the horse's body collapsed in a spray of blood, the rest of the horse was caught up and fell one after another. A few of the horses that tried to break through the side were also blown to the side by bullets that came from another direction. I wondered if some of the bullets with different damage at the time of impact were hunting warheads. I can't see them from my eyes because they are too far away. Without knowing what had happened, hundreds of cavalrymen fell, their consciousness cut off from their lives. Piles and piles of dead horses and soldiers blocked the way for the rest of them, obscuring their vision. The hesitation stops them in their tracks, kills their momentum, and kills them themselves. It was not a battle. It was just a slaughter. The group of light infantry that had rushed in, keeping their bodies low and using the corpses of the cavalry as shields, could not escape being overrun by gunfire. Their blood and flesh were trampled down by the horseshoes of the desperately struggling cavalrymen and mixed with the mud. No one could escape. No one can. The soldiers are blocked behind by their own troops, who continue to rush forward, and they throw themselves in front of the bullets as if they were being pushed out, and then they sink into the puddle of blood as dead bodies like a stream of work. An inaudible pleading cry of help or forgive me. A high-pitched chain of voices echoed in the air, but they were drowned out by gunfire and screams of rage, making them indistinct. I am looking down from a height of more than 100 meters at the dozens or hundreds of strong soldiers being slaughtered without a care in the world. In the big picture, it's like an anachronistic pachinko machine. The silvery grains rush toward the entrance of the canyon, bouncing here and there, making a big circle, but they get stuck in front of the big prize slot. The red and silver-colored grains are accumulating near the bottom of the machine. The hellish scene was quite comical to witness, but it turned out to be quite monotonous from a distance. This tragedy is still going on somewhere in the back of my mind, and then I let out a sigh. I can't run away, and I can't look away. This is the result of what I've started. The next thing I know, Myril is standing next to me, looking down at the disaster with a blank expression on her face. Both she and I are saving our ammunition for the second half of the battle, as our guns are short on range. The time we have on our hands reminds me of unnecessary emotion. So this is what hunting is all about, huh? Myril murmured quietly. Wrong. It's a mistake, a big mistake. Myril then returned to her mortar observation support. I agree with her. I absolutely agreed, but I didn't want to accept it. Yeah, you're right. I never thought this would happen either. No, That's a lie. I knew it. I understood it clearly. And it's going to be so much worse. I look at the sunspots floating in the sky in the direction of the royal capital. They were getting bigger and bigger. More than a dozen in total, or maybe more. This is the real deal I've been waiting for. The Winged Dragon. Chapter 36. Exploding Dragon Scales. Hoa. What's with this height? Whoa, it's fast. Stop shaking it. Hey, it'd be a disaster if we fell down like this. The sage's voice, as he was being shaken around on the hastily installed back seat, was laughed off with enthusiasm by the captain of the Magic Dragon Cavalry, Yelmei Inaman. It's okay. Sage Sama is surprisingly thin-hearted, isn't he? Winged dragons are flying on magic power instead of aerodynamics. As long as it doesn't take a direct hit from large-scale attack magic, the winged dragon will not fall. But hey, they have bows and arrows, too. It will be a target when flying, isn't it? Is that okay? No problem. No arrows can reach this altitude, and the winged dragons have strong dragon scales and the impenetrable magic barrier. This time, Yell left the troop commander's role to his second-in-command, May Eiffel, and guarded the sage at the very back. It's a shame that he can't take the lead, but in the first place, dragging out the dragon cavalry, the strongest force in the kingdom's army, to clean up the remnants of the savages is out of the ordinary. Now they are simply a bunch of losers with no strong walls, no powerful weapons, no friends to work with, and no wise leaders. It is the predecessors of the Magic Dragon Cavalry who made them the losers. Yell is proud to be a part of that lineage. But Yell stifled the sigh that had almost escaped his mouth. Is this person who is trembling in the back seat also a summoned person? The distrust is not only for the hero with his suspicious eyes but also for the saint who always hangs around with the knights. However, this sage is particularly timid, lazy, complacent, and fragile in body and mind. In addition, he doesn't seem to be very smart either. To put it simply, he is not just a force to be reckoned with but a complete liability to the kingdom's army. He seems to have a good amount of magic power, but he has no way to make use of it. Nor does he have any intention of studying it. Although he had been told early on when the war would start and told of his assigned role, he had not yet mastered any powerful offensive magic. The result is like this, Yell thought to himself as he tightened his grip on the reins. Well, no matter. The summoned individuals are merely the toys of the king. We will be breaking in. Yes, they're just above enemy territory, 1 mile high. The winged dragon was flying at full speed in the sky, where arrows and magic could not reach. When the dragon cavalrymen in the lead gave the signal, the winged dragon folded its huge wings, tilted its head, and began to plummet. Woo! The war would end quickly and easily. All the soldiers in the kingdom army thought so. The remnants of the subhumans numbered less than 100 against the 30,000 elite soldiers. A touch of armor and sleeves. Triumphs and awards. This was simply an act of showing off to the neighboring countries and to the people from the occupied territories who had the seeds of civil war. It was supposed to be strong dragon scales that a bow and arrow cannot damage. Radiant flames with long attack power and effective range. Overwhelming rushing power. Above all, its existence itself was the most powerful weapon that made those who saw it tremble. Even though it was considered a medium-sized dragon species, it was an absolute powerhouse that reigned in the sky in the natural world. Just by the intimidation of its roar, ordinary creatures are deprived of their ability to fight. A mere 100 or so subhumans, with an army of 10,000 in front of them, and if the rats come out, all the better, they will cut them down with a single swing of the sword. However, if they are planning to stay in their caves and play foolish games, they should be forced to lower their heads with simultaneous attacks from the mages, and when they are frozen and trembling, they should be subjected to punishment from above. But that didn't happen. The winged dragon in the lead, which had been screaming in response to the dive attack, was blown away, as was the commander, May Eiffel. The 2 following dragons were also shot in the wings and neck and fell flat on their backs. From the slightest trajectory, it appears to be a small piece of metal, which becomes countless shards of metal and flings the dragon cavalry away. Ridiculous. What about the magic barrier? Yell almost shouted, but then he realized. Yell noticed that the pale blue light vanished from the bodies of his subordinates who were falling down. It is a sign that the magic has been lifted because the magician is also dead. In other words, a weapon that can penetrate the dragon scale as well as the magic's barrier. On the ramparts of Kasemayan, the giant elven man, Kemik, was in command. On his shoulder was a long Simonov PTRS anti-tank rifle. He and the other 6 elven shooters around him with bar-light machine guns have spare ammunition on their hips, as much as they can carry without hindering their actions. Kamik desperately suppressed his impatience as he waited for the winged dragon to strike. The 7 elven warriors now waited impatiently, their hearts pounding like males on the verge of maturity. The winged dragon, once a symbol of fear and despair, is about to attack. As the Kasemayan Liberation Army chief, it was a given that Kamik would be on the front lines. The question was, where would it be? Where would be the most dangerous front line? The heavy machine gun, the Tiger Cub, had to be handed over to the dwarves who were skilled in handling metal and operating machinery. The next step was to find a role that would allow them to fully exercise their abilities as a forest dweller with a longbow, excellent eyesight, and stealthy movements. And they got it. Now, this place, this time. My firing is the signal to open fire. Get behind cover and prepare for bursts of flame. Yes. Aim for the first winged dragon, then shoot from there to the rear. Yes. They all understood what it was. They have confirmed over and over again, envisioned over and over again, and repeated over and over again. And yet, they still reaffirm it. The same actions, the exact words, the same quieting of the mind to unify their minds. Not yet. Let them get closer. The power of the bar, which uses 7.62 times 63 mm rounds, and Simonov, which uses 14.5 times 114 mm rounds, has a different order of magnitude, but the effective range itself is not that different. It was a quarter of a mile before the shooting reached its maximum effectiveness. This is a very close range for an elf's arm, trained with a longbow, and for the eyes of an elf at one with nature. With wind magic, even air resistance can be manipulated at will. It is impossible to miss. Now, let's get started. The 14.5 by 114 mm bullet that Kamik released with a shout definitely caught the winged dragon at the front and blew away its small head despite its huge body. The dragon's scales, which bounce off steel swords, its skull, which bounces off warhammers, its agility, which dodges longbow arrowheads, and even its magical barrier, which nullifies elven magic, are all rendered ineffective, and all are brought into contempt. The monster that ruled the sky is turned into a mere piece of meat, dragon knight and all. At the same time as Simonov's gunshot rang out, the 30-06, 7.62 times 63 mm rounds, from the 6 bars neutralized the following winged dragons one after another. The 2 dragons that were in vertical descent, the 4 dragons that were circling behind them in preparation from their descent, and the 6 dragons that had sensed the danger and were about to enter an evacuation maneuver were all blown out of their heads with a single shot, or collectively reduced to a beehive. Everything they see is just a target. It didn't matter if they were out of effective range or not, because Yoshua had said so. If you just want to reach it, it can reach more than half a mile. The elves' minds understood this. They could defeat an enemy that was more than half a mile away. It wasn't just the power of the elven longbow that humans feared. It is the precise aim, blessed by the wind. Direct or curved, as long as the arrowhead can reach the target, the elves can kill it. Ceasefire. Damn, only the one at the far end and the 2 guards got away. I think they guessed right. Though it's close to the limit of our bullets' range. They didn't get close enough for us to take them down. 2 dragon cavalries had given up on the attack early on and were trying to escape, and they didn't seem like they were going to join the fray. Their magic barriers were thicker and more elaborate than the others. Are they military observers or viceroy officers? In any case, they have escaped, but it will not end with them running away. They may come at any time. There's always time to kill them. Well done, boys. Yeah. The steel firearms Yoshua brought were a true nightmare for the kingdom's army, as well as for the subhumans. Everything that has been built up and defended up to now is denied once and for all. But still, Kamik smiled. The elves under his command also laughed out loud. Since the day they lost their country, friends, family, and pride, they had never laughed from the heart. The thought that they had wished for so much, so strongly, so sadly, and so disappointed, was burning in their hearts. We can reach them now. Yes, we won't lose anyone again. This time, I will definitely protect Kasemayan and the others. Yeah, the 7 of them here have not forgotten a single moment of what happened. They are long-lived elves, and a quarter of a century is as vivid a memory as if it were yesterday. That was the time when the kingdom's army invaded. They couldn't protect their friends, families, or compatriots. They couldn't even care for their dying comrades. They mourned everything and lived through it. As warriors, they have survived with a stigma on their backs as if they were dead. It was for this moment. No words were needed. They all felt it clearly. Everyone shared the same feeling, completely and clearly. Just now, they could finally feel it. A sense of reality, a response. The feeling that they had been rewarded. We have lived for this moment. Yeah. What the hell is this? I left the mortar seat to Miral and ran to the ramparts to check on the elves, who had quieted down. On the ground, the crushed dragon, winged dragon, or the super-huge remains of it, is lying here and there. There were also some bodies that looked like knights in armor. But all of the winged dragons and knights had had their heads blown off, probably by bullets, and their limbs were bent and crumpled from the impact of falling to the ground. Kamik, are you alright? The castle walls were scorched by the radiant flames of the winged dragon, and the wyvern that trammed into it was stuck in it. As I teleported to the top of the castle walls, I was greeted by the elves with a big smile on their faces. Kya-ha-ha-ha. Oh, Joshua, how are you doing, huh? Hey, that's not important right now. Are you okay? Phew, ha-ha-ha. I'm fine, of course. I've never been this fine in my entire life. Mew-fa-fa-foo. This bar is a wonderful thing. It's really a wonderful thing, you know? Q-kaku. Oh, yes. Strangely enough, I now have crazy love for Simonov. I don't need money, alcohol, or women when I have this guy. That's how much I love it. Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. Ha 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 ha. Hey, what's with these people? What's going on? They were all bloody and dirty, with scrapes and cuts and shredded hair and skin, and one of the elves had a leg bent in a weird way. So why do they look so happy? These guys are the type of people whose facial muscles don't usually work at all, let alone smile. However, the elves, even Kamik, who had been spreading animalistic intimidation and murderous intent, were all laughing heartily and happily. Dangerous. Did these guys hit their heads? I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 37. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 37. Flying Wyvern. Oh, Himan. I've reloaded the ammo. Yeah, the barrel heat is almost down. We're not done yet. In the machine gun range, we await a new enemy. The war began with a baptism of an explosive trap, which surprised the kingdom's army. It wasn't just the kingdom's army that was taken aback. Even we, who had been told in advance by Joshua and had taken countermeasures, almost fainted for a moment when we experienced it up close. If we hadn't gotten down at the signal from the wall, covered our ears, and opened our mouths so as not to break the eardrums or something inside our ears, we would have fainted for sure. From then on, it was all a disaster. Relying on a heavy machine gun that we had carefully maintained, we just kept firing bullets in desperation. No matter how many cavalry and infantry we killed, we kept shooting them at random. Fortunately, the heavy machine gun did not sulk or complain at all, and steadily poured lethal arrowheads into the enemy soldiers. But there is a limit to that. In addition to one heavy machine gun on each of the two gun turrets, there was only a handheld machine gun carried by the beastmen guarding us and a spare rapid-fire rifle. The RPKs were not able to take on all of them. The RPK doesn't have much of a role to play. Maybe you didn't need an escort, a young beastman said with a smile. Perun, a young werewolf with a strong body, was a brave man who had taken on a dangerous mission. He was forcing himself to look comfortable, but his limbs were shaking. Well, that's to be expected. There are no less than 300 enemy soldiers who have come to our guns alone. Don't be silly. We had a few close calls, didn't we? Oh, those handheld mechanical bows, they're difficult. If Miral Jouchin hadn't warned us over and over again, we could have been skewered. We must take the opportunity to retrieve it. The short iron arrows that the light infantrymen, who had crept up on us with deadly determination, had shot out at once were still stuck in the wall of the gun emplacement, their tips dripping a dull color of poison. Probably lethal poison. A mere graze by the arrowhead would have been the end. The simple violence of numbers is an irreplaceable and powerful weapon. If it weren't for the multiple layers of spiked coiled iron ropes, horse fences, and land-running dragon shells, it would have only been a matter of time before we were completely overrun. That's quite a feat. The heavy machine gun, There were no enemy soldiers in sight. It seems that those who were repeatedly charging like crazy are finally retreating and regaining their positions. If there were any wounded soldiers, they would have sent someone to collect them, but fortunately or unfortunately, no one could survive being shot by the machine gun. It was a very different war from the one we knew. It was so fierce that the enemy did not know when to back off. The battlefield is quiet now. This is the most nerve-wracking time in a long war. At times like this, the enemy, who is superior in numbers, is planning something and recommending a plan, and we, on the other hand, have nowhere to run and hide and no time to plot behind the scenes. From the enemy's point of view, the right thing to do is to retreat. There's no way they will retreat. The commander is a nobleman of the kingdom, you know. Perun brushed aside my wishful thinking. I know, but I don't want to hear it. Not because of interest, but because of honor. It's tricky. You're right. 100 subhumans defeated 30,000 troops, and they'll be hanged when they return. In any case, from their point of view, they haven't even raised a single subhuman's head, let alone defeated us. I don't think that's acceptable at all. On the contrary, they probably don't understand what happened after losing half of their army. I handed Perun and Kareta, who had accompanied me to my death place as my ammunition handlers, a package that was stacked at the corner of the gun emplacement. In battle, the best time to fight is when you have the upper hand. Take this opportunity to drink some water and eat some food. Yes. Joshua brought in a muarui, MRI, canned food, and better boat oru, pet bottle. They are strange in color, appearance, and name, but the taste is not so bad. We remained vigilant with our guns at our side as we devoured the stew-like mixture of meat and grain with spoons made of a strange material. That's a hand signal. Dotto. Kareta, who was looking at the wall, tilted his head and looked at us with a chuckle on his face. What's the matter, old man Kareta? You look so weird. The elves crashed the winged dragons, it seems. Oh. They were flying over us. I could see radiant flames. I hope no one was killed. So how many did they kill? 14. They say, huh? Miroljauchin recited it. That seems to be right. They just killed 14 wyverns. Hey, they did a hell of a job. It's not just that. Only those with tremendous luck, great skill, and the unbelievable nerve can pull off the miracle, and often at the cost of excruciating sacrifice, of killing a dragon once in a lifetime. 14 wyverns with 7 men? What kind of a joke is that? I don't know. So, I heard that there would be wyvern carriage for dinner. She says we should look forward to it. We're going to eat a wyvern? And carriage? What's that? I don't know. But she wants us to look forward to it, so it must be good. The kingdom's army, which had been retreating slightly and looking for an opening, finally retreated completely after waiting for nightfall. However, they have only retreated to the edge of the plain, and it seems that they still have the will to fight. I wondered if the soldiers at the end of the line still had it in them. Wait for me. I teleported to the canyon entrance and brought back the dwarves in the machine gun emplacement and a beastman that was guarding them. Of course, the machine guns and assault rifles, as well as the ammo, were also stored. I wouldn't leave anything that could be stolen by the kingdom's soldiers, but I did set a few traps so that we would know if someone broke in. Whether or not we will send the dwarves to the machine gun range again tomorrow morning is yet to be determined. In any case, we'll have to wait and see what happens. Well, good night, old man. That was a great battle. How many did you kill? 500? 1,000? I couldn't count past 100. We just had to beat the hell out of them. Well, from what I could see from up there, it couldn't have been more than 1,000. If I don't store the corpses at least once during the night, they'll create a barrier in front of the gun emplacements, preventing us from shooting. At the moment, I leave the traps behind the corpses to hide them, but it's not hygienic to do so. Joshua, the meat is ready. Thank you very much. Now, please sprinkle this on the meat. The women cut up the meat and prepared it according to a recipe I had prepared. When I heard that winged dragons tasted similar to chicken, I wanted to eat some deep-fried chicken, so I asked if anything was similar here. The subhuman culture and the culture around here are not familiar with deep-fried food, so naturally, I couldn't get through to them, so I decided to make something up. Instead of garlic, I mixed some herbs that are said to be good for the health, seasoned them with salt, and used a mixture of flour, corn flour, and eggs as the batter. It was impossible to fry all of the meat given the huge size of the winged dragons, so we decided to eat only the 2 that looked the most delicious, focusing on the parts that looked the best. Of course, I couldn't make a choice, So I asked the beast women, who seemed to know a lot about meat selection, to do it for me. The leftover meat is supposed to be salted or dried before it gets damaged. Either winged dragon bacon or winged dragon jerky. I'm really excited about that. Hey, Kamik, as an elf, I wonder if you know if winged dragons are tasty. I don't know. I have never heard of anyone who has eaten one. That may be true. At any rate, they are hard to defeat. As I listened to him, I heard that he had overheard the elders of the elves say that they had read about it in literature. It was just a matter of overhearing. Surprisingly, one of the dwarves had read the book itself. Or rather, it was the old man Hyman. I thought he was a muscle brain type, but he was more intellectual than I thought. Among the dragon species, the winged dragons fly, so they don't have much fat in their flesh. Some say they are dry and unpalatable, and others say that their meat smells terrible. However, I think there were many negative comments in the human literature. Perhaps they were trying to keep the dragon cavalry from losing their strength by giving them crazy ideas. It's absolutely disgusting, so don't kill and eat them by mistake. Yeah, that sounds likely. Anyway, I poured a lot of oil into 2 large pots, probably corn oil, which was in the food I got from Simon, and tried to make a fried winged dragon. The sound of it frying and the smell of it made everyone around me gasp. It looks much tastier than I expected, and it's more like a fritter than carriage, though. I'll make some fried potatoes to go with it. Miral, can you cut them like this? Fried potatoes? That's an interesting idea. Is this a dish from Joshua's homeland? Yes. Well, it's not really a dish from my country, but it was very popular in my country. We added more stoves and a large pot and fried away at a steady pace. A huge pile of fried food and French fries was piling up. I took pity on the beastman children who were drooling and holding back, so I started to share the food with them. I'll have to thank the ladies in charge of cooking something else. Hey, Joshua, is it okay? Can we eat now? Yes, it's hot, so be careful. Yay, itadakimasu. Oh. The beastman children also say itadakimasu. Hot. Hey kids, you should listen to what people are saying. It's hot, so blow it off. Blow it off. I looked to the side and saw Miral looking at me with tears in her eyes. Probably because she had put some fried chicken in her mouth, and it was too hot. You should also blow it off. Good grief. In front of the frying pan, I also took a small piece of the batter. The batter was crispy and chewy, and the juices poured out of it. There was no strange taste or smell, just a rich and complex flavor similar to that of Jibi cuisine and herb chicken. This is delicious, Joshua. This is amazingly delicious. Yes, there's no smell at all. Is this because it's fresh? Maybe it's because it was bred. Even wild beasts and magical beasts, such as carcass eaters and omnivores, can have a foul smell. I don't think they were bred, but they may be ate good food, so their meat tasted better. The dwarves are talking about dragon meat giving them energy and magic power, but I don't know if that's true. But it was clear to me that it was simply delicious. The meat is juicy and chewy, not dry at all. If it's like chicken breast, it might get dry when it gets cold. It's very tasty. Joshua not only slaughtered the enemy's beast but also made it into such an excellent dish. I am flattered that you are enjoying it. But we should thank all the elves for hunting it down for us. The elves are all chewing on it, but they look happy. Is it delicious? That's good then. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've made something for the first time since I came to this world. Ever since I was summoned, I've been running away, destroying, killing, and robbing, and now, finally, I think I've created something. It's a strange feeling. It's just fried chicken, but it seems so important. What's the matter, Joshua? Why aren't you eating? If you don't eat soon, they will eat it all up. I'll eat it. Yes, it tastes really good. I'm so happy when people eat everything I cook. The women in charge of cooking also beckoned me with smiles as they ate. Even though we were in the middle of a hard battle, I felt a bit relieved. Joshua, the winged dragon is good, but these potatoes are so delicious. I think it is because they were cooked in the same pot, so the fat from the winged dragon has soaked into them. It tastes and smells so rich, it gives you a sense of power. Joshua, come here, come here. Invited by the children, I walked into the circle of the feast with Miral. Surrounded by smiling faces, a warm feeling spreads deep in my chest. I was enjoying my brief moment of happiness. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew that this kind of time would not last forever. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 38. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 38. Reunion. Before dawn, as we slept near the city walls with the patrol in a battle-ready position, we were awakened by the sound of explosions coming from the plain side. The patrol immediately informed us of the situation. Someone had moved the bodies of the kingdom soldiers that had fallen in the vicinity of the machine gun emplacement. The machine gun emplacement was now empty. The old dwarves have been sent to a place protected by the city walls to rest and maintain their guns in preparation for the next battle. During their absence, I had set up a few grenade traps, mainly to protect the gun emplacements from ambushes and saboteurs, and one of the traps had exploded. Looking down from the edge of the city wall, I saw 3 soldiers who had infiltrated the gun emplacement stagger and fall down. One of them writhed in pain as he was hit by the splinters, while the other stumbled over him and fell down, screaming curse words at the subhumans. One of them started to limp back to his position, but suddenly crouched down, fell forward, and stopped moving. The handmade explosives I had procured from Simon were mainly the kind that could blow up military vehicles, which in this world would have the tremendous destructive power of the level of strategic attack magic, but the grenades were for ordinary anti-personnel use. For some reason, the stock was low in the market. I don't know if this is true or not. Maybe they were stocking up, so all I got was very old ones. The oval and pineapple-shaped ones were better, and some of them even had wooden handles. I didn't expect them to be nearly a century old. Of course, there was a possibility that there were some duds mixed in, so the price was almost the same as the IDs. The low price was fine, but the risk of it not detonating on time made me stop using it in combat. A delayed detonation is scary, but an outburst would be fatal. So, it's all for traps. 4 light infantrymen from the enemy camp are coming to rescue them. The beastman soldier in charge of surveillance tells me. I let out a small breath and gestured for the beastman shooters to remain silent. Everyone nodded and paid attention to my actions. The kingdom's soldiers, dressed in armor and leather armor, would not be killed easily by the grenade splinters, but it has cruel consequences for them. They were screaming, groaning, and calling for help, and these 4 brave soldiers approached to rescue their comrades in arms. I pulled out the M1903 I had reserved for myself from my storage. I had some practice with the scoped bolt-action rifle with the beastman. It was for an emergency, and now it was probably the time for it. I shoot a 30-06 in the leg of a soldier who is desperately trying to carry his wounded comrade back to their camp. The soldier who had been shot rolls over and screams. The 3 remaining soldiers, who were unharmed, had probably sensed the situation and were hiding in the surrounding protection, looking for an opportunity to escape. I lowered my rifle, but in the end, they escaped and went to report to their own camp. Sooner or later, they will tell the kingdom's army about this sniper. Those who approach in hiding will be hurt, and those who come to their aid will be targeted. Eventually, the kingdom's army will come back with a violent assault, relying on their numbers. When that happens, we will have no choice but to use all of our strength to subdue them with bullets, explosions, snipers, and assassinations. But first, we must do all we can. We will take away the will to fight from the kingdom's soldiers. We will remind them that their lives are in our hands and that we can kill them at any time, from anywhere. The fear of not being able to escape certain death, the sense of helplessness of not being able to save their wounded and crying friends. I want to instill that in their minds, and for that, I'm going to. No, Joshua. I'm sorry, Miral, and also everyone else. I will accept any and all accusations and abuses, but only when this war is over. Until then, I don't want anyone in Kasemayan to get hurt. I won't show mercy to the enemy. I will use every dirty trick in my book. I know, and no one is going to blame you. What I want is. That's right, Joshua. You should not carry this burden all by yourself. When I turned around, Miral and the beastman shooters were looking at me with troubled smiles on their faces. You consider us to be your friends, don't you? If the subhumans are important to you, you'll understand, right? That we care about you, too. We've made up our minds. Have faith in us. Okay. I'll check again. We will be sniping at soldiers moving in unison. The first target, the commander. The second target, those with the most weapons and baggage. Only one of those groups will be taken down. Try not to kill them if possible. We'll cripple them and slow them down. Yes. The effect was immediate. Small units of troops lost their functions, and many of them retreated, dispersed, or fled. This was especially true of the small units that had been grouped together in cloaks of the same color, which seemed to be the noble armies of the weaker territories that had been assembled under the orders of the kingdom's army. When they lost their commander, they immediately lost their will to fight and began to retreat at once. Next were the disparately dressed troops, probably mercenaries. When one of them was defeated, they began to desert the battlefield, throwing away their weapons, equipment, and wounded comrades, leaving their possessions behind. As expected from you, Joshua. Just to be clear, Miral, you're not being sarcastic, are you? Of course not. I'm genuinely, sincerely impressed. I admire you for your unyielding deviousness. That's terrible. Well, Jouchen and the others, I think it's time for us to go back to our caves. Joshua, could you give us a ride, please? 2 dwarven machine gunners, 2 ammunition handlers, and 2 beastmen as guards. They were all holding me by the shoulders with big smiles on their faces. Let me tell you something first. Joshua, you're a good guy. You've given us something wonderful. Stop saying about places to die. If that happens, no one else will drive us and give us machine guns anymore. Ha! Don't be ridiculous. You're making a terrible misunderstanding. Yeah, we're going to win this war. We're going to kick their asses. We're going to beat them to a pulp and tear the kingdom's army to pieces. Perun, a werewolf with an RPK on his shoulder, laughs at me. What's great is the gun. We're finally able to defend our pride now that we have this thing. And now, after yesterday's battle, it's our pride itself. That's right. We feel it now. It's an irreplaceable bond, just like the love I once had for my wife. They're starting to sound like a certain fat guy with a smile. When I looked away, I saw that the shooters with the M1903 rifles and the elves on the walls were nodding with satisfied smiles. Is it okay to leave this behind? Miral-san? This Uzi and I are already connected. Even though I've only known it for a while, it's almost as if it's my own flesh and blood. My Miral-san. It's no good. I have to do something about these people. The sound of flutes and drums began to echo below my quiet, shaken eyes. Although the kingdom's army has begun to lose soldiers at a rate faster than the teeth of a comb can fall out, they still seem unwilling to admit defeat. They lost their heavy infantry troops, had their wyvern troops destroyed, and had their local noble troops flee, but they are still steadily advancing towards Kasemayan. Both sides have come to the point where they can no longer retreat. I think the kingdom army got what they deserved, but I sympathize with the ordinary soldiers who got caught up in it. There they are. All soldiers, move to your positions. With the remaining several thousand infantrymen in tow, a mixed cavalry unit of about 1,000, with a variety of weapons, equipment, and cloak colors, moved forward. At the front of them was a man in golden armor with a silver sword. With his back straight and his posture resolute, the man looked as if he had been reborn. Ah, finally. You are finally coming out. Huh? I smiled. I smiled at the man in the distance. Now. Bring it on, Kingdom Hero. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill, market. Chapter 39. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 39. Calling. The kingdom's army troops come to a halt about 300 meters in front of the cliffs where the city walls are placed. They are within range of our heavy machine guns and rifles, but I raise my hand and order everyone to stop firing. I don't know what the hero will do, but I'm going to wait and see and decide accordingly. If he wants to surrender, it depends on the conditions. Come out, Demon King. Huh? I can clearly hear the voice of that depressing gorilla macho, despite the considerable distance. It must be some kind of loudspeaker magic, but that doesn't matter now. Who's the Demon King? I'm at a loss for reaction and turn to look at Miral-san. Oh man, I wonder what that guy is talking about. Tilda? I'm trying to get her to agree with me, but she doesn't even make eye contact with me. I asked the beastman shooters on the other side, and they just nodded with a wry smile. Hey, wait a minute. What's that all about? Well, the Demon King, pretty sure it's Joshua. That's a strange thing to say. No, why? You're the one who took this innocent, middle-aged salaryman, you know? I'm not sure what you mean by innocent middle-aged. But whatever the case, you are the Demon King for the kingdom's army. It can't be helped. There's no way I can accept that. I don't have any demon subordinates or even acquaintances, and I've never seen anything other than dragons. That's quite negligent for a Demon King. Don't proceed with your decision on the Demon King position. I mean, is there really such a thing as a Demon King? I've heard that it used to exist, but I don't know what it really was. Demon King. I've known you're a demon since I saw the power you displayed in the White Room. Shut up, Euphemosis. I'm only a merchant. It seems that calling me a Demon King is already established, but I don't know what that gorilla wants to do. So much for plotting against innocent people. If you don't come out, I'll kill the subhumans one by one. The atmosphere of those who were standing on the city walls froze at those mangled words. Miro looked through the binoculars and handed it to me, spitting out a small curse. At the end of the plain, I could see the main camp of the kingdom's army, decorated with magnificent banners. It must have been nearly 2 kilometers away. There were several stakes set up at even intervals, which had not been there until yesterday. I could see a few figures on and around the stakes, but my eyesight was not good enough to identify them. The one standing next to the stakes is probably the first prince of the kingdom. The unfamiliar man and woman next to him are probably a sage and a saint, protected by nearly 30 soldiers and mages. I don't care about that. Are those really subhumans that are tied to the stakes? There are 3 beastmen children, an elf and a dwarf. Miryl's face paled as she looked back at them. Do you know them by any chance? Yes. That's Miss N, my little sister. Her voice was trembling, thinner, and more fragile than I had ever heard it before. Why is she here? I thought she had led the people to the tribal union. I'm not sure if I should mention this, Ju-chan, but on the side of the union that's close to the kingdom, many of the chiefs are controlled by the kingdom. It's also possible that they've been sold or captured by them. No way. How many goods we have accumulated, and how many hostages they have taken. We'll talk about that later. They're still alive, aren't they? Why yes. Now. They're still. My eyes can't see clearly, but I can see a slight reddish black from the silhouette. Is that blood? You've got to be kidding me. Meryl held my arm tightly as I tried to push the binoculars away and jump out. She spoke quickly, holding me on as if she would never let me go. There are about 10 mages packed into the camp. They've already seen Joshua's tactics in yesterday's battle, so their job is to put up a magic's barrier or a barrier to block magic power in case of attack. On top of that, there are nearly 20 heavily armed infantry. Isn't it obvious that it's a trap? You're right. Then let's take a look at the situation. It's a trap. So what? What? A trap? Enclosing walls? Barriers? Who cares? I warned them so much, and they still messed with my people. It means they're already prepared to die, right? Then I'll give them what they want. But Joshua, if he is the hero you spoke of, he knows your guns, bombs, storage, and teleportation, right? If you go in like this, you'll end up in the enemy's grasp. I don't give a shit about that. I shake off Meryl's hand. I saw out of the corner of my eye that my binoculars had flown off, and Yada, the tiger girl, had narrowly caught it. Everyone around us seemed to be having trouble dealing with Meryl and me, but I had no intention of retreating at this point. I don't care what anyone says, I'm not going to back down. If you want to be a coward, that's fine, but don't get in my way. If you keep babbling on like this, don't make fun of me, Jeffy. I was thrown forward by a sharp hook that pierced my liver. My eyes go dark, and I can't hear anything. I'm not exactly dying in agony like the thugs in the royal capital, so maybe she took it easy on me. But I'm losing a lot of HP. It's like a revolving lantern. I could see the old lady in Koriyama waving at me. Status. Name, Yoshiaki Takefu. Occupation, Merchant of Death, Terrorist, Guardian of the Subhumans, Observer of Malice, Deep Fried Una-chan, Demon King. Rank, 06. Physical Strength, 174. Magic, 892. Attack, 621. Resistance, 789. Defense, 796. Agility, 887. Intelligence, 390. Bond, 11. Skills, Appraisal, 131. Teleportation, 1232. Storage, 1457. Market, 1976. T/N. I changed cordage to Bond because it seems that a lot of you were complaining about this. Well, I thought it has the same meaning since Ch novel also used it in the realist hero novel. I shouldn't have looked at it. There was no point in looking at it. It's just more weird stuff. There is no information that can be put to good use, and there is no indication of how to use my abilities. However, the fact that the basic parameters have been increased by an unbelievable amount, but the physical strength is strangely low is definitely due to the effect of the Nojulilai hook. Hey, Are you okay, Joshua? I'm fine. It seems that one of the elves cast a healing spell on me. I don't know if my physical strength increased because I had turned off my status, but I managed to get up. When I looked up, I saw Meryl staring at me with a crying, shaking face. She and I both had nowhere to go with our emotions. She may be angry, hateful, sad, but most of all, she is scared. She must have lost something that she had almost regained, and I'm sure she's been through this many times before. I stroked the dwarf girl's head, which seemed to be on the verge of tears again, and patted it awkwardly. It's a good punch, Meryl. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. That cooled my head off. Thanks for the help. Really, I've been thinking that I should just go in there and kill everyone without thinking before. I hugged her fluffy curly hair to my chest and called out to Kamik with my eyes. The giant anti-tank rifleman came right over to me. And then, it's no problem. We just need to break the coordination of the mages. We only have to destroy the top mages that are concentrating their magic power. The distance is within range. It's easy. As soon as he understood my intentions, he came up with a plan. It's not within effective range, but the elves seem to think that they can hit at maximum range. And indeed, they do. In addition to their high mobility and eyesight, elves are extraordinary individuals with an aptitude for magic and marksmanship. For them, a bunch of human mages would be nothing compared to what they can do. I have no choice but to trust them here. Judging by the nods from the surrounding elves, the idea seems to be highly effective. I'll take it. When I nodded, Kamik smiled like a maniac. Time is up, Demon King. I'll kill the first one. At the same time that the hero, who has become a filthy scum, shouts out, Kamik fires his Simonov. 4 shots in a row. At a time interval from the thunderous sound, I saw some sort of translucent shards of glass shattering in the main camp of the kingdom, like a splash of water. Shortly afterward, something reddish-blacks burst from behind it. Ha! Watch it, arseholes. All right, Joshua. Go. Blow them to smithereens. Yes. I teleported to the main camp at once. The AKM bullets are struck one by one into the mages, who are shaken when they see me suddenly appear in front of them. It seems that the remaining mages were not strong enough to stop the 7.62 by 39mm bullets. Regardless of the magic's barrier or barriers, the mages are all dead with their chest plates gouged out and vomiting blood. The heavily armed infantry was next. They hurriedly put up their shields, but I don't care. I'm going to kill them all. You've already lost your magic support. Don't think you can stop me with armor and shields. All hands, shield up. The surrounding heavily armed infantry, who seemed to have a collection of a good amount of elite, combined their tower-shaped shields and took a position of encirclement and extermination. While changing magazines, I tossed a grenade into a gap at their feet. A leftover antique from a trap. I throw it into the distance just in case and keep my distance, spraying a rain of splinters inside the shield defense. As they screamed and broke formation, I fired my AKM in a barrage of single shots, 30 rounds of 7.62mm piercing the armor and creating a pile of corpses. Don't panic, just hold your shield at an angle, and it will bounce off. Some of them seem only to have a little brain. I don't know if it will work, though. Those who were hiding behind the shields and looking for an opportunity to strike were blasted in the toes by short machine gun point-blank shots, and when they lost their stance, their helmets were shot off one after another, turning them into corpses in no time. Submachine gun? It's a little boring, isn't it? Is this really how they greeted us? Joshua? Wait, what are you doing here? No, Jalalineen. Where did you come from? What are you doing? Can you not just stand there? Everyone's watching. They're probably watching. The subhumans can see us from the city walls and with the naked eye. Don't be afraid. Surround them with numbers and kill. Try it yourself, if you can. With a natural motion of pointing, Meryl sent a death bullet from the Uzi. The head of the commander who was hit in the eye socket flipped over as if he had been hit with an uppercut, and he fell flat on his back. One of the bullets struck the soldier in the eye as he tried to turn around, another one in the eye of the soldier who was about to come at me. Their eyes, I can see them, in this distance. I can't help but shudder at the sound of Meryl's happy whisper. At this distance, she will not miss again. As long as she shoots out the eyeball, armor is meaningless. As she pointed the muzzle of her gun at them, one by one, with each shot, their eyeballs and lives were shot out and popped. A group of strong, heavily armed infantrymen surrounded a small, pretty girl, but they just couldn't step forward. The kingdom's soldiers, who don't know anything about firearms, can't even identify the moment when the magazine is changed, and even if they do, they can't do anything about it with their skill, which only takes 2 seconds to change. You shall learn of our wrath. Meryl uses her right hand for the Uzi, and her left hand for the M1911 copy, in a move that looks like something out of an action movie, to take out the heavily armed infantry in one fell swoop. It seems that my turn will not come. I leave the scene with eye contact with her and approach the prince or whatever he is standing in front of the stake. The sage and the saint have either fled or gone into hiding, and the only person waiting for me is a man in the armor of a Kingsguard cavalryman. I don't know why the prince is dressed as a Kingsguard, and I'm not interested either. Hey, Red Cape, release the hostages now. Don't be ridiculous. Drop your weapon, or you'll be. Enough. I get it. I shoot him in the stomach with my AKM. I didn't even check to see if it was the prince, but the man died without a scream. Kaiwa, prince. The one screaming in the shadows of the tent was the saint from before. She was covered in some kind of paint, like the queen, and her hair was wrapped around her head, making her look weird, like a foreigner in a comedy show. I don't care. It looks like she's desperately trying to cast a healing spell on the prince, but the distance is too great for her to reach him. Even if it did reach him, he would still be dead. A thin, handsome man who seems to have become a sage, perhaps as a guard for the saint, holds up his staff, and I point my AKM at him. Before I count to 10, take her and disappear. If you ever stand in front of me again, I'll kill you. You think you can just go away after killing the first prince? I think so. What the hell are you talking about now, huh? In fact, I have already killed the third prince, so adding more princes won't change anything. If you have a problem with that, come and get me, you scum. The third prince? Is it the one who went missing? Missing? I thought I left his body on the side of the road. Don't be ridiculous. His Majesty the King will not give up on those who harm the royal family, no matter who they are. He will kill you all, no matter what the cost. Huh? I don't know what's affecting you so much that you're talking like a madman. But do you understand what's going on here? You can shoot me if you want. We will burn the subhumans out of their dens and exterminate them all. I shot the sage in the knee, first, the left. A 7.62mm bullet will not only puncture the knee but almost tear it to pieces. Ah well. I've lost interest in you, Jaya. That's right. It's not just the hero that's tainted by this shitty chosen people mindset. You were not just being ordered around, but you were also on the side of the kingdom. Right? Sorry. Please don't kill me. Please. We're both Japanese, aren't we? What's the matter with this guy now? I shot the sage in the knee again, this time on the right. We're not the same, you shit. I'm sick to the stomach just thinking that people like you are Japanese. I leave the saint, who is desperately trying to cast a healing spell on the sage, behind as I remove the hostages from the stake. Are you okay? Of course. They're just a bunch of small fry. Who do you think I am? Meryl came running up to me immediately. The young girl, who, instead of having a flower but a 45 in each hand, smiled with relief when she saw the hostage that had been lowered from the stake. Meryl tilted her head suspiciously at the saint, who was collapsed on top of the sage, probably because the healing had exhausted her magic power. You don't kill women? I didn't kill the man either. Those two are the countrymen who were summoned with me. Did you take mercy on them? No, the opposite. I felt so much hatred for them that I wanted to make them suffer more than kill them. A living hell in a foreign land with no friends and no one to rely on. That's really like you. All right, just give me a little more time. I will get you out soon. The subhuman hostages we freed were all young children. They were all so tiny and light that it was painful to look at them. As I held them all together, Meryl smiled and clung to my back. The way she holds my belt in both her tiny hands and clings to me is really like a wild child. So, you followed me with my teleportation? Yes, because Joshua and I are inseparable, aren't we? I don't think so, but that's okay. With the children all over my body, I teleported towards the city walls, where gunfire rang out. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill, market. Chapter 40. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 40. Burning Canyon. I'm back now. The area in front of the city walls that I had returned to after the teleportation was the very battlefield itself. The shooters, who were mainly using bolt-action rifles, were firing as much as they could with clips of 5 rounds each of 30-06 ammunition. Even so, The number of shots was insufficient to deal with the nearly 1,000 enemy troops surging toward us. The heavy machine guns bellowing in the gun emplacements are mowing the enemy down one after another, but they haven't been able to stop their rush completely. The firing intervals seem to have become erratic. It's also possible that there is a problem with the engine or the gun's barrel due to heat that even the dwarves can't eliminate. When I turned around at the sound of a scream, I saw that a rain of arrows was about to rain down on us from the enemy archers' simultaneous projectiles. The soldiers of Kasemayan are armed with firearms and have high offensive capabilities, but they are bare bodies with almost no defense. If an arrowhead hit them, they would die easily. Storage. My voice trailed off a bit. It's unnecessary to shout, but when you're in a dangerous situation, you can't help but say it out loud to be a little more certain. The impact of the arrows, or whatever you want to call them, disappears at once, and after a moment's pause, the shooters cheer. I also tried to see if I could store the armor of the enemy soldiers, but after stripping a few of them from the front row, I realized that it was too inefficient and decided to stop. The distance that can be stored is about 100 meters, and since there appears to be no range effect at the maximum distance, each person needs to be specified individually. Yeah, it's useless. Joshua, Shuchan, are you okay? We're fine, but someone's hurt. Who can use healing magic now? Leave it to me, I'll take care of it. The dwarf and beastman women took the rescued children from me, separated them into two groups, and carried them inside the castle walls. Meryl patted me on the back as I watched them go. It's all right now. The church is full of elves, they should be able to heal them soon. Okay, then, let's go in. The last of the kingdom's troops had begun their assault, as I could tell from the sound of gunfire and the roar of the crowd. I'm sure the bodies that had piled up around the machine gun emplacement after the dwarves were sent off this morning were easily stored, but when I looked down, I saw a new pile of bodies in front of the gun emplacement. I can't bear to look at them, even though they're enemies. Is there any other way except to plunge in so thoughtlessly? I've given it some thought. But even if I were in their shoes, I couldn't think of any other practical way. It's horrible. No, don't look at me like that. The fact is that there is nothing I can do about it. The Japanese army in the Russo-Japanese War was like that, and in World War I as well. To deal with machine guns protected by redoubts, you can either dig trenches and approach them, crush them with artillery, spray them with poison gas, send in tanks, or, as the kingdom's army is doing now and as the Japanese army did in the Russo-Japanese War, you can use manpower to build a mountain of corpses and charge in. Every time the heavy machine guns howled, the kingdom's soldiers fell in a heap. Horses that had started to charge collapsed in a pile, and the rest of the troops who were caught up in the fray died in a spray of blood. A group of cavalrymen, speeding up in a large circle, rushed toward the canyon, weaving through the rain of bullets at high speed. Homemade bombs buried under the wagons blew up a group of light infantry who had sought shelter from the rain of bullets and hid behind a pile of wagons. No one moves after being reamed out by the blast and steel fragments. Indiscriminate death scattered about. Even if it's by the standards of this world where magic is used, it might be more unreasonable than attack magic because magic defense and detection are ineffective. Joshua, the machine gun emplacement has been cornered. I hurriedly looked at it, but it was not a battle against the gun emplacement. It was a desperate assault against the canyon after overcoming numerous sacrifices to break through the kill zone. Rifleman. No, I can't aim at that angle anymore. Stop. No need to deal with those who have entered the canyon. Just aim at the soldiers on the plain. Yes. Meryl and I moved to the top of the cliff, where we can see down into the canyon. They succeeded in breaking through with just under 30 cavalry and 5 to 60 infantry. Without slowing down and without looking back, they continued to run deeper into the canyon. Once they crossed, there was a slope leading to the walls of Kasemayan. For the kingdom's army, we are still a small force. If they can send even a single soldier there and disrupt the battle line from the rear, they think they still have a chance to win. But they don't understand. Why haven't they heard from the distraction force that was supposed to have bypassed the plains and come around the north side of Kasemayan from the dark forest before the war started? Maybe the soldiers on the front lines haven't even been told about the separate force. Joshua, let's use napalm on the enemy soldiers in the canyon. Copy that. All hands prepare for impact. Meryl, hand signals to the machine guns. Roger that. There are several people who I taught to use hand signals as a means of communication between the machine gun emplacements and the city walls, but Meryl is the fastest and most reliable. Her movements were fast, concise, and without hesitation. Joshua. Machine gun emplacement responding. Ready. Ready. On my count of 3, 2, 1. There is a momentary pause in the sound of gunfire from the machine gun emplacement as the bombs drop. A group of cavalry and infantry took advantage of the opportunity and ran further into the canyon. It seems that it was the hero who was at the end of the line, without knowing the consequences of doing so. Drop, drop, drop. At the top of the canyon, the beastmen and dwarves who had been standing at intervals facing down from the cliffs threw down homemade bombs at my signal. The bombs were not the remote-controlled explosive type that was used at the beginning of the war, but a type that was set to detonate on impact from the fall. It was large in size, with tanks of various shapes attached to it. I don't know the composition or source of the chemical, but I've seen what it looks like. Of course, not in real life, but as a scene from an online video or movie. Yeah. Evade, evade, evade. After a short pause, a tremendous expansion sound echoed through the air. The flame that spread throughout the narrow canyon lost its way and erupted on the cliff. The flames and heat that erupted from the cliff's edge caused the beastmen to stop firing their weapons and gasp in fear. The dwarves and elves are not perturbed, but their faces are frozen in stunned silence. We're in the middle of a battle. Stay sharp. I will check the results. Everyone take care of the remaining enemies. Yeah, there is no point in wasting manpower in a situation where the battle is still going on. I'm the best person to deal with it in case of an emergency. I know that. It's something I've come up with myself. Nevertheless, I had to be somewhat prepared to see the devastation. I didn't hear any screams, but the foul smell of burning flesh wafted up to the top of the cliff. The charred remains of the soldiers were lying at the bottom of the cliff in what is called the boxer's position. If Casamayan is to be reconstructed after the war, all the bodies of the kingdom's soldiers, and horses, lying around must be collected and buried or thrown away somewhere. I think I'm the only one who can do that, and I think it's something I should do. Just the thought of storing tens of thousands of dead enemy bodies in storage, not even in their original condition, is enough to make me feel heavy in the pit of my stomach. As I moved around, I saw that there were a few soldiers who had escaped instant death and were screaming and groaning. It was just a matter of time. With severe burns all over their bodies and not being able to move much, they would soon go quiet. Surely, I'll go to hell. Even an atheist can see that. The person who orchestrated such a mass murder will not die well. It was my own choice. I have no regrets now. There was only one person struggling and moving at the entrance of the canyon. It was the hero. I felt a psychological shock as he stood up slowly, but he didn't seem to have suffered much damage physically, perhaps because of the magic barrier or some kind of blessing. He must have entered the canyon at the tail end and was blown away by the blast and survived as a result. I don't know if that's fortunate or not. The hero finally stood up and let out a muffled scream. He stood there, his voice trembling as if he was crying, stiffened by the sight of the burnt bodies of his own soldiers stacked up in the canyon. Eventually, he felt my eyes on him and slowly looked up at me. We stared at each other in silence for a while. Up and down the cliff, 120 meters apart. It was a long way for us to see eye to eye, but I could see it. It felt like a distance I could reach, a distance I could feel. There was no anger, hatred, fear, or anything else in the eyes of the hero. It didn't even look like he recognized me. The hero's eyes were dead. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 41. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 41. The time to end. The next thing I knew, the battle was over. The last of the soldiers had been defeated, and there was no one moving on the plain. The beastman who was guarding the dwarves came out from the gun emplacements and quietly waved their hands to the shooters in front of the city walls. Everyone's faces were covered in soot from the dust and gunpowder, and their eyes were glazed over. They were scurrying around with their mouths half open, tilting their heads as they talked. He was deaf after a series of shots and was probably trying to suppress the ringing in his ears. There was no atmosphere of overjoyed cheering. No one was in the slightest bit of a mood to cheer anymore. What we had done was an act of gruesome and merciless revenge and annihilation. It may have been something that needed to be done, But that was it. After carrying the 6 machine gunners who had worked so hard on the front line to the front of the castle wall in 2 round trips, I let out a small breath. I was the only one who couldn't get into the circle of everyone. There is a strange creak of something crusty deep in my chest. Joshua. Meryl came running up to me and hugged me. She looked up at me with a face that looked like she was crying, laughing, or angry, and then rubbed her head against my stomach. It's over. At last. Our war is over. No, not yet. The dwarf girl tilted her head suspiciously. I had no idea what to do. What should I do? I didn't know what I wanted to do. I pushed her away quietly. The hands that had been touching each other until the end scratched the air slightly and separated. I'm sorry, Meryl. There is one thing you must forgive me for. What are you talking about? Where do you think you're going? Hey, guys. Listen up. There are no more enemies for you. No one shoots anything from now on. Nobody goes down to the plain. Do you understand me? Everyone nodded their heads with uncertain expressions. I felt a pain in my chest. I chastised myself, wondering if there was any point in doing this. There is no point, but I had to do it. I decided to do it. I looked at each of the residents of Kasemayan, and finally at Meryl, and said, if anyone gets in my way, then I'll kill that person. Hey, I teleported to the canyon entrance and called out to the hero who was still standing there. He looked back at me cautiously, his eyes hollow, with no expression at all. There was no blood on his skin, no light in his eyes. Only his lips were twisted into the shape of a smile. You want to kill me, don't you? I always wanted to kill you, you know. Come on, let's do it. I will do it, with my own hands. Kill, 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 kill. Kill. A small whisper reaches my ear. The hero moves like a sleepwalker, but the sword he raises is so fast and sharp that I can't even see the trajectory. A faint sound that takes my breath away. When I recognized that it was a wind cut, the slash had already pierced through my side. The carriage that had been piled up as a shield was shattered and crumbled. Behind me, as I ran, one blast after another went off. The impact and destructive power were so great that it was hard to believe it was caused by slashing alone. When I turned around, the hero was already right in front of me. Kill, 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 kill. I've crushed the saint and the wise man, you know. He threw a momentary glance at the kingdom's military position in preparation for an opening, but the enemy did not come on board. At the same time as he lowered his head, he lowered his ass, and the tip of the blade blew off the horse protection fence at my back. Kill. It's not a speed that can be avoided anymore. The next slash was struck without any preliminary movement, and I used a short-range teleport to get behind him. Without looking back, the sword struck directly, and the AKM I was holding was blown to pieces. Damn it! I took out a spare AKM from storage and fired 30 rounds from a single magazine in full automatic fire. 7.62 times 39mm rounds all hit the hero's body, but he didn't even wince. The power that penetrated the armor of heavily armored infantry is easily flipped like a pea shooter in front of the hero, leaving no wounds. Whether it's a magic barrier or a blessing, the hero's power must be beyond the norm. It's not a surprise, but I'm still not sure what to make of it, and I'll keep my distance and look for a way out. I have no more weapons than AKM in my storage. I have M1919 heavy machine guns and RPKs that I gave to the dwarves. I have M1903 rifles, but I don't think I can hit them at a distance where the hero's sword can't reach. And with the bolt-action rifle, if the first shot misses, I will be screwed. I'm going to go kill the king after I defeat you. Kill, kill, kill. That's the end. That's the end of the war for me, for us, for Kasemayans. Kill. The hero's eyes glow. He took a deep step and put all his strength into the slash. I took his sword from him with my storage. As soon as I was about to fire, the barrel of the AKM bounced up from my elbow. At that moment, my hand, which should have been empty, was clenched tightly. The face of a man with eyes as lifeless as marbles and a twisted smile loomed before me. You're naive. A fist swung out of sight and slammed into my cheek. My body bounces off the ground and rolls to a stop as I plunge into the wreckage of a carriage that should have been far away. My whole body screams, and the pain paralyzes my extremities. Garfu. No voice comes out. Instead, reddish black blood gushes from my lips. With just one hit, my ability to fight was eradicated. The light had returned to the eyes of the hero who was walking towards me. Those are not the naive, gorilla macho eyes that were once clouded with desire. There was a light of madness in them, shining brightly and glaringly. "Damn you!" I tried to stand up, but the tip of his toe dug into my stomach. My whole body was lifted up, and I was kicked away when I was floating. My bones are creaking, and my internal organs are shaking violently. The fact that I didn't die instantly from the hero's blow is probably due to the fact that my status has increased dramatically in this war. However, I'm only barely dead. There was no chance at all that I would be able to defeat this guy in a melee. Instead of fighting, my limbs are shriveled, and I can't even stand up. My plans are ruined because of you. How many things do you think I have lost? Gyubu. I was kicked in the side, and I was bent over and floated in the air. My position, and honor, money, and women. All of it, with a frightening succession of kicks, my body was tossed around in a floating, lifting motion. I can't speak or react in the slightest, and the final thrust kick sends me flying and tumbling like a rag doll. I'm going to die. I'm seriously going to die. I desperately search for storage. I'm in a daze and can't pull it out properly. I can't even remember what was in there. No AKM. One of the AKM had been cut off, and one of the M1903s had been dropped somewhere. I probably couldn't hold something that long if I pulled it out now. I gave the girls my pistol, my short machine gun, and my sawed-off shotgun. Anything, any weapon. The first thing that came out of my mouth was a knife. I pulled it out myself and was amazed at what I was going to use it for in this situation. I don't know if Simon gave it to me or if I took it from someone. It was a hunting knife with a blade about 6 inches long. I guess it's a practical tool for skinning and such. Before I could raise it, it was kicked out and flew away. Damn it. You. Useless. The hero has a smirk on his lips and grabs me by the hair as I fall and lifts me up. You're the useless one. Are you out of ideas now? Then die. Die here. With regret. Cry and scream, throw your guts out, and die in the open. Fuck you. A fist slammed into my face, and I bounced back up against the pile of carriages without feeling any pain and fell on my face. It's a good thing I was hit by my own cover. A reddish-black blur fills my vision, and light particles are flashing and flickering. They say a punch to the face can make stars fly, but that's not a bad expression. So this is a star. Yes, that's what it looks like. Beyond the stars, I saw something that looked familiar. I gently touch it, half exposed from the ground behind the wagon. A warning light flashed vaguely in the back of my head. What's this? What are you digging for? A hole to hide in, or is it a grave? I turned my eyes in the direction of the voice. It's not a step. It's a rush, like an instantaneous movement. The moment the raised foot is about to kick me in the jaw, I jump back in a short teleport and strip off the hero's armor with my storage and pull out my shotgun instead. A pump-action Izaka. However, a barrage of shotgun pellets leaves only a slight abrasion on the stripped body of the guy. His triumphant face twisted into an ugly mess. Don't underestimate me too much, old man. Who the hell do you think I am? Huh? The body of the hero who stood in front of the wreckage of the carriage with a disdainful smile on his face as I continued to shoot while I jumped back and forth with teleportation. I'll kill the Demon King, save the world. I'm the hero. The handmade bomb, which was sprayed by the exposed detonators, also exploded. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 42. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 42. The End of War. And then, you're an idiot. Miro looked down at me with anger in her eyes as I was carried into the church. Her cheeks, stained with dust, are streaked with tear stains. It's a shame because she was really puffy and shiny. Hey, Joshua, do you hear me? Yeah, I hear you. Sorry, I did something wrong. I was just trying to. Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm sorry for worrying you, but I understand. No, it's hard for me to understand. But I think you mostly wanted to end it yourself, didn't you? I wonder. I guess I did. I thought I would kill him with my own hands, but I felt it was more out of a sense of duty than resentment or hatred. It was like I couldn't let my countryman's mad dog run wild. In the first place, the quarrel between the kingdom and the Caesarians, or even between humans and subhumans, has been going on for hundreds of years. It's not something you should take on alone, is it? Yes. I suppose it is. However, at least the conflict with the hero was started by me, and I had to end it. I'm not sure how to describe it myself. If he had been killed easily along with the rest of the kingdom's army, he would have gotten what he deserved. I felt that it was not right for the elves, dwarves, and beastmen to get their hands dirty in order to defeat the Japanese who had survived the heavy machine guns and napalm and were coming at them as dead soldiers. I'm sure he's aiming for me rather than the subhumans. Even so, you could have done more. Do you have a desire to be a champion? No, I don't. Not at all. As I've said before, Joshua has a habit of thinking very lowly of himself. Isn't that an expression of your feeling that you are stronger than you really are, or should be? Is that so? No, I don't think so. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Rather, I didn't think about it at all. I plunged in without thinking and almost died without thinking. I was called an idiot, and I had no words to respond. Anyway, try to put yourself in the position of being able to see how you are becoming like a rag in front of your eyes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologized sincerely, and Meryl bent down and hugged my head. It smells sweet unexpectedly, and I couldn't help but stiffen up, and a few somewhat problematic parts, too. But I forgive you because you came back to me in good health. Thanks to you, I was able to get my sister back safely. Yes, thank you too, Meryl. It is a woman's capacity to tolerate a man's foolishness. Minine, you are so manly. Oh? Alcohol and snacks? What do you think I am? Simon, who I felt like I hadn't seen in a long time, shook his head in disgust when he heard my order. Whatever the case, Simon smelled like perfume today. Can't you get it? No way, man. Who the hell do you think I am? Well, do me a favor, Mr. Businessman. Don't worry. I've got the money. I haven't heard what happened to the money I gave you before, though. Well, that's quite a bit of money. Even if you deduct the amount I paid you, I think it's more like 650,000, roughly. If you want to get it in cash, it will take about half a month. Oh, so after buying all that, I still have about 70 million yen left over? This probably means that the precious metals and gold coins I gave him were valued at well over 100 million yen. I should have at least had some knowledge of the gold market. Well, it doesn't matter much if I don't have a place to buy things after negotiating the price. There's no use for US dollar bills here. Just keep them for now. If there's anything I need, I'll ask you to get it for me again. Maybe. I don't mind, but that's a lot of leeways. In any case, you're the only contact I have, so I'm going to have to trust you. There's plenty of gold to go around. Simon's eyes swam at my words. How much money did this guy make with half a barrel of gold? I've just noticed that his outfit has gotten a lot nicer. His jewelry is gone, and he's only wearing one expensive-looking watch. That shiny white shirt, could it be silk? When I look at his feet, I see a pair of crocodile leather boots, and his lack of taste is still the same. Well, there are still a few more. By the way, how much? The gold coins I gave you seem like a fraction of a penny. Wait a minute. Simon frames out in a hurry and comes right back. He is carrying a large number of liquor bottles and cans in both hands. Yes, he has an easy-to-understand personality. After some back and forth, the counter was piled high with alcohol and snacks. He's huffing and puffing, but how desperately has he been running around? This is just for service. Yes. It's good. I'll be counting on you. I'm going to respond to your sincerity with sincerity. The market closed with a wave of the hand and a near salute. Time starts to move, and I'm in the church again. Thanks to the healing magic, my tattered body was back to normal, but I forgot to ask for clothes. The suit I only wore from the beginning of the transfer, a cheap one I bought almost 2 years ago, was riddled with holes, torn and burnt, like after an explosion scene in a comedy show. I thought about asking one of the Casamayans to help me find something to wear later, so I hugged the shoulder of Nojalilai, who came running up to me as if trying to support me. It may not be the reaction I expected, but she clung to my waist and looked up at me with a huff. It's really cute that she's trying to hide her loose lips. It was only when she called out to me that I realized that there was another girl behind Meryl, who looked very similar to her in terms of face and atmosphere. But her line is a little thinner, and she looks more fragile. Oh, Joshua. This is my sister, Mesnel. It is a pleasure to meet you, Joshua-sama. My name is Mesnel. I heard from my sister that thanks to Joshua-sama's efforts, she was able to rescue our people. I am truly sorry and grateful. As she bowed deeply, I finally recovered from the freeze. I couldn't react because the character was so different from what I expected. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you're okay. What's wrong, Joshua? You look like you've had your nose picked. Is she really Miryl's sister? Of course. I mean, the two of us look exactly alike, don't we? Yes, in appearance. But the inside seems to be very different. Oh well. I heard that the injuries of the hostage children are almost healed by the healing magic of the elves. They were frightened and trembling at first, but with nutritious food, sleep, and the kind care of the ladies, they are gradually regaining their cheerfulness. I don't know if Miss Nu's stiffness is due to her original personality or nervousness, but the expression on her face as she talks to Miryl seems calm and carefree. Well, okay. Even if she can't accept everything right away, she should be able to adjust to the new environment with Kasemayan, which will be rebuilt. After thinking about it for a while, it occurred to me, Kasemayan, a paradise for subhumans, is regaining its brightness with the return of its inhabitants. I wondered if there was a place for me in it. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 43, sponsored chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 43, Feast, Alcohol, and Her Thought. In the evening, when the cleanup from the battle has taken a break, I take the spoils out of storage on a banquet table set up in front of the church. The dwarves' enthusiasm at the sight of the pile of liquor bottles was extraordinary. It's just extraordinary. I know, Joshua, it's liquor. And it's a pretty good one, too. No, I'm sorry, but it's probably cheap. It's just wonderful because it's liquor. So, anything is good. Apparently, distilled liquor is not very common in this world, but in the dwarven villages, they love a strong liquor called fire liquor made by a secret method. Fortunately or unfortunately, there was no such thing in Kasemayan, or rather, they were too busy securing food when they first came here, and the old men were overjoyed with the strong liquor that they hadn't had since they were forced to leave their homeland. The elves were smiling at the sight, but they were relatively calm. They picked up the bottles and talked about this and that, but they seemed to be more concerned about the molding of the glass and the material of the plastic bottles than the liquor itself. Don't elves usually drink alcohol? They do drink, but not as much as the dwarves. They just like to drink homemade fruit wine. Really? That's it for now, I guess. I think it's grape wine. I don't know what condition it's in, so if it's getting worse, get something else. The liquor Simon brought was of various brands and countries of origin, most of which I had never seen before. The only ones I could barely recognize were Gordon's gin and a green bottle with a yellow label called J&B whiskey. Cheap, easy to understand liquor. There are only a few bottles of wine among the nearly 30 bottles and 2 12-packs of beer, but I don't know the brand. What's that stuff over there? I think it's a food that goes well with alcohol, but I don't know what it is either. I opened one of the large cans and found that it was some kind of sausage and bean stew. I don't know the name. I can't read the writing on it. The others were generally not bad choices as snacks, and the drinkers enjoyed them to a certain extent. There were a few snacks in bags or tubes, a big salami wrapped in film, and a bologna sausage. There was also a vacuum-packed cheese as big as a brick. It was yellowish, probably cheddar. I shaved it onto some ribs that were roasting on the fire, probably wyvern, judging from the size, and it was a hit with the Beastman ladies and the kids. Delicious. Joshua, this meat is so good. Joshua, this stuff is so good. It has a strange smell, but it will give you strength. It's delicious as it is, but I like it better when it's cooked. Joshua, what's this? That's cheese. Have you ever heard of it? I've never heard of it. That's about right. Ever since I came here, I've been on the run, and I've never eaten in the kingdom. I don't know what the food culture of this world is like. I think there are at least dairy products. Miryl, do you know what cheese is? I believe there's something similar in the royal capital, but I'm not familiar with it. Beastmen and dwarves don't raise livestock, so they don't have many opportunities to come in contact with dairy products. In the case of the elves, they raised goats and sheep, but that was in the good old days when they were still able to maintain their own way of life in the forest. I've heard that the elves who live in the forest, whatever they're called, eat sloppy, sour milk with fruit in it. I think it's yogurt. Do elves like to eat vegetarian-like food? I hope that eventually, each race will be able to regain its own culture. Miryl, who never had drunk alcohol despite being a dwarf, tried this and that and made a subtle face. Did you find anything to your liking? It's not bad, but it's too sour. too spicy, and it makes me feel hot in my stomach. I prefer tea or fruit water. She didn't seem to be much of a drinker. I told her it was a celebration, so she could just tag along for a bit. After all, she's only 17. I don't know what the age of adulthood is in this world, but there's no need to force yourself to drink. The genuine dwarves seem to be getting excited, though. Ha 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 ha. Joshua, this is really delicious. No, it's bitter but delicious. What the hell is that? The old dwarves were passing around a liter bottle of something, probably alcohol. I looked at the empty bottles, empty plastic bottles, lying around, but yeah, I can't read them. If it's anything other than basic English, I can't even understand what it says. I think I'm speaking in Japanese, but I'm having a conversation with Simon, who seems to be speaking in very broken English. I've never had any trouble with conversations since I came to this world. Why don't you drink a little of the alcohol we have available? Miral, holding a plastic bottle, poured some into my cup. I poured some in return, and we toasted together. I felt a little bit like a girl, embarrassed by her unfamiliar gesture. We haven't had many opportunities like this since we met, have we? Well, yeah. I've been too busy trying to survive to drink. Thanks to you, we've had this time. I'm grateful. Stop it. We've done this together. That's all well and good, but this is the same stuff that the old dwarves used to drink. It's really bitter. They said it tasted bitter and delicious, but it didn't taste very good to me. I guess it's liquor, but it tastes like medicinal herbs or something that I don't understand. And it's very strong. Fernet. Coke. That's what it says on the plastic bottle. The dwarves are indeed guzzling it like a fat man drinking Coke, but it's alcohol, right? When I look at it, it says proof 45 degrees or something like that. This one. Miral, are you sure you're okay to drink this? It's okay. My Miral-san, your eyes are sinking. For whatever reason, the drinks and food have been distributed, and the residents of Kasemayan are enjoying a brief rest. I gave her some mineral water to dilute her blood alcohol level, and Miral, who had been in a drunken state, began to calm down. Her cheeks were still a little inflamed, and she looked so cute and young. Miral sat down beside me near the fire and glanced at me. I looked at her to see if she had something to say, but she looked away every time. It's okay if you just sit together in silence, it makes you feel more relaxed. Hey, Joshua. After several hesitations, Miral spoke to me. I knew there was something on her mind. Her voice was a little stiff. Do you have a problem? You can consult me if you like. No, I don't. Despite this, you often look back at the direction of the royal capital and the dark forest and worry about it. It's not like you're on the lookout for enemies when you've made it that far, is it? Before the feast, I checked on the remaining enemies, took care of the corpses, and set up a few traps with unused grenades and homemade bombs on the path from the royal capital to Kasemayan. I don't want to lose sleep over the deaths of innocent people who happen to be passing by. I don't think they'll be coming to Kasemayan now, so I've barricaded the area in front of them with the wreckage of a carriage and put up a big sign. I asked the elves to write a warning in some kind of shared language. Instant death trap. Call out if you need help. I can't be responsible for any deaths that result from this. Oh, yeah. No, it's not a big deal. Miral tilted her head suspiciously, but it really wasn't a big deal. It's just that I can't think of anything about the future. I didn't have the idea of thinking about post-war that some generals in the kingdom's army naturally did. The reason I'm here now is because of the situation, not because of any cause or purpose. The reason why I saved Miral in the royal capital or helped rebuild Kasemayan was not that significant. If I had to guess, I'd say it was a matter of humanity and justice on the spot, but at the root of it all, I was just trying to cope with the obstacles in front of me. It's just a matter of getting out of the kingdom. What about now? What do you mean by what? You can talk to me with your heart out. Even though I look like this, I can at least listen to your problems. I know that. You've helped me a lot. I appreciate it. Even though I thanked her and smiled, Miral's expression did not clear up. In fact, she shook her head as if to say that her concerns were correct. You don't really think you're going to go off on your own somewhere, do you? She's very perceptive. I don't know if it's a woman's intuition or a dwarf's psychic ability. I think it's not that I don't want to. It's not that I don't have somewhere to go. I have no purpose. I have no relatives, and I have no means of food. Aside from that, aren't you a merchant? And you seem to have a tremendous amount of unusual abilities. Oh, Yes, I forgot. I'm a merchant. Yeah. Are you alright? One of my concerns has been resolved. The problem still remains that the products handled are too unbalanced and that I have no knowledge of this world. Even though I am a merchant, I am a merchant of death. I mean, I can't just sell guns and bombs to people from this world. What should I do? Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm not in trouble with gold and silver coins, but I don't feel like I have any prospects from here. I guess so. Maybe I'll just have to make do as a merchant. Joshua, I have a favor to ask you. Yes, you can count on me. Will you stay here with me and help me rebuild Kasemayan? As you can see, I stopped the Nojulali fluffy head as she tried to lower her head. I stared straight into her face as she raised her head in frustration. Don't do that to me, Bebot. I told you to leave it to me. Of course. I'll do anything you ask. Keep your head up. You're my what? I've never really thought about it. I'm not sure what kind of position Meryl has. We've been through a lot together. We've laughed and cried together. We've only known each other for a short time, but we've come to strongly believe that we don't want to be separated. However, I don't feel like a lover. She knows a lot more about me than I do about her, even though she doesn't know everything I've told her. But I still don't know anything about this girl. I'm your what? That's. I tilted my head to look at the dwarf girl who was blowing her nose in anticipation, anxiety, and some other unknown emotion. I wonder what it is? HMPH. Jeff yuck. The Nojulali sudden hook pierced my side. Meryl hit me with her fist as I crawled on the ground, bent over my body like the character. There. Get it right. Don't you dare. No matter if it's a lie or an excuse. That's it. Do this or that. You're supposed to be doing something. Idiot. R.W. Meryls R.N. Gfug. Jeffu. It may look like a heartwarming scene, but the dwarf power that can swing a grown man around with one hand is chipping away at my HP. I was about to go down, but Meryl lifted my cheeks with both hands as if to wrap them around me and looked me straight in the eye. The sight of a middle-aged man with a girl no taller than a schoolboy holding his face and hoisting him up is far from romantic, but my eyes are drawn to her clear gaze. I want to be with Joshua. If you have your desires, your wishes, and what you want, I want to go with you towards it. What about you? Come on, answer me. Her words were more like an interrogation than a confession, but they were honest and sincere in her own way. I can't just let it slide, can I? With a gentle squeeze of her hands, she let go of both my cheeks. I fell on my face again and beckoned to her. The face of Meryl, bent down, was more young and fragile than I had expected and more dignified and beautiful than I had expected. What? If you have something to say, say it. I put my lips to her ear. I smelled a slightly sweet scent and felt a small surge of excitement in my chest. There's only one thing I want. Yes. What is it? I hereby pledge to support it with all my might and make it come true. When this war is over. I want you. Huh? There was no response. Meryl San's face becomes redder and redder, and her mouth begins to tremble as she crouches down and stiffens. Her clenched fists were opened, squeezed, and opened again, and she covered her face and began to writhe. This is not good. This is a bad idea. I have to run. Oh, she's grabbing me. My neck is being hung by her small hand. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Makia. I was slapped back and forth at super high speed by Meryl, who raised a high-pitched cry of shame, and I was blown away by the vertical rotation, and I lost consciousness as I flew through the air in a whirl. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 44. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 44. Requista. I'm so sorry. When I woke up in the church, I saw Meryl performing a magnificent dojesa as I had seen her do before. For some reason, it looks like I'm once again under the care of the elves' healing magic. I was flying, spinning vertically. Meryl Dono. Even though we won the battle, the war is not over. I don't want you to destroy Joshua yet, okay? Hey, you there, elf. Don't say yet. Be careful with me, I'm as fragile as a teenager's heart. Joshua, are you mad at me? It's alright, Meryl. I'm not angry at all. I'm not in any pain. That's because of my healing magic. Yeah, I forgot his name, but he's a handsome elf. I didn't expect you to say something like that out of the blue. I was so surprised that I just blew you off. Yeah, the first half and the second half don't seem to be connected, but I can understand that it resulted from being flustered. The handsome elf has a face that says, "What kind of thing is that?" but of course, I did my best to ignore it. "I'll think about that later. I want to talk to you in the morning." Seemingly sensing my words right away, Myrrel immediately turned serious and nodded. "The handsome elf, I remember, his name is Colonel." Maybe it didn't ring a bell with the handsome elf, but eventually, he figured it out and gave a slight nod as well. "Are you planning to invade the royal capital?" "I think so. Maybe we have to finish the job. If we're going to run away, there won't be much of a problem leaving the capital and the king behind. In any case, the kingdom will not be able to follow us out of the country. If it's just a matter of sending assassins, there are ways to deal with it. But if the premise is to rebuild Kasemayan in this land, the grudge must be crushed until the end." "Do you have any idea how many troops are left in the kingdom's army?" "The total strength of the kingdom's army is claimed to be over 200,000. However, the number of troops under the king's direct control is only 30,000 at most. In addition, most of them are the King's Guard and the Royal Capital Guards, which are not suited for field combat. The rest are noblemen's territorial troops, in other words, private soldiers. Even the king can't move them at will. If the nobles take out money and supplies, they won't follow through with the invasion, and if they disdain the defense of their local territories, they will end up being invaded by neighboring countries." Colonel, the handsome elf, shook his head at Myrrel's words. "No, it's a problem before that. As far as the Liberation Army who infiltrated the royal capital is concerned, not all the nobles agreed to the attack on Kasemayan this time. Many of them gave various reasons for not following the plan. It was the nobles who were relatively obedient to the royal family who sent out the troops, or those who thought it would be advantageous to go to war. The king melted 30,000 mixed troops with such a territorial army. The hero also died. As soon as that fact gets out, the royal family is finished. Even if they ordered the defense of the royal capital, no one would obey. The royal family cannot afford to let their weakness be known. If they were to show weakness, they would immediately be attacked from within and outside the country, and their territory would be eroded. In fact, the chances of that happening seem to be quite high. "What's the matter, Joshua?" "You look surprised." Surprisingly, I might add. The strongest and largest nation in the world is only that strong. The prosperity of the country is the result of its armed robbery, threats, and trampling. When its power is weakened, it is only natural for the oppressed to turn on it. By the way, is the current force sufficient to defend Kasemayan? We'll be replenishing our firearms and ammunition to some extent, but we've defeated 30,000 kingdom troops. There's no country that can invade Kasemayan now. The only problem is when the neighboring countries collude. I nodded my head at Colonel's words. Putting aside the kingdom, do they have the same interests in attacking Kasemayan? It doesn't seem like it has much in the way of resources or assets, and there doesn't seem to be any advantage to occupying it. Yeah, I guess so. The assumption that there are no countries that would invade Kasemayan is largely due to the fact that there is nothing to be gained by invading. The power that Joshua has brought is not yet known outside the kingdom. However, if a subhuman country is rebuilt next to their own country, countries that have treated subhumans poorly will feel threatened. It's the same as what I said earlier about the kingdoms. The fear that those who have been oppressed will bear their fangs. Hearing Colonel's words, Myrrel shook her head with a dumbfounded expression. Her mouth formed a curve, but her eyes were not smiling at all. It is obvious that they would bear their fangs. How could we forget that our compatriots who had fled to neighboring countries were taken hostage by the kingdom's army? Those who sold them to the kingdom will surely be made to pay. Joshua, can't we just choose the microbus number? I've told you many times that this time it's going to be dangerous, so we need a reliable vehicle. For this trip to the royal capital, I decided not to take the Nico kindergarten bus, which for some reason is unusually popular with the Beastman and Myrrel, but to take the HMMWV, an acronym for High Mobility Multi-Purpose Wheeled Vehicle. It hadn't been long since we had defeated an army of 30,000. The enemy would be waiting for us, and we would have to ride rough roads in case of emergency. If we did that, the suspension of the battered microbus would die in no time, or it would get stuck, and we would die. I can understand that, but this thing is kind of big and not very cute. I feel more comfortable with that bear. Cuteness is not a factor. I'm not going to need that when I'm about to go through a rough patch. In the rear roof of the Humvee, where armor plates have been added, a revolving gun turret with armor plates has been installed. The armor plate that surrounds all four sides looks like an open cardboard box, which is not very visually appealing, but it is a safety feature. As for the armament, I bought an additional M60, which I had once refused because I wanted to unify the ammunition used in multiple machine guns. The ammunition used is 7.62 x 51, NATO standard ammunition, which is like a descendant of the 30-06, but a little less powerful. But that's about the margin of error. It would be one more ammunition that needed to be procured in case Mayan, but since every 100 rounds of 7.62 NATO ammunition is packaged in a metal case with a metal belt link, I figured it was for use in the car-mounted machine gun. I asked Simon to prepare 2,000 rounds, and if 2,000 weren't enough, then tens of thousands of rounds wouldn't be enough either. Well, that's not entirely true, but I assumed so. Now, the remaining question is, come on, get off. No. How many times do I have to tell you? This time it's really dangerous, and I'm not taking you. No. It's the elf's little girl, Minya, who was the one who's yelling at me. She was captured by the kingdom's army, forced into slavery, and had her mother killed. She obtained a sawed-off shotgun from me and became a monster who went around blowing off the right arms of kingdom soldiers. There were over 200 of them in total. The number of kills is only a few, but in the sense of spreading fear to the enemy, she is one of the best in Kasemayan. Aside from that, I've been trying to persuade her again and again since yesterday, but she won't listen. When I tried to pull her away, she clung to the inside of the car and resisted desperately, and in the end, Meryl and I both succumbed. That's, well, let's just accept it. No. Hey, Yada, why are you getting in on this too? No. What is that? What's with the I don't care look, Minya? I've obtained permission. I don't need you anymore. That's not fair. I'm coming with you to the royal capital. Right? No, you're not. You're supposed to stay at home, of course. The tiger girl Yada was running around with Meryl and me when Minya was hunting for the right arm, and now she and the Minya have entered the Humvee and are standing in a jittery line as if they had developed a sense of camaraderie or thought they could see something interesting. What are you doing? You're an adult. That's enough. It's a pain in the ass to throw them all out. Let's go, Joshua. Yes, thank you, Meryl. Before the start of the war, I was used as a flying cab with the dwarf girl Meryl, the tiger girl Yada, and the elf girl Minya, but now I was really playing the role of a cab. Well, I decided to take them with me since they would definitely be a reliable force to be reckoned with. If things get dicey, I'll just carry them all again and get away. Hey Joshua, do you want a snack? I would like to have a lot of different colored chocolate. T/N, chocolate. No, I'm not going to play with you. Yada, you're a cat-type beastman. If you eat them, you'll die. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 45 to 46. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 45. The road leading to the royal capital. It was noon on the second day after we left Kasemayan, and we were making our way along a road that stretched through a small forest. Yada, the tiger girl, poked her head out of the back seat of the car and seemed to be in a good mood, catching the wind. See, it's better in the daytime, isn't it? It's nicer, and the visibility is better. Well, yeah. But I need you to take extra precautions, okay? Oh, I got it. The Humvee is stronger and faster on rough roads than a barefaced microbus, but it's over 2 meters wide and nearly 5 meters long, so it's hard to keep an eye out for oncoming vehicles, horse-drawn carriages, or people walking by. I thought it would be easier if we moved around at night since we wouldn't see anyone. Hence we tried moving around at night right after we left Kasemayan. But this was unpopular with the ladies, who said that their physical condition and skin tone were not good the next day. I was the one driving, so why not just sleep in the car? So, we decided to camp early that day and leave early the next morning. In fact, I found that daytime was easier in many ways. Although you don't have to worry about being seen at night, you can't cover as much distance as you might think, and it's hard on the eyes with only headlights. Besides, if we were to encounter an enemy at night, we would not be able to maintain our advantage with firearms. In the daytime, it would be easier to detect them in advance and deal with them from a distance. It was rather shallow wisdom on my part. Meryl, how far is it to the royal capital? Around 120 miles, I think. That's about 200 kilometers, right? The road we are on is different from the one we took to escape from the capital. an eastern route that connects the capital to the empire. The distance to the capital is longer than the previous route, but the reason is that this route has better visibility, wider roads, and fewer human settlements along the way. My guess is correct. Humvee can go faster on this road than on the road to Kasemayan. Well, yes, we can't go this fast on the previous road. We can't stop in case something happens. But there are more bandits and brigands here. The better the visibility, the easier for them to attack. The merchants who travel to and from the empire have plenty of money. After all, if they have money, why don't they bring guards? I think they must see the difference in strength between the two sides and decide to fight. That's one way to live. Winning and losing are. The Uzi sounded in the passenger seat. As we pass by, a man with a bow falls from a tree. The men hiding in the surrounding bushes looked away from Humvee, who remained stiff. It'll be decided soon, won't it? Miral, Misnal, Milka, Minya. Why are there so many names starting with me among the Kasemayans? Yada is different. She's a beastman, after all. Maybe it's more common among elves and dwarves. Parents give them to their baby girls. It's also an article of the Holy Spirit. Me, if you pronounce it correctly. It's pronounced me, like Miril, Misunal, Miruka, Mianya. T/N. I apologize, I do not really understand about this either. Well, even if you say it like that, I don't know any of them. I'm not very good at remembering people's names, and I'm not very good at languages either, so I'm getting confused. I'll just nod my head and say, I see. Does Yada have an official pronunciation? Of course not. Yada is Yada. Yes, beastmen are simple. Joshua, did you just make fun of me? You thought beastmen were simple or stupid, didn't you? No, I didn't. Oh, man. Her instincts are sharp. That's a beastman for you. SHH. Joshua, something's moving in the back right corner. Minya, who had taken Yada's place on the rear gunner's seat, poked me with her toe. It means there is something at the end of the forest, at the end of a loose blind corner to the right. It's about 20 meters to the forest's edge, which is covered by a protective barrier. I slowed down to take a look. Should we stop? Keep the speed at this level and go around the left side of the road. Suppose there is no obstacle. Break through. If there is a roadblock, go straight back. Okay. When my vision opened up from the forest, I saw a fallen tree blocking the road. It was an obvious stumbling block. There were 8 men on either side of the path wearing the remains of dirty armor, either bandits or defeated soldiers who had become thieves. In their hands were spears and swords, and judging from their unity of command and their complete equipment, they seemed to be defeated soldiers. There are 3 men with bows in the bushes at the back, and unlike the bandit archers we saw a while ago, they are not trying to hide. It was a sign of confidence that the archers would be able to defeat the guards of the merchants. If they were on the battlefield in the past, it means that they are not capable of learning. Stop. I'm not going to stop even if I'm told to do so by a group of men who seem to be wild thieves. I did as Minya instructed and backed up to get out of sight of the enemy. I'm still in range of the bow, but no arrows are falling, and the men with melee weapons show no signs of moving. Minya, don't use the M60. It is a waste of ammunition. Copy that. Joshua, you're being impatient. I hear you. But those 7.62mm NATO rounds are too much firepower for that flimsy armor. By the way, in terms of the procurement price from Simon, the cheapest ammunition is AKM military ammunition. Green-painted steel casings, cheaper than the .45 caliber pistol ammunition made by famous manufacturers, but I have 5 AKM on hand, 4 spares prepared as escorts for the machine gun seat, and 1 recovered from the loss in the battle against the hero. Incidentally, the first one I used was torn to pieces and could not be reused. Miral doesn't seem to be interested in anything other than his favorite pair of .45s, so I gave one of the AKM I have to Yada. I thought she would prefer to use the M1903, which she is used to handling, but she seems to be less particular than I thought. Yada, can you handle the archer? I've got 30 mags, I can handle all of them. As soon as she said that, she dismounted and fired 3 shots into the air. The archer fell and did not move. Oh, hey, don't shoot the guy on the left. Hey, the other 8 were about to be shot dead as well, so I hurriedly told her to leave the man who seemed to be the commander alone. When Yada's reply came back, 7 of them had been shot in the chest and had stopped moving. Wha, the old man, who had just had 10 of his men killed instantly, was frozen in fear, unable to move a muscle. If I had been 1 second slower in my instructions, he would have been dead for sure. Wow, not bad, AKM, not as good as the M1903, but up to 1/4 of a mile. It hits reasonably well. I heard it's not that accurate. Well, I haven't used much other than the AKM, so I don't know much about it. What does it matter what the comparison is? All you have to do is get close enough to hit. There's a difference. Yada smiled and nodded at Miral's words. It is a muscle-head conversation. I pulled my AKM out of storage and approached the slumped man. Tell me your affiliation, rank, status, and why you're here. Who the hell are you? A gunshot rang out, and the head of the corpse next to him popped off. After a short gasp, the old man's mouth instantly became light, and he began to talk about everything and anything. The faces of Miral and the others who were listening to this became dubious and cloudy. Maybe I'm looking at them the same way. It seems that the situation progressed faster and more rapidly than I expected. Civil war in the capital? Yeah, that's right. The rumor that the subhumans led by the Demon King were going to attack was the trigger. The rebel army, led by Duke Lumois and Marquis Elkle, overwhelmed the royal capital. The royal family is all missing, as well as the hero, the sage, and the saint. So, what are you doing here in such an emergency? It's because it's an emergency. Nobles of the upper middle class are desperate to survive. We lower class nobles, knights, and commoners have no superiors to ask for instructions. Supplies and wages have been cut off. There is nowhere for any of us to go back to. The only thing we can rely on is our own strength. Chapter 46, Spark of Civil War. On the evening of the day I heard about the civil war in the royal capital, I was entering a farming village called Urkel, a flat, rural landscape dotted with small forests. The village population is probably around 100, about 50 miles from the royal capital, and since the edge of the village faces the highway, it is a busy stopping point for trading parties. Yada suggested that we stop here. I heard that there is a secret agent of the Liberation Army in Urkel. His name is Likola, a beastman, a half-breed. Yes, he looks like a human. He lives in a village and runs a small inn. That's very convenient. Why don't we stay there tonight? The inn will be a good place to gather information. I agree. I hope the food is good. A bath would be even better. Minya's attention was focused on her own needs. I hope you haven't forgotten our business. Joshua, the guards will go ahead of you. You look at the rear. Roger that. I'm wearing a low-class merchant's cotton outfit that I got in Kasemayan. I put my conspicuous firearms and Humvee in storage and carried a small cloth sack on my back. The contents were salt, which I had divided into small bags beforehand. I felt like a traveling merchant doing small business with my hands. According to Yada, who had coordinated our royal-style preparations, the fact that we looked like we didn't have much money was good for our safety. Let's not worry about it. Miral, Yada, and Minya, who did not look like merchants by any stretch of the imagination, were dressed in linen clothes that looked like comfortable work clothes and shoulder bags that looked like travelers, craftsmen, or adventurers. If anyone asks me what our relationship is, I will insist that they are my bodyguards. It would be unreasonable, but I don't know about that. Miral has a small sword on her hip and a Uzi hidden in her backpack. Minya also stubbornly refused to give up her sawed-off shotgun, but this right-handed hunting elf has a trigger-happy streak, so we decided to keep it until we left the village for safety. However, it would be a shame if we were all left empty-handed. So I gave Minya a bow and Yada a machete, but since I prepared them on the spur of the moment, I didn't want them to get a second glance at me. Yada's is a black carbon steel military machete made by Ontario, and Minya's is a compound bow with a pulley. No one in this world has such a thing. I told her to hide it from the eyes of others if she could, but she still didn't understand. Joshua cares too much. The belongings of a traveler from far away are more or less curious, aren't they? Yes, yes. And if they ask, I'll just say it's a dwarven invention. Or kill. Stop that. With the 3 muscle-brained girls in tow, I walked down what I thought was the village's main street. There are more stores than I expected, with farmers and merchants doing their daily business. So far, there didn't seem to be any problems caused by the civil war. Over there is the Winged Dragon's Tail Pavilion. Oh, the wyvern was delicious, wasn't it? Hey, Minya. Don't talk about that outside. We're gonna get in trouble. It doesn't matter if it becomes a problem. Miral, That doesn't make any sense. A problem is a problem because it cannot be solved. If you have the ability to deal with it properly, it's not a problem. It's like a stone on the street. You can just kick it away. Hey, something called me. I turned around in disgust. When I turned around reluctantly, I saw 6 very shabby men who looked like some kind of bottom feeder manual laborers. They were looking at me and smirking. I can't believe it. This is a flag that I'm going to get tangled up. And it's the kind of thing that's guaranteed to happen until the other guy gets back at you. You've got a nice girl. It looks like you're a merchant, right? So the woman is a product, right? Oops. It's just like the picture of a typical low-life character. I'm impressed with it. Meryl and I are both wanted persons. There was no way we were going into a brawl where there were dozens of people watching. I should pretend to run away with my rage through skills that I've cultivated in my life as a company employee and pull them into a secluded place to shut them up. First of all, I need to nail the muscle-brained girls not to do anything unnecessary. Thud. The man who was shouting at me crumpled to his knees. Yes. When the Nojilaline-san hits you in the side of the head, you will lose consciousness for a moment before you faint in agony, and then you can't wake up. It's not painful or agonizing. It's like, I want to lie down. You bastard. Thud. What? One by one, the men who were in a fighting stance fell over and quieted down, with each sound of flesh being gouged. Yada's cat punch blew away the man who seemed to be the group leader, and there were only 2 left. Master, what shall we do with these men? What's with the tone, Yada? It's an escort setting. Don't call it a setting. I mean, don't wave at me after you've just blown them off. I don't care how you do it, you've already used your powers. What do you want me to do at this point? I'm sorry, Master. I had no choice but to defend my master. No, 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 don't make it sound like it's my fault. You all have been going at it from the start, haven't you? Minya walks up to the men who have completely lost their will to fight. Her face does not hide her disdain and pity. And what do you wish to do? The 2 stern males stiffened as the small, slender girl stared at them with icy eyes. She was the only one in this place who hadn't gotten her hands dirty, but she had more experience shooting people than the 3 of us combined. The murderous intent in her eyes was not ordinary. The men screamed and ran away. I'll give them credit for not leaving their fallen comrades behind, even if they are underlings. They dragged them away, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. It's strange that they should have only been beaten by girls, bar eating. The faces of the villagers surrounding us are all tense. After seeing what these girls are capable of, they can't do anything about it. But you can tell that they think they are foreign beings that should be eliminated. I guess we can't make contact in the village anymore. It is unavoidable. If we visit him in this state, his identity may be exposed. Wait a minute, who do you think is responsible for this? It's Yoshua's fault that things got out of hand. I was just trying to do the right thing. No, 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 you look like you're having a great time. Actually, it was fun, wasn't it? Yada, why don't you do a little self-reflection? As we whispered to each other, we started to escape from the village. Originally, we stopped by to gather information before entering the royal capital. It's not worth it to stay long in this situation. We should move toward the deserted fields, get Humvee out, and then head for the royal capital at once. Unfortunately, that was not going to happen. The perimeter of the village was completely surrounded. Is that the kingdom army? I've never seen such military gear before. At least it was not one of the armies that had invaded Kasemayan. Is that the local army? Number. I saw them back home, but I don't think everyone knows that. Minya pointed to a banner in the distance. That's the Imperial Army. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill, market. Chapter 47 to 48. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 47. Prisoners of the enemy camp. There was a time in my life when I dreamed that the enemy of my enemy was my friend. When I heard that it was the Imperial Army, I sneaked into the encampment, and sure enough, there were many prisoners of war lying around. They were wearing familiar shackles, manacles, and collars. Many of them, if those who look like humans are mixed race, then all of them are subhuman. We searched the Empire's camp in the shadows of the night. They were divided into 3 tents. 26 people in total. This time, there is no such thing as a woman brought into the tent. It's unclear if this is a sign of discipline in the Imperial Army or if it's due to a strong sense of discrimination against subhumans. More than 10 guards are standing around each tent, making it impossible to approach without being detected. As we continued to search, we began to get a vague idea of what these people were all about. About 200 Imperial troops were surrounding the village. They were mainly light cavalry with minimal armament. They didn't even have the transportation corps, just a lot of horses for luggage. I guess they were planning to procure locally from the start. The meat roasting on the bonfires was livestock bought or requisitioned from the village. The drinks in jars and barrels probably came from the same source, as they would not have loaded such things on their horses. This must be an advance party of the occupying forces. I understand that they're trying to take advantage of the civil war in the kingdom to carve out territory, but why are they capturing subhumans? Because they are an eyesore. Minya replied to my words. I wondered what she had seen in her young eyes, but her voice was stripped of emotion. The Empire only allows humans the right to live. To the people of the Empire, subhumans are animals. They are animals that do not produce hair, milk, or meat and are no better than livestock. That's why subhumans are excluded from the Empire's territory and sold to neighboring countries. So, the logic seems to be shifting at the end. Whatever it is, it's a disgusting story. Watch me, I'll show you. Yada, who was just carrying a machete, was about to charge into the enemy camp, but Meryl and I desperately held her back. Minya is in a rather welcoming mood and is preparing her own bow. Idiot, it's too early. Joshua, get that M16 out of here. Someone stop this hothead. At least wait until we rescue the people. At the same time, Meryl gestures to us to be quiet. I heard the footsteps of men rushing into the central tent, which seemed to be the command center, and the muscle-brained girls and I hid in the shadows. Report. The trail has been cut off by the road ahead. The autonomous wagons. We've been searching far and wide but have yet to find it. If there really is such a thing. Oh, this is that. Immediately, a shouting voice comes from the central tent. What are you talking about? If you don't find it, it will be you who will be annihilated. I looked at Meryl beside me, and all three of the muscle-brained girls gave me a blank stare. The one who was shouting was a low-ranking nobleman who was very cooperative with the interrogation due to having his subordinate killed and the corpse's head blown off. I forgot his name. After I was done with him, I did my best to keep him alive, and this is what I got. I told you so. I'm sorry. I pulled my weapon out of storage to take care of it myself. It's a new weapon I got from Simon, along with a bow and a machete, but it's very old. From the 70s. It's a Mach-10 with a silencer, a rugged gun called Ingram after its designer. It's a .45 caliber pistol with a low-velocity, subsonic, bullet, so it effectively reduces noise. Well, that's just what Simon told me. The Mach-10, which is about 30 centimeters long and small, is classified as a machine pistol, not a short machine gun. It is a pistol that can fire fully automatically. The design is simple in both structure and form. The concept of the pistol was also specialized for the purpose of dispersing bullets. It is based on a simple open bolt system. The rate of fire is over 1,000 rounds per minute, and a 30-round magazine can be emptied in a little over a second. Even though the cost of the gun itself is low, the total economy is terrible. The small size and light weight of the gun also backfires, making it difficult to control recoil, and the accuracy is not very good. Submachine guns are now required to shoot precisely in the gun market, and they have been eliminated except in developing countries. It doesn't matter to me, though, because I'll never be in a situation where I have to shoot a hostage taker. What in the world is that? It's like a cheaper version of the Uzi. The suppressor makes it a lot quieter. Is that a .452? Yes. But I won't give it to you. Meryl snorted in frustration when I told her that. You have your M1911 copy and your Uzi, you should just stick with that. If you don't want to make noise, you might as well use my bow. Well, yes. But the bow I gave to Minya is something that shouldn't exist in this world. If it's a bullet hole, there's a high probability that it will be misinterpreted as magic even if it's examined. But if there are arrows with arrowheads, shafts, and feathers made from materials from another world, it will be immediately discovered that someone other than a hunter or a soldier has entered the place. That's the last resort. Save it for the attack. I said something appropriate to cover up my mistake. I don't care if they know I'm here or not when we're going all out. As the entrance to the tent was kicked open, the defeated low-ranking nobleman came out. His demeanor was very different from the time he had cowered in front of us. He slumped down with an angry expression on his face and yelled at whoever was in the tent. "You're going to regret this soon." "That would be you." We followed the low-ranking nobleman as he strode along, his footsteps sounding rough, blending in with the darkness. As he entered the tent that seemed to be assigned to him, I fired a single shot from my MAC-10. A muffled snap sound is heard, and the low-ranking nobleman collapses, holding the ejection hole in his chest, and stops moving. Well, the information leak has been prevented. I don't think I've ever seen a situation where the word aftershocks could be more appropriate. Does that idiom exist in this world? I don't know if it's a translation of some other phrase, but whatever it is, I can't hear it. "Okay, listen up." I gathered the girls together and explained the plan of action, which was not so much a plan as it was a game of chance. The raid and rescue will take place in the middle of the night after the soldiers have gone to bed. I'll be using a MAC-10, Mirror a small sword, Yada a machete, and Miney a bow. We will rescue the trapped beastmen and escape with as little noise as possible. There is no need for annihilation. Our first priority is to rescue the people. Yes. Okay. Well, I guess that's where the microbus comes in. Meryl smiles happily. Do you hate Humvee that much? Chapter 48, Obstacles to Escape. Go, go, go. Joshua sometimes uses words I've never heard before. T/N, MC uses English here. Hey, stop talking. He's another world-summoned mage. That must be some crazy barbarian language. Hey, stop talking. You know why I got you a noiseless weapon. SHH. Quiet. You girls are terrible. I mean, it's pretty cool to be able to go into the enemy's territory while chatting, and all three of them seem to be doing it just as if they were doing it for a change of pace. Especially Yada. Every time she swings her machete, she slashes the heads and torso of the Imperial soldiers, and it's scary to watch. Joshua, this is amazing. This is much more amazing than the rifle or the shovel. Ah, yeah, I guess so. And the shovel is not a weapon. Joshua, give me this bow. Minya, can we talk about this later, please? Here, she's shooting with little regard for the target, but she's making sure she's hitting everything in the head of a moving enemy. And even the arrow feathers. It doesn't look like she's putting that much effort into it, but it's amazing. But it's difficult. If you pull it off, it will fall out. What? If you draw the bow all the way and fire, it will go through a soft target like a human being, and you won't be able to retrieve it, right? Yeah, I don't understand, but I get it. I finally understood Yada's interpretation. Minya is an elf who was known as a great archer even though she was very young. What if she were to use a cheat weapon that would allow anyone to handle powerful tension? So, give me this. I don't know what that means. Well, if we can get them out safely. The smile on her face suddenly widened. It's rare for Minya, who always has a cool, or cold, expression on her face. It's a small price to pay if this motivates her. Rewards are important. Joshua, I'm bored. Can I shoot? Of course not. Not until after we've collected everyone. That will do. Meryl was suddenly in a good mood as she readied her beloved Uzi. I hope there are still enemies left until that time. Every time there's a thump, 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 there's a splash of blood and a splash of flesh. I didn't hear a single scream. The physical capabilities of the beastmen are scary. It's over. Minya's distant area of responsibility has been neutralized. Did you recover the arrows? Of course. I'd never leave something that good behind. Yada also waved the blood from her machete to signal the end of the incapacitation. With this, the patrol was wiped out. The only ones left are the soldiers sleeping in their tents. If no one comes out until we rescue the people, we won't have to kill them unnecessarily. Joshua, put the microbus out there. The head should be facing that way. That's the most convenient way to cover our escape. This comment was made with the doors, escape routes and loading lines in mind. As soon as the car started, the three of them moved. They ran around noiselessly, returned with the weakened people in their arms, put them in the car, and ran again. It was frighteningly quick, efficient, and lean. The three of them have grown so much since they've done so many rescues and exterminations. The only things I've improved on are teleporting and driving, though. North tent, 2 secure, 6 remaining. East tent, 3 down, 4 to go. South tent, 2 men remaining. We're done. We've checked inside each tent. Nothing left to load. I went around the car quickly, checking for anyone in bad health, and while I was at it, I stowed away the manacles, shackles, and collars. Okay, That's good. We're moving. Everyone hold on somewhere. Wait, please. One of the beastman ladies who had been held captive clung to me as I tried to return to the driver's seat. I had a bad feeling when I saw the desperate look on her face. Did they take someone? They escaped. They escaped. 8 children. They're in the woods. She points to a small, dense forest about 200 meters away. Don't worry, we'll pass through it when we run away. We'll pick them up. Hold on to something. It's going to be bumpy for a while. When I started the engine, even the sleeping soldiers noticed it. I wasn't worried about them catching up with me because I was just running away. A search in a place like that would probably mean an additional retreat battle. I hope we won't be needing the M60. I've got it strapped to the seat of my Humvee, so I don't know if I'll be able to get it out in a hurry. I don't know why Meryl-san smiled at me when she saw my face clouding over. I guess it's time for me to come in, huh? Yes, that's right. That's what's going to happen. It wasn't a question, just a confirmation. When I saw the muscle-brain little girl lovingly stroking Uzi, I first felt a hint of anxiety rather than feeling relieved. I wonder what this girl is going to do. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 49, sponsored chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 49, Substitute Gift. As soon as the sound of the engine echoed, the soldiers jumped out. They responded faster than I imagined. I thought they were more incompetent because they didn't notice the attack. Perhaps they immediately sensed the situation when they saw the corpses of their comrades scattered around, and I heard the sound of an arrow hitting the back of the microbus that had left the encampment. Kaya, be quiet. Get down on the floor with your head down. If you do that, you'll be fine. If they break the window, you never know. I hit the gas and started driving in the dark. What are you doing, Joshua? Speed up. Don't be ridiculous. With more than 30 people on board, the battered bus was moving slowly. The narrow farm road was rough with dirt and gravel, and there were no borders or hardened corners, as they hadn't even thought about a wagon running on it. Off the road is soft farmland. If we get stuck, that's the end of our escapade. That's where the shootout is. Would you stop reading my thoughts, please? Well, there's nothing to worry about, is there? We're only going to make it to the forest anyway. The only thing you have to worry about is how well you're prepared to take them on by then. Now, hurry up. It was only about 200 meters in a straight line, and it would take less than a minute to drive through the farm roads. We went around the forest, entered the blind spot from the Imperial military, and stopped beside a huge fallen tree. I put the car in a position to shield it from the bow. Everyone, stay down in the car. Don't move. You come with me and call out to the children. I get off the bus with the beastman lady from earlier and put the Humvee in a position to guard the entrance door. Minya, get on the gun. We're going into the woods. Anyone coming down the road is the enemy. You can shoot on sight. Copy that. The bow first, the gun. Depending on the situation, you may not be able to retrieve the arrows. Use your ammunition sparingly. Good luck. I thought I heard some kind of lively voice, but I ignored it. Yada, who was holding a machete, was attached to the woman's bodyguard, while Meryl and I went ahead as the vanguard. We're matching. Seeing me with my MAC-10, Meryl waved her Uzi happily. That's right. We are like the 45 siblings. No, a pair. It doesn't matter anyway. I unhooked the MAC-10's safety and switched to a single shot. I can't control full automatic fire, and I'll probably end up wasting a lot of ammo. It might hit the kids. Don't fire until you're sure you see them. Roger that. Needless to say, the beastman lady called out the children's names. After a while, there was a voice in the distance. Be careful, Joshua. There is a small sign of a monster. As I ran, I kept an eye on my surroundings, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness of the forest. I heard the sound of the sky being cut with a snap, and something warm poured down. It soaked my clothes and smelled fishy. You're really unreliable at times like this. Yada's exasperated voice made me look at my feet, and I saw a silhouette that looked like a child who had been decapitated. It seemed to be a humanoid monster, not a beast. Although the blood drained away for a moment. The skin is blue-black, the face is ugly and distorted, and there is a pile of teeth peeking out from the mouth. What is this? Why, Joshua, don't you even know what a goblin is? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen a monster other than a dragon. I've always had the impression that goblins were small fry in novels, movies, and video games, but the real thing is quite tough, scary, and just plain creepy. There was no time to stop. As I started to run, I heard Miryl's voice in my ear. Joshua, you are over here. I followed the silhouette of Miryl waving at me from about 10 meters away. As I approached, I could see the figures of children hiding behind the fallen trees. Meifa, we're here to help. Where are the other children? We got separated at the entrance to the forest. We thought we'd look for them in the morning, so we stayed here. 5 out of 8. An older girl named Meifa cried out in frustration as she answered. She was older than the rest of the children but still around elementary school age. I wondered how nervous she had been leading the children. How anxious she must have been on her own. Good job, Meifa. Your decision to stay where you are and protect the 4 of them is a great one. But don't worry, we'll find the missing 3. Just tell me their names. Yukuru, Pawn, and Myra. They are all Beastman boys. I taught them that if they get lost, they should hide and wait for the morning. Good job, Meifa. You're a great leader. Well done. Be confident. Meifa, who had been holding on through clenched teeth, began to cry raggedly as if relieved. I patted her crumpled head and handed her a large bag of candy that I had taken out of storage. It's probably nugget or candy, individually wrapped in brightly colored cellophane. A treat. You can share it with the other children when you meet up with them. Thank you. Yada, I need you to escort them to the bus. Stay behind and protect the others. Copy that. Just a reminder. Make sure you stay off the road because you'll be in the M60's firing range. I know. I'll take care of it. Joshua. I was about to run out, but Yada stopped me. Be careful. Thanks. I'll be right back. Miryl sensed the presence of the remaining children and started running through the forest without hesitation. I'm desperately chasing after her, but if I'm not careful, I'm going to be left behind. What's up with this little dwarf? She's so fast. There they are. I'm worried that she's keeping her voice down. There seems to be something in the back of it. Is it a monster or a soldier of the Imperial Army? Orcs. Isn't that the starting point of the Otherworld Transference episode, where you confront and learn the extent of your strength or realize how good you are? I think I'm a mid-level section chief in the cross-world transfer industry right now, and now there are orcs, and there are a lot of them. 2, 3, 4 of them. It must have smelled the children. Orcs are sensitive to the scent of fear in living creatures, and they follow that scent and chase you no matter how hard you run. No, don't lecture me. I need your help. What? I thought I'd show you something. Miryl-san raised her voice a notch and deliberately stepped through the undergrowth with high footsteps. The orcs turned around and swung their clubs in their hands, bracing their huge bodies. Do the orcs know what true fear is? As soon as she said that, a .45 caliber bullet was fired, piercing the orc's eyeball and exiting the back of its head. She continued to swing the barrel of the gun and fired 3 shots in a row. The other 3 orcs were also hit in the eyes and collapsed, screaming and rolling around. In the meantime, the Uzi, which is held single-handedly by the slender arms of the Nojalalinine, does not move an inch. Wait, that's like 4 kilograms or something. You've never used a foldable metal barrel before. If it's wasting weight, just remove it. Yukuru, Pawn, Myra. Meifa sent us to help you. If you come with us, we'll take you to a nice place. We've got some good sweets too. Miryl, that's totally a kidnapper's line. I mean, aren't those things dead yet? The orcs are struggling to get back on their feet, even though their brains have been shot out through their eyes. Orcs have a vicious streak. Even with their heads cracked open and half their contents spilling out, they can still move. No, kill it now. But, orcs, once they feel fear, the smell they emit is much stronger than that of other monsters, and that smell will lure stronger monsters to you. 3 puppy-like beastman children came rushing out of a cavern-like place at the base of a tree. When we waved at them, they looked relieved and swooped down on Miryl. Dwarf Nichan, where's Meifa? Nichan? She's fine. Everyone is waiting for you up ahead. We have to run. Can you keep up? We can. They were speaking like Mitsuo, but I guess the point was that they wouldn't lose if they ran. I'm probably, or almost certainly, the slowest of them all. T/N, Mitsuo Aida, a famous Japanese poet and calligrapher. One of the kids looks at me suspiciously, but I quickly regain my composure and start running. It seems that there was a mixed race of beastmen in their village, so maybe they don't care much about appearances. What are you doing, Joshua? If you don't hurry, the big one will come. I hurriedly followed Miryl and the others. Wait a minute, What is this big one? As I ran as fast as I could, I glanced back and saw several torchlights in the direction of the village. The sound of metal clanging and shouting. They must be soldiers of the Imperial Army trying to enter the forest. Miral may well have been upset with the Imperial Army and the people of the village after that. I could see that there was a huge presence approaching that I could recognize. Yada. Minya. We're back now. Get on the bus. Minya, who had just gotten off the Humvee, was unhappy that she hadn't been able to get a shot off. But that wasn't the point right now. I don't have a chance to shoot the MAC-10 at all, either. I stowed the Humvee, jumped into the microbus, and drove off without fastening my seatbelt. There was a roar that drowned out the cheers of reunion behind me. Miral, what's that? I don't know what it is, and I'm not interested in it, but it's a monster that recognizes orcs as bait. It will probably stay in that forest for a while, gobbling up all the meat it can get its hands on. In a way, it's a natural disaster. That's terrible. One of the most important things to remember is that there are no subhumans left in the village, according to Riella, a spy who was among the people rescued. All of them had been sold by the villagers to the Imperial Army, which fortunately or unfortunately solved the problem at once. Then it's none of our business what happens to them now, is it? I smiled and nodded at Yada's words. Now that we've pulled ourselves together, we're on our way to Kasemayan. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 50. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 50. Breakfast and school bus. Phew. Hey, Joshua. What a lovely morning. Yeah, you were all asleep, so you might say that. As for me, I've been driving all night, and I'm trying to figure out what to do with the mess in front of me. The weather was clear, and the breeze was refreshing, but it was a bit annoying at the moment. The muscle-brained girls are tilting their heads and looking at me suspiciously as I do my best to smile at them. When trouble occurs after staying up all night, I feel like I have no room left in my mind, which is not good. That's when I have to laugh it off. I don't know if I could handle this. In front of us, the beloved Nico kindergarten bus with its bare face was lying on the ground with its side exposed. To be more precise, I was the one who rolled it over. At dawn, when the bus hit a big bump, it made a strange noise and went out of control. The speed wasn't too high, so I stopped immediately, and it wasn't so much an accident, but when I connected the clutch, all I heard was a squealing and groaning noise, and the bus wouldn't move. I asked everyone to get off the bus, stowed it away, and then took it out horizontally. I couldn't jack it up, could I? Yeah. After looking at it that way, all I could see was that there was nothing I could do about it. Hey, Joshua's laughing. Did he hit his head or something? No, he didn't. I mean, even in such a thrilling situation, he managed to stop the car without any trouble. I don't care what they say, but all the beastmen, as well as the muscle-brain girls, were asleep and unaware of the accident until I woke them up. If you look at it in a positive light, they might have been exhausted, though. The elf and the dwarf were sensitive and immediately woke up and offered to help. I'm very grateful, but I don't really know what to do either. Just in case, I gave the muscle-brained girls my firearm and asked them to stand guard around the perimeter. They don't seem to be paying much attention, though. Joshua, can you fix it? No, I don't think so. The suspension is broken, and the drive shaft is bent. Suspension. Phew, I see it. It stretches and contracts to soften the impact of the wheels. This is a great idea and technology. As expected of the microbus. T/N. Suspension. That's not the case, Miral-san. Well, since it's broken, I guess I can give it to her. Where's the jury? Ibushafuto? T/N. Drive shaft. It's that big, bent stick over there. It has many gears in between to transmit power to the wheels. Once it's bent, there's no fixing it. When we get to Kasemayan, you can do whatever you want with it. Take it apart and study it, or rebuild it. Really? Miral clung to me with a happy smile and rubbed her head against me. It's so cute. Hey, so, let's clean up the microbus and have breakfast. The Beastman children, who were anxiously watching the situation from a short distance away, raised a cheer. Immediately after the rescue, the fluffy kids were exhausted, but they were able to join their parents safely, and after a night's sleep, they seemed to have completely recovered both physically and mentally. After picking up the kids, we had to get as far away as possible from the monster that Miral had attracted, even though it was a strategy, and since we were on a forced journey to get back to Kasemayan as soon as possible, I just distributed the miscellaneous portable food that was left in the storage. We only stopped for about 3 minutes for a restroom break to check the map, but we made it here almost non-stop. According to Miral's estimate, our current position is 30 miles to Kasemayan or about 48 kilometers. Food, food, food. Hey, what? Joshua, what now? The kids crowd around me, sniffing at my hands and backpack. They look more like puppies than beastmen, their tails wagging in anticipation of what they're going to find. My clothes and bag are all soggy from the drool, but I'll forgive that. Ever since I gave them a big bag of sweets and some extra snacks, probably nutritional blocks for sea rescue, after the rescue, they've recognized me as someone who gives good food. It's okay, though. They're cute and honest. Take this to the adults. It's heavy, so be careful. Okay, it's hard. Don't bite the can. It needs to be warmed up, so leave it at the pot. Yes. The beastmen adults built a few simple hearths out of nearby stones and wood. They were very quick to build and light the fire as if they were used to it. I asked them to boil water in the large pot I had taken out of storage and heated up the remaining group rations, portable food for small units. As usual, I didn't know what was in it until I opened it. It was quite heavy, so I assumed it was a stew or something. In the other hearth, I decided to cook the wyvern meat I had in stock. This time it was thighs and wings. However, each one of them is about the size of an elementary school girl. After a very successful carriage party at Kasemayan, the women tried their best to preserve the meat before it got damaged, but there was nothing to be done with more than 10 of those huge, almost as big as giraffes, so I kept them until we needed them. I had no problem offering them to the rescued brethren. Oh, it's meat. A big meat. Ugh. It smells so good. I handed out the grilled wyvern meat and warmed rations, along with some flatbread that I had baked at Kasemayan. The flatbreads are still warm even though they were baked fresh in the pantry days ago. After all, time doesn't seem to pass in the storage room. The drinks were mineral water and boiled tea. The dishes and utensils were among the luggage we had taken from the transportation corps of the kingdom's army. The beastmen seemed to be very hungry, probably because of their high food intake. Some of them were even in tears when they tried to bite into the huge pieces of meat. Delicious. Oh, good for you. Eat more. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Thank you. The little beastmen children wagged their tails in unison as they happily bit into the meat. They're all so cute. Hey, I'm thinking about buying more supplies and replacing them, so I'm taking this opportunity to get rid of some inventory. Simon's got a lot of money now, so I'm sure he'll have more suppliers. Hey Joshua, this is so good. What kind of meat is this? It's wyvern. Wyvern? All of them, including the adults, gasped. At most, a few of them have seen it fly off high into the sky from a distance. They've never even thought of eating them, except to worry about being eaten. In fact, they have never even heard of eating their meat, let alone distributing it. I guess that's true. But it's delicious, so what does it matter? What happened to this wyvern? The elves of Kasemayan killed them. There's still plenty left, so don't hesitate to eat it. When I suggested it, the adults nodded, looking both relieved and worried. What kind of elf hunts wyverns, and in such large numbers? Moreover, I am grateful for the fact that you generously offer such valuable meat to us who have just met you. But are all the people of Kasemayan like that? I don't know what they are, but they're all good guys. No, I don't know if I can get along with people who can defeat such monsters. I'm almost human in appearance, won't they hate me? At Riella's words, I decided to answer a little more seriously. Everyone knows about Kasemayan, but it is a city in a story that once flourished as a country of subhumans, and few people know what the Kasemayan of today, in reality, is like. In addition, no one knows what kind of people are and what they are trying to do. Even Riella, who had been working as a secret spy to communicate and coordinate with the Liberation Army, was worried. If I don't explain it properly, he might feel uncomfortable. In Kasemayan, no one cares about other people's appearance. We're all working together to rebuild a place where we can live happily. So, we just have to do what we can, little by little. Yeah. What's more, Joshua and I are also newcomers. In addition, Joshua is not only human in appearance but also in reality. It was a bit of a scare at first, but now they accept him. I believe that you will be able to get along with each other in no time. Eh? Is this person human? Not a half-breed? Yes, that's right. Well, I have a lot going on, you know. We'll talk about it later. The people of Yerkal have no objection to abandoning their village and starting over in Kasemayan. In the first place, most of the subhumans living in the kingdom are refugees from Kasemayan and their descendants. They seem to be happy to be back in their homeland that they had heard about from their parents and grandparents. With about 40 people, including us, we had cleared out most of the food I had stored. There were still 9 wyvern meats left, half of which could be served to Kasemayan's table. After lunch, I bought some more supplies from Simon. The budget is still ample, but I need to plan accordingly about the future. For now, I need to secure transportation. Market. Simon, who was leaning his elbow on the counter and blowing on a cigar, noticed me and raised his hand. This time, he was wearing a fluorescent purple suit and a white shirt that looked like silk. The tie is fluorescent green. That's exactly like what the enemies of Batman wore. T/N, Joker, obviously. I don't care what he wears. Where do they sell it, though? Oh, brother, how's the situation? Oh, I think the war is over. Thanks to you. Now there's a new problem. Of course it is. When a big country falls, it loses control and splits. After that, there's more trouble. Because only small people want to be on top. I know what he means. I don't know what country Simon is from, but I'm sure he's seen, heard, or experienced it many times. So, what can I do for you today? What's with the businessman-like tone? And yet, the tone of voice was surprisingly natural. Strangely enough, Simon seems to have gained a strange sense of calmness. His clothes are colored like an unsuccessful comedian, but the quality of the material seems high. The smell of his perfume has become more moderate, and he no longer smiles like an idiot. I wonder if his position, money, and environment have changed him. Let's hope he doesn't change for the worse. I need a big car, a bus or a truck with minor malfunctions, and this time I don't need it to be fast, armored, or armed. Will it be for goods, or people? People. I have about 40 people, including children. So there are 2 options, a Russian military truck and an American school bus. Both are in good condition. They cost $4,000 and $7,000. The school bus is more expensive. Yeah, it's a GMC, even if it's outdated. Compared to the Urals, a Russian military vehicle manufacturer. To be honest, I don't know much about them, since both companies are not familiar to Japanese people. After checking the specifications and the condition of the bus, I decided on the school bus. It would be a pity to transport people in a military truck, even if it is covered. There will probably be more refugees to be transported in the future, so if possible, I'd prefer an automatic transmission so that other people can drive it. The truck, a Ural 375D, had a manual transmission. I heard it has a 7-liter V8 gasoline engine that doesn't get good mileage. I bought some additional supplies and stowed them, and when I checked the remaining budget, there was still $600,000 left. After the deal was done, Simon asked me to shake his hand familiarly. As I pulled my hand away, I suddenly noticed the ring. He must have sensed my gaze because he smiled languidly. That was the first time I saw Simon's face like that. I got married. She's a nice girl, and her parents were very against it, but they finally approved it. And I owe it all to you. HMPH. Alright. Then give me the money. $50,000 is fine. Oh. That's fine, that's fine. It's your money anyway. Simon pulls out a neatly sealed dollar bill from under the counter. I don't know how much it is, but I'm guessing it's $50,000. I take it and slip it into the breast pocket of his stupidly colored jacket. Yeah, it doesn't fit them all. So, I shove the rest into his side pocket. It's your wedding gift. Congratulations on your good fortune. But don't get too greedy, or your wife will cry, and both of us will be in trouble. You have to be careful, okay? Simon, who had a puzzled look on his face, nodded with a straight face. Yeah, he's gotten a better look. He will probably be fine. I waved my hand at him as he bowed graciously, then closed the market skill. Hey Joshua, what's this? I turned around at the sound of Yada's voice and saw a huge school bus parked on the street. The huge yellow vehicle with a hood is a full-size bus, not a micro. Oh yeah, I've seen them in Hollywood movies or something. I don't know if it was the design, but it seemed much bigger than Japanese buses. I wonder how it didn't fall under the weight limit. It's a new car. Would you like to drive it? Yada. Are you sure? I might need someone to drive it for me when I'm not available. You should get used to it. I taught her how to operate it and then called out to the Yerkle people who had finished cleaning up after breakfast. Is this a new vehicle? Where'd you get it from? This one doesn't have a face. Does it? I like the old one better. The barefaced bus seemed to be popular not only with Miral but also with the Beastman children. When we get back to Kasemayan, I'll ask Miral and the dwarves to see if they can fix the barefaced bus. When I looked for Miral, I saw the back of a dwarf girl slumped over with a sullen look on her face a little further down the road. Oh, Miral, what's wrong? Is there a problem? There's a problem. But in a way, I can say that most of the problem has been solved. What do you mean? Well, then, there was a wreck of a carriage lying on the corner of the road. Lying beside it was a huge bow, nearly 3 meters wide. It looked like a ballista, a huge crossbow that was used as a siege weapon in my original world. There were 2 of them. Neither of them had a string attached. Apparently, these are the mechanical bows that Miral developed, and that the kingdom took and hastily copied and produced as secret weapons to change the war. It seems that both were abandoned due to some kind of trouble that prevented them from being transported. One had one wheel buried in the mud, tilted and slid down, and the other was thrown out of a broken wagon with a broken axle. The axle must have been too heavy for such a small wagon. Considering the weight, it should have been obvious. What an idiot! Yada called out to Miral, who dropped her shoulders. Oh, I've seen one of those on the battlefield. Really? I don't remember seeing one. I don't remember seeing one either. I was loitering behind a pile of wagons when it blew up with a bang. Miral-san, who was worried about what would happen if her horrible inventions were directed at the people of Kasemayan, looked at me with an expression that said she didn't know what to do with her face. I think you should laugh. No, I'm quite serious. I wonder if the other one is out there somewhere. That stuff doesn't matter anymore. As long as it's not aimed at the people of Kasemayan, they can throw it away, destroy it, launch it into any army, or do whatever they want with it. Let's go, Miral said cheerfully, as if she had completely gotten over it, and started walking towards the school bus. Joshua, I've made up my mind. I'm going to make that yellow vehicle a tiger stripe. Oh, that's great. I'll help you. What? Stop it. I just bought it and put a tiger face on it, said Miral. Well, now that I'm driving it, it's my car. It'll be cool for sure. No, it won't. It's not your car, Yada, it's mine. Don't modify it without my permission. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 51 to 52. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 51. The Love of the Tiger Girl. Yada. Whoa. This is awesome. Mitra Jimago. In the driver's seat of the newly procured school bus, the Tiger Girl Yada was hugging the steering wheel. Normally, she is a bit of a grumpy, bad-tempered Chiyunabu kind of girl, but now she is smiling maniacally with a tight smile on her face. Rather than smiling, Yada honestly makes me feel a little uncomfortable when I see her like that. Don't give it a name without permission. Also, it's not yours. In this world, 2 vehicles are called 30go. Or is it just a matter of automatic translation? Well, it's fine, Joshua. Wouldn't it be easier for you if you put Yada in charge of the bus? Well, that's true, but let's just get back to Kasemayan and fix up my cute little bear. Hey, you two, huh? Miral-san, will you fix the kindergarten bus with the suspension pulled out and the drive shaft bent? I think the only place where it can be safely driven around is that plain. The north side is a forest, and the south side is hostile territory. Well, whatever. I don't know much about it, but I wonder if it needs transmission oil or something. I'll ask Simon later. I checked every part of the vehicle and filled the jerry cans with diesel fuel, 5 20-liter cans of diesel fuel. The fuel gauge seemed to be working fine after I rechecked it after refueling from its initial state of being almost empty. I had reserved 5 more jerry cans of fuel for Humvee, but it was only 80 kilometers to Kasemayan, so I wouldn't need to refuel again. Okay, please get in. Yes. There are no chairs for everyone, so the little ones sit with the adults. Yes. The former Yerkle residents who were transferred to the new car were surprised to see that it was twice as spacious. The common attitude seemed to be to pretend that they hadn't seen the tiger girl frolicking on the steering wheel as soon as they entered. Certainly, it's hard to be subtle about it, even though it was a school bus. The chairs were big enough for an American. There were 10 seats on each side that could seat 2 children. Even an adult beastman could comfortably sit alone. Unfortunately, there were no extra seats, so they had to be packed in. Unlike the barefaced bus, where sitting on the floor was the norm, this time, even though there were enough chairs, there were still people who didn't get it. I guess I should have bought some cushions. This time, it's an emergency, and there are only a few left, so they'll have to put up with it. Let's go, yada. Why yeah, anytime. First, turn that key. Yeah, the silver one. Wait a minute there. And turn it again. The cell motor roared a few times, and then the engine started. The heavy revving sound of the large displacement diesel engine sent Yada, the tiger girl, into a frenzy. And I pointed to the shift lever on the right side of the driver's seat. She couldn't read the alphabet, so I had to get her to recognize it as a symbol. Just the stop, forward and reverse. When you start the engine, it's in the current position. When you want to move, go here. When you want to move back, it's here, but it's dangerous because you can't see behind you, so basically just move forward. Okay. Put the shift lever here and press the right gas pedal to drive. The left pedal is to stop the car. Turn that round thing to turn the car. The rest, I'm not sure either. The control panel on the left side of the driver's seat has a lot of switches and stuff, but I guess it's just for business or road use, so I decided to leave that part aside. It can wait. I want to go back to Casemayan as soon as possible. Slowly at first, at a speed that allows you to stop quickly. This idiot suddenly pushed the gas pedal to the bottom. Oh, it's so fast. What an amazing power. As expected of the Trojamago. Stop. Oh, you ugh. I was almost blown off by the sudden start and then bounced off by the sudden stop and stuck to the window glass. As a result of taking a stand to protect Miral, only I was hit here and there and bounced around. Miral, on the other hand, was holding the railing with one hand and was in a solid position. So, in essence, it was a solo match for me. Yada, I said slowly. I told you that. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just so happy. Once she regained her composure, she started again. This time, I reminded her to drive very carefully and smoothly. Okay, keep going. If you suddenly speed up, stop, or turn, the people in the car may get hurt or feel sick. I understand. I'll do my best. When the speed had increased to a certain extent, I set the upper limit at around 40 miles per hour, 64 kilometers per hour. Even if the visibility is good, keep the speed at this level. My Trojamago can do better than that. It's not yours. But that's okay. There's nothing good about going too fast on this bus. The purpose of this vehicle is to transport the passengers as safely and comfortably as possible. The only one who has to run fast and fight the enemy is Humvee. I see. Yeah, I get it. Safe and comfortable, right? I don't know what it is that attracts her so much, but Yada is madly in love with the school bus. Even when the bus stopped for a break, she stayed in the driver's seat and refused to leave. I couldn't help it. I'll ask someone to carry the tea and snack to the driver's seat when it's ready. Okay, good child. I know you can do better than that. I can hear voices through the window. What is it? What is it with the Casemayan elf and dwarf and their refractive love for their weapons? Or do subhumans have a lot of fetishistic interests? I think my Konporndobo is something that matches my feelings. T/N. Compound bow. My Yuji is the same. He's so bloodthirsty, it's hard to calm him down. T/N. Uzi. Now, Trojamago, I invite you to my homeland, to the Casemayan. Hey, somebody stop them. My mental HP is 0. Chapter 52, Tiger, Yada's driving skills, which had been sluggish at the start of the day, had stabilized by midday, and she was now able to handle herself reasonably well. Of course, this is possible because there are no pedestrians, no oncoming cars, no traffic lights, no police, and almost no turns on the road. Even in a different world, it doesn't change the fact that you will die if you crash. The problem is when you turn. Come on, Joshua, Trojamago and I can turn any corner. I wouldn't worry about whether or not the car could turn. What do you mean? Joshua's concern is understandable. Yada, stop just short of the crest of the hill. We'll go out to scout first. After about an hour of driving, we reached the designated spot. Yada stopped smoothly and turned off the engine. I will go with you. Me, Miral, And mine, you are going to scout the area. Yada didn't even move from the driver's seat. I bet she won't want me to store that bus when we get back to Kasemayan. She's probably saying, this is my Trojamago. If she insists until the end, I'll just stow the bus with her. Living creatures will get bounced, so she'll just pop out naked, right? It'll be fun, but then I'll be blown away. Joshua, what are you smiling about? Let's get going. We made our way to the top of the hill and squatted down in the shade of a tree. At the bottom of the gentle slope, we could see a vast, almost circular basin. It was about 10 kilometers in diameter. Near the center of the basin, the road divides into 3 forks. The narrowest of the 3 is the road that connects Kasemayan to the kingdom's capital. One island, the road to the royal capital, where we are now. The other is the road to the Empire. The current location is the closest to the Empire on the route we have set. As expected, they're here. Yeah, that's right. We could see the Imperial Army straddling the three-way junction. If they were to intervene in the civil war and cut off the land, they should march quickly to the royal capital. Judging from the thick deployment of troops to the west and their vigilance, they must have received some kind of information from the kingdom about the great defeat against Kasemayan. It looks like they are afraid to move for fear of being pinched. Although the distance was too great to see the details clearly, there were banners here and there in the camp. It was the same imperial flag that we had seen in Urkel. From the cloak to the tent to the banners, they were all in black and grey, so they looked like dirty lumps from a distance. Is that the entire Imperial Army? Almost all of it. Fumo, only 500. It was only. The number was only 500, but it was actually quite a large army. As for the 30,000 mobilized by the Kingdom Army before, it was an anomaly. This time it's actually just the 3 of us who are going to be dealing with them. It seems like a statement based on that understanding, which scares me. They all wear the same clothes. It's more plain than the Kingdom Army. They're not fun to look at. No, it's not fun, even if it's colorful. I didn't pay any attention to the Imperial Army's clothes during the battle at Urkel, but the colorless group was very suffocating to watch in a large army. I guess you could say it's a necessary intimidation factor in war. On the other side, military power is centralized in the hands of the Emperor. This is both good and bad. Well, let's not talk about that. As soon as she said that much, Miryl's face turned sullen. I wondered if it was some kind of unpleasant opponent. You see some green armor mixed in on the far left? Those are the kingdom's Margrave soldiers. They're a bunch of cowards who sought shelter from the enemy and gave away what they stole. Stole? Yes, look. That's the mechanical bow they took from the kingdom. Yeah, I can't see it at all. It doesn't matter how big the bow is, it's impossible to tell if it's a few kilometers away. Miryl-san, give me back my binoculars. That was the last one of the 4 units, and an original one made by Miryl. Yes, no doubt about it. The red on the body was painted by my own hand, after the fire gods that the dwarves worship. That's good. This is a good opportunity for Miryl to take it into your own hands. Take it or destroy it. I'll help you either way. I'll crush it. That thing shouldn't be in existence. Although I feel a lot less guilty now that I've seen Joshua's pistol and T/N. I'd. Indeed. It's a weapon that can cause indiscriminate and merciless death, but after seeing an eye that can blow up nearly 10,000 heavily armed infantrymen, I suppose it makes sense. Okay, so Miryl and I will take the Humvee. I'll take the gun. I want Minya to protect the bus. I'll do it if you give me a bus with an Emiroka on it. T/N. M60. No way. Where are you gonna put it? Then number. I'll just ride the Humvee. T/N. Humvee. This girl too, huh? Alright. We'll have Minya come with us. We'll kick the enemy out of the way, put the Tarajamago in a side road, and then you will hold them off from behind. The more hands we have, the better. Thanks, I love you, Miri. Minya hugged and stroked the older Miryl as if she was praising a child. In terms of height, Minya is bigger than Miryl. Minya, who always has a cold-hearted or even resigned look to the world, sometimes shows a childish or even age-appropriate attitude, which conversely makes me feel a little sad. I hope that, little by little, she will become a normal girl again. Well, that's not something I can say as I'm taking her out on a murderous trip. By the way, Minya, the belt link is limited to 100 rounds, but you can change the ammunition, right? Of course. It's almost the same as the machine gun. Dwarves taught it to me, and it's faster than counting to 5. When did you? What the hell is that noise? Just as we were about to get back on the bus, we heard some kind of crackling noise. As we entered the vehicle, Yada was fumbling around the switch control panel while the speakers were blaring with the sound of intense drums and electric guitar. The Beastman children join in the vocal shouts with a howl of their own. They seemed to be having fun, but it was too loud. "What are you doing?" "Why, Joshua, something's starting to sound on its own." "No way, that's true. Did you push something?" I didn't push anything. I didn't do anything. And now this happens. Why are you stuttering?" "Don't avert your eyes." "I think I pressed something, but I don't remember where." She's like a computer novice when the screen goes weird. I don't know whose taste this is, but it's a very nostalgic rock. Heavy metal. I can't find the name right away. I think it was Alice Cooper. "Joshua, what the hell is this?" "This is the music of my world. There are all kinds of music, from quiet to loud, and this is like the loudest of the loud. I don't know what this song is about, but it really sticks in your mind, doesn't it? Or, to put it another way, it's the only way. I see, that's right. Well, it's that kind of music. The Imperial Army is on the move. They're coming. Is that music making them aware? Can they hear us at that distance? I don't think that's the point. It doesn't matter. We've decided to destroy them anyway. Joshua, bring out the Hanbi. T/N. Humvee. Meryl shouted with her arms towards the enemy camp as if she was calling the shots. "No, what kind of warlord are you?" When the bus was about to depart in two separate vehicles, the music playing on the bus switched. "Wait a minute, Eye of the Tiger here? T/N. Survivor's song." "It's too perfect for this story, though." The Tiger Girl and the Trijimago. That's all I need to say about that. Had a perfect first battle. Meryl in the passenger seat gave the bus a hand signal to move forward with a slight delay, and Minya shouted happily from the rear gun emplacement. "Charge!" I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill, market. Chapter 53. Here's the chapter, enjoy. Chapter 53, Flying Humvee. At the top of the hill, Humvee's huge build jumped up slightly. I was so nervous that I had pushed the gas pedal too hard. I told myself this was the moment of truth, and I needed to stay calm. Minya. When the distance to the front line of the Imperial Army is less than 1 mile, 1,600 meters, start firing. Roger that. If you think you can hit it, it's your decision. That bullet will penetrate the human body. Aim for the upper half of the front line. All right. Unlike Meryl, who turned around and called out to her, I could only see Minya's lower body in the rearview mirror. I was driving, so I didn't know what kind of reaction she gave me, and I couldn't judge her confidence. "Are you sure you're okay in all this shaking?" "No need to worry. I am a descendant of the forest hunter elves. Wind and water are my blessings." "Aside from the wind, why water?" "It is said that wind spirit magic reduces the resistance of bullets and combined wind and water magic reduces barrel heating. For precision shooting, it is more suitable for archers than dwarves." "Oh, that's great fantasy stuff." Although the fact that the one she's using is a second-hand M60 is a little less romantic. As soon as we descended the hill, the Imperial Army reacted, formed up and went on the defensive. A line of heavily armed infantry formed a wide, dense horizontal formation, probably to counter the cavalry. The cavalry would bite through the soft flanks of the enemy troops, stopping the rush to the front. The problem is that we are neither cavalry nor troops, but there is no way that the Imperial Army, which doesn't even know who we are, can understand that. They may have heard about the firearms from the surrendered Kingdom Army generals, but from the reports of the defeated troops who have not even taken a shot at us, there is no way to plan a countermeasure. Effective range confirmed. I will start shooting. Okay? The bouncy voice of Minya heightened my anticipation and anxiety simultaneously. There are still 1,500 meters to the enemy position. I slowed down the Humvee slightly to stabilize the shot, thinking that it had reached the 1-mile range that Meryl had instructed, but that it had not yet reached the effective range. The firing from the rear gun turret began. The M60's dexterous point-blank firing of several rounds at a time caused the enemy's heavily armored infantry to writhe and fall one by one. As far as I could tell from their writhing, not all of them were dead, but that only added to the confusion in the enemy lines. The hole in the crowded formation is like a monster with a tough shell exposing its defenseless internal organs. There was no way to close the hole, and the bullets that rained down on them slowly tore through the inner walls. The formation immediately began to collapse. That's right. If the vanguard of the heavy infantry were overtaken, there would be only soft light infantry in the back. There is still no movement from the archers in the rear and the mage troops, who can't be seen but should be accompanying a unit of this size. Joshua. On the left side of the front, the mechanical bow is coming. I saw a stake-like object launched from the right wing of the enemy line flying towards us, drawing a slight arc-shaped trajectory. The launch speed exceeds that of a longbow, and the aim and trajectory are not bad. If it hit, it could easily slaughter 2 or 3 heavily armed infantrymen. But, how foolish of me to make something like that. Meryl let out a dry laugh. The heavy arrow, of course, could not keep up with the speed of the running Humvee and flew off in the opposite direction. I dreamed of betting my life on that thing, and now that it's been taken from me, I feel a deep despair. No, you know what, Meryl? It's the operator who is stupid, and the mechanical bow itself is an effective weapon. You know, you don't have to console me. No, it's not. It's not the weapon's fault that it can't hit a Humvee in combat maneuvers with only one bow. You may be right. Joshua, I'm fine now. It would take several minutes to load the next round. A soldier with a crank is frantically turning it, but of course, we have no right to wait for it. Couldn't they at least have had the presence of mind to place them in the rear? There were no guards. Not even a shield. This is how the mechanical bow is regarded in the Imperial Army. Farewell to the fleeting dream. The troops in charge of the mechanical bow were hit by the Uzi's fully automatic fire from the maximum range, and the soldiers collapsed and died. In the end, the M60's concentrated fire lasted about 2 seconds. One of them must have cut the string, and the body of the soldier who was using the pedestal as a shield was split apart and popped off. That was the awful and sad end of the super weapon that Meryl had created. Change ammunition. Copy that. After stopping for a few seconds, the Humvee started moving forward again. In the meantime, the cavalry that had finally caught up to us were closing in on us. I don't understand what they are going to do with their long cavalry spears. They probably don't know what to do either. Minya, don't worry about the cavalry coming from the right, we'll kill them here. Yeah, got it. This one will eat the main force. There's another character change here. Is this really okay? These muscle brain girls? Meryl, take the cavalry. Do you need AKM? No need. As long as I have Uji in my hands, the only thing that can interfere with our love story is the beloved star. Yes. What is this feeling of alienation? It's like in a nest of crazies. The real people here are the crazies. Whenever Meryl fires her Uzi, the cavalryman staggers and falls off their horses and stops moving at all. With every single shot, one cavalryman is certain to drop out. It's not only the light cavalry who are defenseless due to their speed, but also the heavy cavalry with thick shields that can catch a pistol bullet. One by one, they were shot in the eyeballs, wavered, fell off their horses, and never got up again. What is it? I wonder what this is. Meryl-san. Seriously, you're amazing. I'll try not to make you too angry. What are you talking about, Joshua? Quickly go around to the left. Roger that. About half a mile in front of the enemy line, I turned the wheel to the left and passed to the rear while cutting off the enemy's right flank with bullets. The Imperial Army, unable to cope with the speed of the Humvee and the bullets raining down on them, panicked and ran for cover, but they had no effective means of attacking a vehicle that was faster than a horse. Not to mention, there was no way to defend against the 7.62mm bullets that could easily penetrate even the thickest tower-shaped shield. Even the heavily armored infantrymen, who were wearing shields and armor, were completely overrun. The fear of the light infantry was like that of a common man in front of a dragon. They ran off in all directions, disrupting the line of battle, and some were even cut down by the knights who seemed to be an upper echelon. Uzi .45 fired from inside the vehicle blows the head off the knight. You should not shoot those who run away, Minya. Regard that. Ha 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 ha. Please don't do that again. It's too scary to see how happy you really are with your laugh. Is it because of the history of hardship that the Northern Elves had gone through that the tension is even higher than the time when she annihilated the right arm of the Kingdom Army General, which is the revenge of her mother? I'm sure her father is still alive and well because I saved him. But I can't stand it when he takes the blame for making her like this. I don't think it's his fault at all. It's not bad. Right? Change ammunition. Copy that. I rode around the left flank from behind the enemy lines and stopped the Humvee at the sound of Minya's voice after firing off an additional 100 rounds. It is about 300 meters away from the Imperial Army, which is almost out of reach. The sweeping shots from the archers, fired as if they had just remembered, were not effective because they were blocked by the additional armor and reinforced bulletproof glass. If they were to be hit, it would be by Minya in the rear gun position. Even though all sides are covered with armor plates, the top is still open. Minya, keep your head down while reloading. It's dangerous. It's okay if it's within this range. I can deflect it with just wind magic. It's easy. No problem. No problem at all. It's not a problem. Huh? No problem at all? Okay, Joshua, let's go. After we destroyed the vanguard, we snatched the rear and went around the enemy's left flank while keeping the enemy's right flank in check. The Imperial Army had moved its formation to the left flank. Miral, what happened to the bus? At the first impact, it slipped into a side road. It's now going straight for Kasemayan. Even their horses can't catch up with it. Okay, we're moving out too. Wait. Minya, in the rear gunner's seat, poked my seat with her toe. The toe that was extended towards the windshield pointed towards the center of the enemy camp. There are probably 2 beastmen trapped. Another one in the back is probably a dwarf, though he's behind the soldiers. Miral, can you see them? I double-checked their position, but no matter how hard I strained my eyes, all I could see was a jumbled mass of gray. I can see it, though. Probably true. But if they are to be used as battle slaves, they must be treated improperly. Is it possible that's the reason why I felt the use of magic, but no attack spells flew? What do you mean by that? I don't know if the subhumans were being restrained, interrogated, tortured, enslaved, or whatever, but I think they were using the mages for something other than fighting. I turned my Humvee around to get some distance from the Imperial Army to gather my thoughts. The girls who confirmed their position reported that the beastmen and a dwarf were in the center of the enemy's main camp, in front of a tent pitched slightly behind them. Normally, that would be a place where a commander or a high-ranking noble would be sitting on his ass. The only reason they would place a subhuman, whom they despised and abused, would be as a prisoner or hostage. What kind of subhuman is worth that much? What is the commander of the Imperial Army doing, and for what purpose? No, that's not important for now. The only thing that matters now is the fact that they are probably being guarded by the most elite of the elite and how to get them back. Think. No, I can't think of anything. Maybe this is the only way. What's the matter with you? What else can we do but go in there and get it back? Yeah, that's right. Minya, wipe out the enemy in any direction where the stray bullets won't hit the beastmen and the dwarf. After that, change your ammunition. As soon as I had finished my message, the muscle brain elf resumed her one-sided slaughter from outside the enemy's range. The Imperial Army was now in full wounds, and most of the soldiers seemed to be huddled behind supplies, wagons, stacked shields, and all kinds of shielding, or lying low among the bodies of the fallen soldiers, trying to survive the hail of bullets. I can't see them from too far away, but that's what I get when I integrate the monologues and curses the girls are uttering. I don't care if they are commanders or troop leaders. From the perspective of ordinary soldiers, they are probably praying to God that the Grim Reaper will let them off the hook if they pretend to be dead. I can understand that feeling, but there was no way that such a wish would come true. Change ammunition. Copy. In the meantime, I told Miral and Minya about the plan I had come up with. I was about to tell them that I was going to take a risk that doesn't need to be taken and that I was going to do it alone, when Miral kicked me in the side of the head, and Minya kicked me in the back. It hurt, but the fact that it only hurt meant that they probably took it easy on me. The next time you talk nonsense like that, I will kick you to death. I'll kick you, too. No, you did it already. You guys are doing it now, aren't you? Reload. Ready when you are. You've got to get a grip, Joshua. When we go together. Whether it's paradise or hell. I don't know what these dwarf and elf views on life and death are, but I was a little relieved to hear that. I decided that I was ready to be a part of it and gave the girls instructions. Miral eradicates the enemies around the captured people. I will collect them, and Minya will support the defense and retreat of the Humvee. Roger that. I've never done anything like this before, so don't get mad if I fail. Miral and the Minya smiled gently at my joking attempt to disguise my fear and anxiety. There is no impatience or agitation in their eyes. Not even a hint. I won't blame you, and I won't get angry. If you want to die facing forward, that's fine. You don't have to ask, do you? It doesn't matter where you go, as long as we go together. Anywhere is fine. Damn, they're good women. It would be a shame if they died here. I want to do something to bring them back safely. That's right. To the end, together. Surrounded by an uncharacteristically happy feeling, I began my teleportation, right in the middle of the enemy lines. Here we go. Hold on. With the entire car. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill, market. Chapter 54. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 54. Creeping in shadow. My vision became distorted and hazy. My magic power, energy, and physical strength have been drained away. My breathing became heavy, and my chest became painful. Naturally, I had expected this, but 3 tons, estimated, was too heavy to carry in the teleportation. It wouldn't have been a problem if it was via storage, but there was no way I would get into it in enemy territory. No, now is not the time to worry about that. Go. Go, go. My shout overlapped with the voices of Miral and Minya. Almost at the same time, the sound of gunfire begins to echo. The reason why there are extremely few screams heard is probably because they are steadily and surely being killed instantly. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about this as I frantically move my legs. I thought about using a short-range teleport to jump, but further consumption of magic power would limit my options after rescue. In front of the enemy's tent, I saw 2 beastmen, a man and a woman, tied and rolled. There was also a petite woman who seemed to be being interrogated in the back. If they weren't soldiers of the Imperial Army, these 3 were probably the hostages. The soldiers standing around them had no time to react before being shot in the eyeballs and collapsed. Thank you, Miral. I held the woman, who seemed to be a dwarf, in one hand and the beastman woman in my opposite arm, and I almost collapsed to my knees. I don't know if it's my physical strength or my magical power, but whatever it is, I haven't fully recovered. When I looked back, the 10 meters or so to the Humvee seemed awfully far. Should I carry them one by one? No, the people left behind would be defenseless. There was no time for hesitation. I had to do it. Finally, I put the limp beastman guy on my shoulders, and I was completely unable to move. That's right. It's a normal thing to think about, but I'm too busy to even think about it. In the meantime, the enemy soldiers rushing in at a furious pace haven't managed to kill me because Miral and Minya are holding them back. It's so pathetic. I don't want to be a burden in this place. I'm not going to let them get hurt or lose their lives because of cleaning up my mess. Ah, damn it. Teleportation. I moved a short distance to the Humvee's side. I opened the rear door and pushed the dwarf woman into the back seat. There is no more room in the seat. I opened the rear hatch and pushed the beastman woman in, forcing the beastman guy next to her. Miral, the retrieval is complete. Whoa. I almost slumped down in relief and exhaustion, but then I hear the sound of wind breaking at the side of my face, and an arrow hits the rear hatch. It bounced off a bulletproof plate in the tail that sloped backward and flew off somewhere. Joshua, are you okay? I'm fine. Miral, get in. I took out my Isekai shotgun from storage and went to support Miral's retreat. I shot a soldier who tried to jump at her from the shadows, and he fell down with his face to the ground. I loaded the gun one after another with a pump action and scattered shotgun shells at random. The shouting and screaming spread, but I could tell that I hadn't been able to finish them off. I don't care if they die or not, as long as I can intimidate them. That's all that matters. The shotgun, famous for its lightness, is now very heavy. Sorry to keep you waiting. Miral came running back, holding her arm. She seemed to be trying to hide it, but I could clearly see that blood was dripping down to the tip of her hand. She rolled over into the passenger seat and let out a ragged breath. Miral, it's okay, it's just a scratch. Let's get out of here. Joshua, hurry up. Less than 20 rounds left in the belt. I run into the driver's seat, ignore the seat belt and press the gas pedal to the bottom. I hear the screams of soldiers being run over and crushed. Shut the fuck up, you fucker. The metallic sound of armor hitting the large front bumper continued to rise, and the heavily armed infantryman who had been shot down reeled in the rear in a pileup. Jaya, I don't care. Shut up. Die. Whatever happens to you people, I don't care. You hurt Miral. You hurt my woman. I'll never forgive you. I swear, I'll kill you all. Oh, Joshua, sorry to bother you while you're in such a state of high emotion. It's really not as bad as it looks. My voice? It came out loud and clear. I don't feel bad about Joshua calling me my woman, but people are watching us here, so I'd like to leave it for later when we're alone. Fumo, so that's what you call love is blind. Hey, I can hear you, Minya. A few spears and arrows hit the body of the car, and sparks flew from what appeared to be attack magic, but it didn't matter. It kicked everything away and pushed forward. The front glass was covered with blood and pieces of flesh, and I quickly activated the windshield wipers, but the gore just stretched and made it impossible to see what was in front of me. I don't know where the washer is. More gore and the feeling of crushing something soft with the tires are felt on the seat, and a bouncing Minya drops her ammo box. She curses and opens fire with her sawed-off shotgun on the pursuing enemy. Oh, geez. Change the ammunition. Sorry, but we're going to be shaking for a while. If you can't load it, stay in the car. It's okay, I'm almost done. Alright, it's loaded. Meryl, what's the enemy after us? Oh, yes, 4 cavalry. No, Meryl said as she turned around, and I heard the Uzi and M60 fire a few short bursts. That's 0. No more problems. Thanks for waiting. Meryl's arm was healed by Minya, who came back into the car from the gun turret with a smile on her face. Phew, it felt good. She smiles with an uplifted face, and her eyes are moist with fascination. It's scary. The current Minya looks terribly dainty, beautiful, and shining. But she also looks too scary to be so in this situation. It's okay now. I'm sorry. It will help. Hey, are you sure? Will there be any scars? Of course not. I've healed her. Instead of scars, she'll look cleaner than before. I don't know if Joshua knows what her skin looked like before, though. You've really changed your personality, haven't you? Or is that just the way you are? I don't know about that, but something is growing inside of me. I'm getting excited. Every time I kill, every time I see soldiers crying, I am soothed, I am healed. So I'm sure that when I kill them all, I'll be able to return to the real me. You're scaring me. What's with that Reaper-like ego? No matter how clean it is still covered in blood. With a wry smile and a glance at the passenger seat, Meryl was looking at me with her eyes rolled up. Joshua, I'm not sure what's wrong with you. What do you mean, what's wrong? Your complexion is completely white. Your hands are trembling, and you're not making eye contact with me. Even though I was told that, I didn't feel any particular symptoms. I just thought it was a little dark here. It was night now. We left before dawn. When was it? I can't get my thoughts together. It's a huge Humvee, but the passenger seat with Meryl is getting further and further away. What the hell is this? Hey Joshua, stay with us. Minya. Healing spell. Hurry up. Wait. That can't be right. Where's the wound? When did you get hit? Why didn't you tell us sooner, Joshua? Nothing hurts. But it's dark. It's cold. The foot that should have been on the brake, and the hand that should have touched Meryl, do not feel as if. Meryl's voice, which was as clear as a bell, sounded distorted and distant. What the hell is this? What's going on? Meryl, help me. I'm cold. I'm in pain. I'm lonely. I don't want to die. I still want to be with you. I've never had a happy thought or a happy memory, even though I've been to. I wanted to touch her soft skin, her thin, red lips. Sorry. Mir, I love you. Don't be silly. You promised me that we would die together. Open your eyes, Meryl. Get away from him. No, I'll be with him forever. Don't touch him. Joshua is mine. No one else will have him. He's mine and mine alone. This is impossible, because I can't move my fingertips anymore. I can't see anything. I can't even stay conscious. In the midst of all this, Meryl's tragic scream, which I had never heard before, hurt my fading ears. You're an elf. You must be a wielder of healing magic, as you so proudly claim. Then heal Joshua. I'll give you anything you want. Mine or his. I'll give you whatever you want. Bring him back to me. Yes, I'll take that deal. Then I'll take this car. Is that okay, Joshua? Huh? He's just run out of magic. Everything will be fine after he sleeps. Then my consciousness sank into darkness. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 55. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 55. At the time I woke up. When I woke up, I found myself in a church. The battle had died down. There were no wounded or sick, and the supplies that had been so plentiful had been distributed to each family, so the room was deserted. As I looked around, my eyes met with a familiar elf girl. She looked somewhat frightened, bowed her head, and ran off somewhere. Meryl-san, Joshua-san has woken up. Who was that? She's been taking care of me for a while, it seems. It's hard to tell the difference between elves, with the exception of Kemek, because they are all beautiful in their own way. It's hard to remember their names because the idea of exploding handsome men keeps interfering. You're awake, Joshua. A voice as clear as the sound of a bell. A smile that shines brightly. In the light shining through the skylight, Meryl was looking at me, holding a wash basin filled with towels. This Nojulali-san is a real angel. I writhe quietly in my mind. Do you feel any pain? You've been asleep for 2 days now. You must be very tired. That's right. I remember. I really thought I was going to die. I thought I would never see this angel again. And then I realized that I couldn't live without her anymore. Ah, yeah. Sorry for worrying you. No, we're sorry too. I didn't think you'd run out of magic. I was under the impression that you were infinite. That's right. I didn't know what my limits were. No matter how reckless you were, you always seemed to be in good shape. That's why. The tears fell from her eyes with a gentle smile on her face. I was scared. If Joshua dies like that, I'm going to. Don't worry, I won't die. I'm not going to die and leave you behind. As I hugged the sobbing little body, I realized how far I had come. When I was a company employee, death was just a meaningless symbol to me. I had never had anything in my life, so I had never regretted losing anything. I didn't worry about what I would be left with. I never felt lonely or empty about having nothing, but I think that was not because I was fulfilled, but because I had not lived a proper life. After a while, Meryl wiped away her tears, looked up, and smiled at me cheerfully. Yeah, Meryl's a real angel. And I want to shag this fluffy hair as much as I can. When I thought of this, my hands were moving on their own. The Nojulali accepted it without showing any anger and made a small laugh as if tickled. This is not good. I can't go any further. In many ways, I feel like I'll never be able to stop. I gently adjust her messy hair, and we look at each other. Everything will be okay. No matter what happens. Are you okay to move? The 3 people you rescued want to thank you. Yes. No problem. I'll see them. I haven't had a chance to talk to them yet. I got ready and met the people I had rescued on a bench in front of the church. For some reason, Yada and Minya were standing beside them, grinning. What are you girls doing? Oh, I heard you were very active, Joshua. It was tough, especially Meryl, who was distraught and clinging to me. I don't know what you are talking about. Joshua don't know. A beastman man stood up from the bench and asked for a handshake. I am sorry for the delay in greeting you. My name is Meryl, and I run a small business for subhumans in the Empire. I can't thank you enough for saving my life. I was in a panic when I rescued them, so I don't remember much, but I think they were people like this. There was a man and a woman who both had the look of foxes and a woman who was a dwarf. From the looks of it, all of them were around 30 or so. Their appearance and expressions were calm, and they seemed to have received a good amount of education. Really, thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, I'm glad you're all okay. According to the introduction, the beastman woman was his wife, Hanel-san. The dwarf woman was the maid, Mfa-san. I don't know why it's so refreshing to have a beastman master and a dwarf servant. I don't know if it's prejudice, but I can imagine it if it was the other way around. So, why were you guys kidnapped again? It seems to be because, apparently, I am the Demon King. My wife and Mfa are the puppets. Huh? There's a Demon King? I'm not sure what he means by apparently. If that's the case, then the provisional Demon King, Joshua, will be discarded before he ascends to the throne. Shall I comfort him? A consolation party. Hey, you muscle brain girls. Would you please stop talking about the position of the Demon King as if it is fixed? I'm not a Demon King. I'm just a merchant, okay? Huh? What are you talking about, Joshua? In what world is there a merchant who can wipe out an army of 30,000? If there is such a thing, it would be the Demon King. Nunu. The 3 of them are already talking about having a party to console the failure of the ascension. Probably with my money. I'll get it for you. It's okay. I don't feel comfortable with this. It's like I was dumped when I didn't even confess. Hey, Meryl, what is a Demon King anyway? As the word suggests, it is the chief of the demon race. Well, at least according to the people of the kingdom and the empire, that is, are the demons. Whether they exist or not is also up to their standards. At least in the kingdom and the empire, the term demon refers to a subhuman who possesses magical powers. Is that so? That's not possible. Almost all elves, more than half of dwarves, and 1 out of 4 beastmen have some degree of magical power. That means that Kasemayan is full of demons. I don't know what's going on here. So who decides who is the Demon King? I don't know. If you want to know the criteria, You can contact the Empire. I tilted my head and looked at the Beastman man. Meryl. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, but he remained calm and collected even with that look on his face. This guy is more dignified than handsome. If they dressed up as a Shinto priest and a priestess, they would be perfect for each other. According to them, the Demon King is summoned from another world. Have you been summoned from another world? No, I don't know anything about that. I was born in Kasemayan and escaped with my parents to the Empire. So the Imperial Army was under a false pretense? Yes. We Fox people are genetically gifted with high magic power, so I think we were spotted. My trading company was doing reasonably well, so it might have just been convenient for them to confiscate my property. That's awful. After taking all the money, he was treated like a demon king and executed. It's just like a witch trial. Maybe there was jealousy from the human merchants. In the first place, the demon king has a cursed mark engraved somewhere on his body when he was summoned, and his true identity can be revealed by a mage's spell. Cough. Hey. When I saw Meryl suddenly coughing, I gently turned away. Hey, please stop it. You have to stop that kind of thing. I lean closer to Meryl and whisper in her ear. Of course. There was nothing romantic about it. You've seen my body, haven't you? Oh, yeah. That's the thing. I have to take care of you. Did you see any marks or anything like that? And not at all? Stop it. You're making it hard for me with your lame, gentle lies. The moment it is said in one sentence, with eyes swimming and sweat pouring down, it is confirmed. Seriously? Really? Where? I definitely didn't see it. But, on your left chest? You even know where it is. Isn't it already decided? I turned up my shirt-like overcoat and looked into it to find a blue-black mark. It's too obvious, too large, and too designed to be a birthmark. What is this? It's nothing more than a cursed mark, isn't it? I don't think I've ever seen anything like it before when I changed clothes. Whether I'm a demon king or not. Demon king. T/N. They called him Musama. Stop. That's not happening. I personally don't have any power. I don't know any demons, and I'm generally not going to do it. You know? Why does everyone seem to be unhappy? It's not a joke. Do they want to turn Kasemayan into a demon king castle? I'm afraid they're really going to do it. Anyway, what does a demon king do? No, I don't know if he's a person or not. No one answered, so Meryl-san answered for me. It is said that he commits horrible mass murder and destroys human countries. In the end, the story goes that he is destroyed by the heroes, but sometimes there is a powerful demon king who can defeat the heroes. Some say, oh, I'm so confused. That's right, there was mass murder. Everyone did. But that's because the enemy has invaded. The kingdom may be dying, but it's a civil war. They got what they deserved, and please don't assume that it's my fault. I'm not to blame. But the only one who killed the hero was you, and you did it alone. Meryl, can you please stop reading my mind? No. Really? It's heart to heart, you idiot. The smug look on her face annoyed me, so I gave her a smile and hooked her nose. The nose is small and cute. I've heard that when the mark of the Demon King floats after completing the prescribed ordeal, his vicious familiar will appear to greet him. So it seems that they were in a hurry to deal with it. Hey, Meryl-san, the fox-faced trading company chairman, started to say something strange again. Familiars? What is that? A subordinate, a pet? I've got a really bad feeling about this. It's a fire-breathing, steel, magical beast. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill, market. Chapter 56. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 56. Fire-breathing magical beast and sweet things. Yes, this is it. Meryl-san looked at the car and let out an exclamation of admiration. This one? I figured it. The Humvee and the school bus lined up at the entrance to the canyon below the cliffs of the Kasemayan. At the time of my return, I was unconscious, hence I couldn't store them, so they parked here, and it seemed that they walked me back. After removing the keys from both vehicles, they put up a simple barrier, and the M60 in the back of the Humvee was also removed because it was unused and returned to its storage place in the church basement after maintenance. It seems to be Kamik's instruction, and it's well organized. Yoshua-san, why are you so disappointed? This is exactly the same fire-breathing steel beast we saw back then. In fact, when the Humvee-equipped M60s launched the attack in the battle at the crossroads of the highway, the Imperial Army camp was in an uproar. It seems that people ignore the orders and run away, thinking that the Demon King's army has come to take back the Demon King. In this case, Miro-san, if it were just light machine gun fire, it wouldn't fit the image of breathing fire. Aside from the magical beast, the vehicle's body is made of steel. Or at least a similar material, and although it may be spewing fire, it seems very small. It feels like it's not quite right. Since it is the Demon King, I would like to see it appear with an army of raging tanks. It seems that there is a weight limit, so it's impossible for me. This is one of Yoshua-san's familiars, isn't it? It's not a familiar, it's a vehicle I bought. The one who is in charge of it is Minya, the elf there. Mufafu. My Hanbi has been promoted to the magical beast. T/N, Humvee. Don't be so happy. Or rather, is that a promotion? Hey, that's not fair. I want my Terajimago to be a magical beast, too. I don't know anything about that. It's not my job to certify it. It doesn't matter, but before I knew it, the school bus had been painted with tiger stripes, just as I had predicted. The original body color was yellow, so it didn't look out of place at all. There's even a tiger face on the hood with fangs bared and smile on its face. The fact that it looks a little bit like Yada and has a smug look on its face makes me nervous. It's already decided. What is it? You know, it's not like the Demon King's familiars are referring to this kind of thing. It's not a magical beast, it's just a vehicle. Alright, then, let's see Humvee's face. Stop it. Don't say then. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't get it. You don't even want to get it. But I also want something that is uniquely me for this child. Can I at least have an ear? I want something elf-like here. Whatever. Do what you want. Yay. It's troublesome here, so let's leave the Humvee's management to Minya. But what kind of surreal military vehicle has a side mirror with elf ears? In the first place, it seems that in the Kasemayan, or rather, in the subhuman society in general, there is not much awareness of personal ownership when it comes to giving or not giving. In a rural, primitive communist system, the difference between rich and poor is adjusted by sharing within the community, and surpluses are usually treated as common property. Rights and freedoms are shared by all, as are duties and responsibilities. For example, the muscle-brained girls may claim the car as theirs. But this does not mean that they are occupying it, but rather that they are declaring it as the primary caretaker. The people around them are considerate, but they are not absolute. I'm not a Demon King. Okay. Yes, I know. I will keep this matter confidential. No, I'm not feigning it. I'm serious. Okay. Miro-san and the others bowed their heads and left, but they definitely misunderstood me. I'm not even sure if it's a misunderstanding or not. Hey Yada, did all the Yerkle people arrive safely? Of course. My Terajimago brought them here gently, safely, and comfortably. I see. Thank you. That's a relief. Don't be stupid, huh? When I thanked her, Yada stared at me with an embarrassed and angry look on her face. That should be our line. It's because you geese stopped the Imperial Army that we were able to break through that's why. I'm really. The tiger girl looked down, and I turned my attention to Miral and Minya. Actually, Yada wanted to fight together with us, but she prioritized the safety of the people of Yerkle. It was an unusually calm decision for Yada, who rushed in without thinking. Thanks for the explanation, Minya, but that last part was unnecessary. Wasn't it? It's true. It's a compliment. No, you may be right. It can't be helped. I mean, there were all those little kids, and I couldn't involve people who couldn't fight in something dangerous. Yeah. Thank you, Yada. You and the Terajimago were a big help to us. No, I'm not. I stored the school bus and Humvee while watching the two muscle-brained girls poking around the tsundere tiger girl. I've heard that both Yada and Minya want to keep their magical beasts within the walls of Kasemayan. That's fine, but it's not a magical beast. I need something a little easier to get around. A motorcycle, ATV, or even a bicycle would be fine. Oh, is that a new vehicle? What's it look like? Face painting? What kind of gun you gonna put on it? There's no face on it, nor is there a gun. It's a vehicle that acts like a little horse. I'll arrange some for you later. You can ride if you want. Yay! A tiger girl riding a bicycle sounds like fun, like a circus. I'll try to get a unicycle or something. It's useless for anything other than fun, though, since it can't be used for transportation, combat, or shipping. With the snacks I had acquired while procuring new supplies, I visited the people who had been rescued from Urkel. It seems that they are staying in various places in Kasemayan until the redistribution of housing is decided. I heard that they were gathering at a square with a huge tree to interact with the residents of Kasemayan at this time, so I headed there. Yada told me that they were able to return safely, but I thought I should see them and greet them as a way of making up for lost time. Welcome, Demon King Sama. Stop that. Behind me, the muscle-brained girls are laughing hysterically. I wondered if they were teasing me, but apparently, the people from Urkel were serious and tilted their heads quizzically. I'm not a demon king, you know. Everyone misunderstands me, but Yoshua-sama arrived from another world and annihilated the Imperial Army with fire-breathing steel magical beasts, according to Miral-san. Stop calling me with Sama. It's just a rumor that Miral says, and it's a rumor with no basis. In fact, there is no truth to it. That thing that you all came in is not a magical beast, it's just a vehicle. It's like a tool that anyone can use. No, your majesty's familiars are magical beasts that can only be tamed by us. Demon King Samahu. If you're going to spout off in the middle of my speech, speak normally, Minya. I'll blow your nose, too. Hey Joshua, you should put something on my Tarajimago that breathes fire. What do you mean, something? I can always add fuel failure. Oh, well, so be it. Whether it can be done with diesel or not, I don't know. Joking aside, the school bus is unarmed, so an escort will be necessary when transporting refugees. It's not as if they can always have a Humvee with them, which is somewhat unsettling. To be sure, a gun turret. Should I put it on the roof? It will look like a tanker in Mad Max 2. I don't need it. If anyone tries to harm the black bear, my Yuji and Star will burst all over them. Indeed. Miral-sensei doesn't lose her mind. Ah, Demon King Joshua. The Beastman children, boys, and girls spotted me and gathered around me. Meifa, the werewolf girl who had a hard time leading the children when we escaped from Urkel village, now has a bright smile on her face. Her fur is shiny, and she's wearing a girlish linen dress that makes her look like a grown-up big sister. It's nice. Children should be like this. Luca, Pawn, and Myra, right? The three little werewolves were all clean and fluffy as can be. I pet them at random and make them giggle with delight. Wow, they're so cute. How are you guys doing? If you have any problems, let me know. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thank you, Demon King. When I gave them a large bag of candy, the kids were overjoyed. The Beastman children are already wagging their tails, and it's amazing. Don't shake your face, you kids. Your drool is flying. Your drool is flying. What is this? What is this? Oh, these are probably cookies, and these are jelly beans and cupcakes. I think those are, fruit candies. Just try it. It's so pretty. Delicious. Sweet. It smells good. This one is sour, but it's good. Perhaps they are starving for sweetness, but it was more popular than I imagined. I don't know where it's from, but it's got a crazy comical mascot character, unreadable characters, and a crazy cheesy package with extreme colors. The quality of what's inside is not too shabby either, but I guess kids like this kind of stuff. I was a kid myself, and I loved candy that looked like it was bad for health. Thank you, Demon King. Yeah, let's split up and get along. I don't care what you say, but stop using that weird ending. Yes, Demon King. Yeah, they're not listening. They've got a big smile on their face. It's spilling. It's spilling. I have to say, all of the Kasemayan kids are so healthy and honest. I feel like they are kids from the show era. We want some too, Demon King. When I felt eyes on me, I turned around and saw middle-aged women, beastmen, elves, and dwarves, looking at me with their hands and tails buzzing. I said yes, and took out a new batch of sweets from my storage. I've always been indebted to the women of Kasemayan for their help with food and living conditions. There was an assortment of American sweet snack bars that looked like peanut butter covered in chocolate and nugget. I ate one after opening a large bag and was hooked. A mini cake with sweet cream that Simon had somehow given me in ridiculously large quantities, and some kind of caramel sticks wrapped in ribbon-shaped wrapping paper. And then there were the standard colorful sugar-coated chocolates. Most of them seemed to be famous American sweets, but all of them tasted awfully big, artificial in flavor, and so sweet that I wanted to scream. I asked Simon if I could use them as propaganda for the people in the future when I go somewhere, and he gave me a huge box of them that looked like it could be opened in a large mass retailer. As research and thank you, I took out a bunch of these and gave them to the women. Here you go, But please don't use that ending, I'm serious. Yes, Demon King. But women and children really like sweets, don't they? Even the older women are looking at the sweets and not listening to me at all. It's okay, though. It's delicious. This white stuff is so soft and tender. What is it? Milk, fat and molasses. Is this sweet dough being whipped? Oh, this is just like the secret pastry Grandma used to make. It's made with lightly burned molasses and ground nuts. They were delighted to taste it, but I could sense the difference in their awareness from the children as they tried to figure out the ingredients and the process from the taste. There may be people who recreate sweets from the other world. Joshua, I want some too. I want some too. Me too. Well, that's what's going to happen, isn't it? For the Muscle Brain girls, honey roasted peanuts in a can and cocoa-flavored cookie cream sandwiches, which were a worldwide hit, and pretzels. Not the thin sticks that are standard in Japan, but the big braided ones that are common in America. Since Yada, the tiger girl, is here, I'm concerned about the chocolate and nuts that cats are not allowed to eat, but, according to her, there doesn't seem to be much of a problem. What does that mean? Not much. This is an interesting flavor. It's bitter on the outside and sweet on the inside. It's a perfect contrast. I like this sour one. The wheat flavor is nice and simple. Wow, this crunchy stuff is delicious. Oh, I thought peanuts were okay. Yada, tell me if you feel sick. I told you, I'm not a cat. As I walked back to the church, feeling like Santa Claus out of season, I passed the elf I met when I woke up. I hurriedly stopped her as she bowed her head and tried to leave again, feeling slightly frightened. I finally remembered who it was. The atmosphere was so different that it took me a while to realize. Milka. Why yes. The face that faced me was rigid, and the smile that she was trying to force on me was painful. She froze in awe as if she were about to get down on her knees, unable to escape. How are you? Is there anything wrong? I'm fine. I won't betray you again. Never. That's why. I took her clenched hand and shoved in some chocolate bars and candy bars. I'm not worried about that. And neither is Miral. But it's not your fault that you were manipulated by that mage, you know. Everyone sees that you are trying your best. Maybe you're going through a hard time right now, but everyone will definitely accept you. Why yes. If you have any problems, please come to Miral or me. We'll help you with anything. Why yes. Milka bowed her head with a tearful smile on her face and went back to her work. The hand I just touched was a little rough. They are the hands of a hard worker. There were some cuts and bruises on her hands, probably from helping with the cooking. I've been thinking about the people who took advantage of her, and it's really bothering me. It's not a problem, Joshua. The elves understand the situation. The dwarves and beastmen will help too. No harm will come to anyone. Thank you. I will be counting on them. When he noticed that we were talking, the huge elf, Kamek, came running up to us. It's not as if this guy is looking for sweets. He looks too serious to be begging. Joshua, I'm sorry to bother you while you're sick, but can you come over here for a minute? Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this, and it usually comes true. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 57. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 57. Messenger from the Tribal Union. Joshua, I'm sorry to bother you when you're sick, but I need you to come with me. No problem. What's the matter? Yeah, I don't know the details yet. A small group of winged tribesmen are approaching from the sky. 10 elven and beastmen gunners equipped with M1903 rifles with 50 bullets each distributed already. I nodded in silence. I know it's not Miral's style, but it's possible to kill up to 500 enemies. At the end of the battle with the Kingdom Army, the management of firearms, ammunition, remaining IEDs, unused barbed wire, grenades, diesel fuel, etc., was left to the leader of Kasemayan, Kamek. The reason I didn't put them in my storage was because there was no point in winning if we couldn't deal with an invasion when I wasn't around. I heard that they were stored in a storage area in the church's basement and usually sealed with a simple elven barrier, but I don't know the details. The only thing they did was to make sure they were safe from theft and accidents. I've asked them to report back to me as soon as possible, so I can procure more ammunition if we run low. Aerial surveillance report. Enemy shadow in the dark forest. 4 miles away, 30 to 40 men. From the north. Is it from the kingdom, or is it the empire? But they seem to be from the tribal union. Geez, they just come one after the other. Considering the possibility of a diversion on the part of the forest, I asked the M-1903 gunners to guard the plane. Joshua, I have sent your words. Thanks, Miral. I asked the old dwarves to set up the M-1919 in the gun emplacement on the hill. The north side is less than 100 meters from the bottom of the cliff to the forest's edge. There was not much time between the time we saw the enemy's shadow and the time we took control of the area. It's unlikely that they're going to use maneuvers with only 30 to 40 men, but it's a contingency plan. Don't worry, Joshua. We've left a barbed wire perimeter north of the canyon. Not many people will enter the dark forest on horseback, so a horse barrier is a simple matter, but up to 300. No, we can easily destroy up to 500 with just the M1919. Accompanying me on the M1919 was the old man Hyman, who was a gunner at the frontline machine gun position, and old man Garetta, who was a loader. He was also in charge of building up the encampment, so he was familiar with the situation afterward. Yeah, if it comes to it, I'm counting on you. But if the enemy shows up, we will try to contact them to see if we can negotiate. Is that okay? They may be well known for their unity among the tribes, but they are very particular about their personal valor, especially those who come across the dark forest. They are very strong people. I admire your concern, but it is unnecessary. There is no one in the tribal union who can kill Joshua. That's true. No, you don't need to agree with that. Well, let's welcome them. I pulled my gun out of storage and headed down the ramp with Miral, loading only 5 rounds and debating whether or not to remove the scope. Yeah, no way. We don't have much time, and if I take it off, I'll have to readjust it. It's rare to see Joshua with an M1903. Are you wearing the bayonet in anticipation of sword combat? No way. It's to show people who don't know what rifle is that it's a weapon. So you want to make sure that the enemy doesn't die unnecessarily. You're very kind. At the same time we were finishing our descent, about 10 men emerged from the forest. The rest of them are either hiding in the back, keeping a watchful eye, or preparing to snipe with their bows. I know they're being cautious, but why can't they see us from above? I keep my distance and wave my gun barrel, indicating my bayonet to stop them. The man who seemed to be representing the group was a thin, muscular man of about 40. He has short hair and some sword scars on his face, probably formerly a soldier. Stop right there. If you proceed without permission, we will shoot you. Oops. That means we are going to kill you. Don't make any strange moves. Okay. We explained the situation properly, but a large man who seemed to be guarding at some distance from us smirked at the size of Miral and me and made a fool of us. He ignored the warning, so I shot at the foot of the man who was about to step out. The men in the surrounding area let out small screams at the ricocheting pebble and the roar. As I pull the bolt and insert the bullet into the chamber, I look the man in the eye and say, "Next time, I'll kill you." What's your answer? Oh, my name is Tasihak, leader of the K-Emerge Mage Alliance in the northern part of the tribal union, and I represent the Mage Order. Send out your chief. I'll do the talking. You are not. If you have a problem with that, then leave. So, what do you want? The man with the scarred face snickered as he fixed his cold eyes on me. It seems that he doesn't even acknowledge Miral's existence. Does the tribal union also hate subhumans? That's fine. We are here to pick up His Majesty the Demon King. You have to release him as soon as possible and hand him over to us. Didn't you hear me, or did the subhuman not understand my words? Any further insults will be considered an attack on the Kasemayan. Answer. I fired a shot between the scarred face man's legs, snatching a single object. It was closer than before. The man was unfazed, but he seemed to have felt our determination. His complexion changed. On the count of 3. 3. Oh, okay. What's your response? There is no Demon King here. Even if there were, he would not come with you. How can you be so sure? Any fool can see that. Because you are not worthy of trust. Where were you, and what were you doing when Kasemayan was under attack by 30,000 kingdom troops? We didn't know that. How can you say you didn't know? The people who have been taken as hostages by the kingdom's army are our compatriots who were supposed to have taken refuge in the tribal union territories. Depending on your answer, you will pay for it. We have nothing to do with that. Even if that were true, how can we bear the blame of the other tribal chiefs? Besides, why do you people still live in peace after being attacked by an army of 30,000? Are you a fool? Of course, it's because we destroyed them. An army of 30,000? Don't you dare embellish your story. It's ridiculous. Is it the annihilation that's ridiculous, or is it that it's unrealistic to mobilize 30,000 troops to attack a place like this? If it's the latter, I agree with him. I don't know what that bald king was thinking when he made that decision, and I probably have no way of knowing anymore. I'm not expecting you to believe me. I don't care what you think or how you feel, or how you perceive it. But you know what? I took out the corpse of a kingdom soldier from my storage. It appears in front of the man, fresh blood still dripping from the gunshot wound. Then I heard a murmur. Murmur, murmur. On the contrary, I'd like to ask you something. Murmur, 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 murmur. I would like to know where and what our subhuman compatriots who escaped to the tribal union are doing now. Murmur, 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 murmur. The men begin to tremble quietly as they stare in amazement at the hundreds of bodies that have quickly piled up. Meanwhile, the corpses keep appearing one after another from empty air and keep folding on top of the pile. Murmur, 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 murmur. None of us trust you anymore. Tell that to the guy I mentioned earlier who sold the hostages to the kingdom. We're murmur, 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 murmur. We are going to pick up our people. Oh, but if, well, if any one of our compatriots is oppressed, hurt, or missing, the person who is responsible for it must be. Before I knew it, the man was on his knees. The men around him and the men who were aiming arrows at us in the depths of the forest were all on their knees, hands trembling, looking at us as if asking for forgiveness. You will certainly get what you deserve from the Demon King. As soon as I finished, the men ran away as fast as they could while screaming. I let out a sigh and put the pile of bodies back into storage. I feel like I'm going to be punished for this kind of treatment, but then again, I can't afford to dispose of 30,000 corpses. It looks like there's room for more, but it's just a waste of space, so I want to return it as soon as possible. Thank you for your hard work. Yeah, I'm very tired, not physically, but mentally. But Joshua, are you sure it's alright that way? Yeah, I know. It's like declaring yourself as the Demon King, right? I'm sure the misunderstanding will just go on and on. I apologize in my heart to the real Demon King, who is probably out there somewhere. I'm sorry, Demon King. Please come out quickly and replace me. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 58. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 58. The Demon King's Familiar. I was in a dwarven workshop located on the eastern outskirts of the city walls of Kasemayan. It used to be a blacksmith's workshop that dealt in hardware for the residents. It had been rebuilt from a completely abandoned building. But since there were still only a few inhabitants, it had been redone quite extensively. I helped procure supplies and equipment necessary for the construction and subsequent operation. It was a lot of money, but I didn't mind at all. It was an essential investment. With Old Man Hammond's skills, I would like him to handle all firearms and machinery from now on. At the moment, the old men are lifting the Kurikamago on a homemade platform and disassembling the underside. Miral is in command. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they looked around at the technology and parts composition, which they had never seen before. Miral-san, the way you fold the hem of your boiler outfit is cute. Yeah. The broken shock absorber was compared with a fully working one to determine the direction of repair, and the materials were selected. The drive shaft was disassembled, but the difference between the Japanese industrial level and the dwarven metal processing technology was up for debate, and there seemed to be a difference of opinion as to whether to rebuild it or build a new one. To be honest, I can't make a decision, so I'll just leave it to them. In the worst-case scenario, I could order the parts, but Simon is not a car dealer, so he would probably ask me to buy a new car rather than order parts for such an antique. In fact, it would probably be cheaper. Miral's sister, Miss Nl, was hired to handle the accounting and administration. She's always been good with numbers and paperwork and is said to be an excellent clerk. Since it was a good opportunity, I decided to ask Miss Nl about it. How many beastmen, elves, and dwarves have taken refuge in the tribal union? After thinking for a while, Miss Nl answered. Yes. I was not born at the time of the fall, and neither was my sister, so I don't know how or where they escaped to. But at its peak, the population of Kasemayan must have been around 10,000. After that, there must have been many who died in battles, accidents, attacks by humans, and discrimination and mistreatment after they escaped. so I'd say there were at most 4,000. Old man Hyman, who was listening beside me, nodded quietly. Based on the memories of the old man who knew the situation back then, the estimate was probably correct. Neither of them asked me what I was going to do. The answer was obvious. You're going to rescue them, aren't you? Do you need help? No, this time it's Joshua. I will go with you. Meryl smiled at me as if she had made her decision. Even though she was working, she seemed to have heard the conversation. Mason tilted her head and looked at me as if she was troubled. Don't worry, I'll protect Meryl. I'll make sure she doesn't get out of control, and we won't do anything crazy. As much as possible. I will also take all the necessary safety measures and preparations in advance. Yes, although she is a dangerous sister, please take care of her. Oh, I'm not dangerous. I don't know which one of them is the older sister, but Miss Nu bowed to me, and I returned the bow. The whereabouts, births, and deaths of each person can only be ascertained by going to the chiefs of each tribe, but each community shares a certain amount of information about subhumans, so I think it is possible to find out by asking around. I heard that Miss Nu was in a town in the eastern part of the Union Territory. Yes, it's called Trentland, and it's the only town on the border of the tribal union that can be accessed from the outside. There are about 7,000 human inhabitants, and the tribal chief is a human with the blood of a kingdom nobleman. There was a community of 50 beastmen and about 15 dwarves and elves each, and Miss Nu was also a low-ranking official who managed and counseled the residents. Was it the chief's order to sell Miss Nu and the others to the kingdom's army? I don't know. There is an organization called the Union Territorial Army that protects the Union Territory, and the people who captured us were wearing their uniforms. There was nothing unique about them other than they were human, so I don't know where they came from. In the case of the tribal union, the autonomy of each tribe is limited to politics and economics, and the soldiers are only privately owned guards as a police force. For external deployment, the entire coalition is said to bring together its budget and manpower, make decisions through a council system, and share the work. If this is the case, the responsibility becomes unclear. It's not important, but it's hard to create strong soldiers and armies in that format. Extracting soldiers from different parts of the country and having them work together in a council system would be a hindrance to quick and unified action. Morale and skill level would probably be low. One more question. Does the name Tasahak, the chief of some kind of mage alliance in the north, sound familiar to you? He has a scarred face and looks more like a swordsman than a mage. Miss Nu looked up quickly. From the grimace on her face, it seemed that he was a man of some reputation. I don't know about this alliance, but Tasahak was the former leader of the Trentland Mage Corps. Tasahak, the Flame Blade. He was working on a plan to make mages the strongest soldiers by giving them swords. Really? Did he succeed in his plan? He was discharged after a dispute with the higher-ups of the Union because the budget was the size of a corps, but their fighting ability was at most the level of a platoon. I thought he returned to his hometown after that. That's right. The mage swordsmen, or whatever they are called, were just a bunch of private armies, both in appearance and attitude. Even if he had changed his religion, I don't know why he came up with the idea of welcoming the Demon King again. Joshua, the maintenance of the vehicle that you asked for is already done. Now you can go whenever you want. Thank you, Meryl. But are you sure you can handle it with just the two of you? No, I think Juchan and Joshua will be fine. Yes. In return, I'll leave it to you and the elves to take care of things while I'm gone. If there is anything you need in advance, just let me know. Nothing in particular. Ammunition, tools, industrial grease, and oil have been procured. We've got more than enough food and supplies from the kingdom's army. Old Man Hyman's comments were the same as those of the elves, who had confirmed it beforehand. I don't know how long it will take, but it looks like there won't be any shortage of defense or living space while I'm gone. This is an amazing piece of technology. Miro-san, who had come to observe the workshop, looked at the work of the dwarves with great interest. Do you understand it? Of course. I don't know the details of their functions and uses, but I have never seen anything so beautifully put together in my entire life. It is certainly at a level far beyond that of an empire or kingdom. I don't think it's been translated very well, but I guess it's referring to industrial standards. There is a difference between the straight lines of handcrafted products, which are produced by seeing with the eyes and tapping with the hands, and those of industrial products. It's like the difference between a handwritten line and a line drawn with a ruler. This is a little different from the ride we had, isn't it? It's a vehicle from my world, called a microbus. It's like a medium-sized horse-drawn carriage here. The two you saw before had diesel engines, but this one runs on a slightly different kind of power, gasoline, which is made by burning refined oil. Diesel and gasoline. I'm sorry for the confusing explanation. I'm not a specialist in such machines myself. In the corner of the workshop, there was a row of small displacement motorcycles that I had purchased to practice engine maintenance. I chose to buy a motorcycle made in Japan because of its precision, durability, and ease of maintenance. The bikes were Honda models that I had probably never seen in Japan, but I was able to find several of the same models. Some of them were disassembled and stopped in the middle of repair, maintenance, and research, so at first glance, it was hard to tell what kind of machine they were. Is this another vehicle? Miro-san looked at the Honda and the Kurokamago in turn and tilted his head. It's called a motorcycle. It's powered by a gasoline engine. It's a two-seater, kind of like a horse. Is it as fast as a horse? No, it's twice as fast as a horse. We drove it, and we almost sent it flying. Twice as fast as a horse. Such a small thing? Miro-san's eyes were black and white at Old Timon's explanation. It was an old motorcycle that was purchased for a lot of money, even though it was made in Japan, and it was for off-road use, so it was not very fast. A high-performance motorcycle or car can go 4 to 5 times faster than a horse, around 40 kilometers per hour, but there are no roads in this world that are well maintained enough to go that fast, and I have no plans to buy such a high-performance vehicle. It will only complicate things, so I'll keep my mouth shut. It's an amazing thing. Is it possible for me to drive it? You can try, but it's quite dangerous, you know. When I said that, Miro-san was understandably frightened, as if he was not very confident in his physical abilities. Having disassembled several air-cooled single-cylinder engines of the same model and grasped their basic structure, the dwarves' knowledge and experience had increased dramatically. Even if they cannot yet service the huge diesel engines of the Humvee and the school bus, they will soon be able to service and repair at least the water-cooled 4-cylinder gasoline engine of the Kurokamago. In addition to diesel fuel, I also got a sealed carrying can filled with gasoline. Except for a few for additional refueling, they are stored in a storage area in the church basement because they are dangerous. I may need a larger refueling facility in the future, but for now, I've decided to stock up on 20 liters at a time. The number of types of fuel and ammunition is increasing. It's probably not a good idea to think about management and procurement, but it's not something that is consumed regularly or supplied regularly, and I don't think it's a good idea to ignore convenience and standardization. This is an issue for the future, or postponement of the issue. But I didn't expect you to be a merchant, Yoshua-san. Actually, I don't have the skills or experience to call myself a merchant. But no, that's not true. With your skills and popularity, you led the people of Kasemayan and defeated an army of 30,000, so there is no comparison with me, who was just a small businessman in another country. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not a demon king. Of course, I understand that. You definitely do not understand. It's not the fact that I'm not a demon king that this person is aware of, it's the fact that I'm being kept in the dark about being a demon king. By the way, Yoshua-san, have you heard about the rapid decline in the kingdom's economy? No, I haven't. But isn't it natural since the country is in a state of civil war? Yes, but the situation seems to be a bit more serious. It is rumored that even if the civil war ends, the economy will not recover, or even if it does not end, the kingdom itself may die. I wondered how Miro-san, who came to Kasemayan from the empire, knew about the kingdom's financial situation. In response to my question, he emits a faint magical light from his fingertips. I heard that merchants have their own information networks using magic power. I couldn't fully understand the explanation, but it seems to be something like a social network. The information is anonymous, so it is your responsibility to judge its authenticity. There is also a lot of false information that is intended to manipulate the market, and it is a place filled with malice and jealousy, so there is a high probability that you will be disadvantaged if you spread the information badly. It seems that it is impossible for him to ask for the whereabouts of the subhuman refugees who need help. It's a shame. So, the kingdom will be destroyed not by war or civil war, but by economic collapse. Why again? There are two main reasons. One is the outflow of money. For some reason, a rather large amount of gold coins have disappeared from the kingdom's market. The amount of silver coins is not enough to supplement the gold coins, And now even the silver coins are being depleted. Gold and silver outflow. Yes, it happened. I read in a book that it was also a problem during the period of national isolation in Japan. I didn't know much about it, so I just skimmed it. But I guess the gold coins I flushed into the black market had a lot to do with it. The kingdom seems to be on the gold standard. I gave Simon about 60 to 80 liters of gold in total. I don't know how much or how well it affects the kingdom since it's in volume terms, but I don't care. I don't know how the kingdom's economy can be affected by something like that. I thought they were the strongest and largest country in this world. O number. I just remembered. That's about the amount of gold I flushed down to Simon, but not the amount of gold I got. I have several times that amount of gold coins left in storage, still unsorted. There are several more silver coins. I've also robbed the royal palace of everything from precious metals to crowns. Yoshua-san, what's wrong? It's fine, thank you. But would an army really come to defeat the savages with so much gold and silver coins that it could ruin the country's economy? It's hard to imagine that the king is just an idiot. Did he have some other purpose? Yoshua, Miraldono said there were two reasons, didn't he? The economic decline was not only caused by the outflow of money, rather, it is only a secondary problem. So I have nothing to do with it? That can't be true, is what I'm saying. You're the one who's responsible, of course. Me? Meryl laughed at me as I tilted my head. Sometimes, I'm not sure whether you're a wise man or a fool. I looked over and saw that the old dwarves were also taking a break, and the Kurikamago had been dismantled and was about to be covered with cloth. Eh? What do you mean? Or rather, did you read my thoughts again? Your thoughts are all over your face, you know. How do you manage to be emergent? No, that's not the point. If you have something to tell me, I'd like to hear the rest. 30,000 soldiers of the Kingdom Army have never returned, have they? Miral-san's gaze suddenly turned to Miral. His face is smiling quietly, but his eyes are those of a tricky merchant. Miral's explanation seemed to clear up the question of my involvement in the decline of the kingdom's economy and the questions that arose from it. That was something he couldn't miss. I don't know about this, but I wasn't sure if I should shut Miral up, and it seemed to be showing on my face. It's okay. Miraldono already has the answer. All this man wants is to match the answers. Yes. I hadn't been able to confirm it, but now that I'm here in Kasemayan, I'm convinced. What the hell? I don't get it at all. I feel like I'm the only one who's been left out of this. The economy and the war casualties. See, you should have figured it out by now. Perhaps you didn't think of it because you didn't want to think about it. Maybe so. Or maybe I just didn't want to think about it on purpose. I forced myself to put my consciousness aside and said, what do I care? If 30,000 soldiers disappear, their families, relatives, and friends will all lose their food, and workers, the people, businesses, industries, and local economies that were supported by them will collapse. That's right. Fortunately or unfortunately, the area in question was the royal capital this time. Even though it was ruled by a dark and foolish king, it was the political and commercial capital of a country. That's a bit of a tilt. Perhaps the number of those who have gone astray is 3 to 5 times the number of the dead. No. What? By the way, do they give them any benefits? What do you mean? It's money the government pays to the families of soldiers who lose their lives in the line of duty. Sympathy money. It's not a lot, but only a few gold coins. With the way things are going, they won't even get that. If they had to pay enough to feed the families of 30,000 soldiers, even the greatest nation would go bankrupt. That's terrible. Well, it's my fault, though. I don't know if it was a civilian. I don't know their faces. I don't have a grudge against them. But I've ruined the lives of 90,000 to 150,000 people. Of course, so did the soldiers' lives, which means nearly 200,000 of them. Or even more. What's the population of the kingdom? Not sure. It's probably not more than 800,000. Oh, I've ruined the life of 1 out of 4 kingdom citizens. I don't feel it at all. Wait, didn't they say before that the kingdom has a total army of 200,000? It may include conscripted farmers during wartime, but 1 out of every 4 people is a soldier. That's a pretty distorted society. Maybe this world isn't as civilized as I thought. In addition, I don't know if you were aware of this, but not all of the 800 transportation wagons are owned by the military. They were collected from the outskirts of the royal capital. More than half of them were either taken or destroyed in Kasemayan. If that many wagons disappear, Distribution will also stop. In the capital, which is far from the production area and only consumed by a large number of people, it won't take long for it to dry up. Do you finally understand? No, you will understand now, will you? We didn't just take their lives, money, and goods. We took everything from them. A heavy feeling spreads in the pit of my stomach. Miryl's gaze on me was gentle, but I didn't want to cling to it. I can't do that. It's the result of my own decision. HMPH. They got what they deserved. Anyone who messes with my people deserves what they get. Geez, you can't even include yourself in the list of people you're supposed to protect, you idiot. Meryl-san smiled, both impressed and satisfied. As expected, the daughter of the blacksmith King Kazunao has a wise eye. It's nice of you to praise me. But would you mind not mentioning my father's name? What? King? Don't misunderstand it, Joshua. Kazunao is not and never has been a monarchy. The title blacksmith king is like a title for a respectable blacksmith. My father was a blacksmith and tried to support his country and save his people. He's just a stubborn craftsman. It is true that Meryl is the daughter of a great man, but the direction was a little different from what I had imagined. I thought she was a noblewoman or a royal. But then again, it's not like there are any such people in Kazunao. According to what I heard in the Empire, after the great defeat in Kazunao, the King of Salient announced that the cause of the loss of a large number of troops, supplies, and money was a disaster caused by the Demon King's descent. Oh, that's quite a feat for such a foolish king. Or perhaps it's the truth out of a lie. Stop it, Meryl-san, it's not praiseworthy at all, and it's usually not true either. But it might be better than annihilated by the remnants of the subhuman race. Isn't that wrong? On the other hand, it may cause pessimism or even panic. But it's suicide for the foolish king, isn't it? Yes. He may have thought that it would be more acceptable to the people and the nobility and that it would encourage unity against foreign enemies, but in the end, it completely backfired. Perhaps the royal family. Or perhaps they were overconfident in the influence of the hero and his friends. The hero has died, though. With the civil war and the march of the empire, I wonder what happened to the sage and the saint. According to the information I heard while I was detained by the Imperial Army, the kingdom is now divided into 3 forces and regions. The royalists, who are mainly the king and queen, the sage, and the saint who survived the fall of the capital. The Dukluma faction, who are the rebels who led the civil war, and the imperialists, who are trying to survive by joining forces with foreign powers, especially the empire. The tribal union is... Oh, I see. They want to use the Demon King to expand their sphere of influence, or maybe they are really planning to become the Demon King's subordinates. Don't look at me, both of you. I don't know. No, seriously. Please don't start it, please. All I want to do is make a little money, retire early, and live quietly with my cute little Nojlalai. It's finally your turn. Let's go to the tribal union territory now and make a name for yourself that the supremacy of the Demon King has begun. Absolutely not. I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 59 to 60. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 59, Antelope. Heading west. It was a sunny afternoon. Meryl and I were traveling quietly south along the road that connects the kingdom's capital with Kazunao, keeping close to each other. It was supposed to be a sweet road trip, just the two of us. But now there were people around us. As I thought, this is so much fun. Amazing. The wind is dancing. There are 2 muscle-brained idiots who squeeze the throttle at full speed, shouting and running fast. Putting aside Minya, Yada is terrible. Just after starting the car, she immediately pushed the gas pedal to the max. Constantly at full throttle. Is there nothing but 0 or 1 in your life? What kind of apocalypse is this? I was expecting it, but fast. It's so fast. Much faster than Hanbi. Minya, please don't use that line. It dangles a soft spot in the back of my mind. Hey, Joshua, shouldn't we be trying to keep a low profile? That's right. That's exactly what you said. How is this possible? It started with the fact that one of the major purchases I had made was a Ural with a sidecar. The Ural is a classic motorcycle made by a Russian company called IMZ or something like that, and it started out as a copy of a Nazi German military motorcycle, horizontally opposed twin-engine BMW, and I'm not sure if it's venerable or not. It's supposed to be in active production with a few minor modernizations, but the fact that it's looking like Nazi cosplayer sticks in the mind of a half-hearted military geek like me. The sidecar's wheels also drive, so it's not bad for driving. It is my excuse for not wasting money. I thought of putting Meryl in the sidecar for this road trip and going like a WW2 German messenger. I even got her a matching bowl-shaped helmet and goggles. The Ural, which was being serviced before departure, was quickly spotted by the two muscle brain girls. "Oh, that looks interesting." "What's that?" "It can only hold 3 people." "I won't give you this Ural. It's for Meryl and me." "I don't mind. I like that one better." "That one looks interesting too. It's kind of thin and looks like a fawn. I wonder if I can ride that one." Simple firearms, machine tools, and vehicles were procured as teaching tools for the dwarves to work as engineers for Kasemayan. The Honda off-road motorcycles that were among them caught Minya and Yadar's interest. Or rather, they did. Although they adore the Humvee with its extra armor and gun turrets and the yellow school bus Trojamago, they have the brains to understand that those huge, fuel-hungry vehicles should not be allowed to run around for personal fun. Maybe. "Hey Joshua, can I take a little ride in this?" "I won't break it. I'll clean it up later." It was a mistake for me to agree to it, as I happened to be busy with other matters at the time. Since I had 6 of the same bike, I had thought that I would be able to handle it even if it broke a little. Before noon, I taught them how to start the engine, put it in gear, connect the clutch, and use the front and rear brakes. When we went outside for lunch after the work was finished, I was surprised to see Yada and the Minya running around the plains at a crazy speed. And then I thought, maybe this is a bad idea. I can't give something like that to those muscle brains. Ha. Shut up. Well, that's what happens. I had refused to go with them this time, saying that it was only for research and preliminary negotiations, but I was persuaded, albeit half-heartedly, by the argument that if we had to evacuate the refugees in an emergency, and, to be honest, the odds were pretty high, we would need a driver and escort for the transport vehicle. After all, it was a last-ditch effort. There's nothing better than having support in case of an emergency, even though it's a little bit difficult to believe these muscle brain girls. Nice, my antelope. I'll have to put the antlers on when I get back. Don't name it. I mean, stop naming things. Don't worry. They're all antelope now. They're going to treat all Hondas of the same model, with a few color differences, the same. That's not okay at all. The meaning of covert action has been completely lost. I knew it was coming, but, well, the kingdom is in chaos. There's nothing to worry about. I nodded reluctantly to Meryl's words. Yes, our destination this time was not the kingdom. Joshua, take a right at the end of the road. Then follow the road for 50 miles to the Union territory. Okay. Hey. We're turning. You guys better get a move on, or we won't have enough gas to get to our destination. Okay. It was a matter of priority that we decided to let the kingdom in the middle of a civil war destroy itself on its own and pass through this time with as little disturbance as possible. For the time being, we decided that it would be best to hold off on dealing with the kingdom that was not currently attacking Kasemayan. We can't afford a 3-front war at any rate. 25 years ago, when Kasemayan fell, and a large number of refugees were forced to flee, not many people took refuge in a kingdom that had taken their homeland and was the enemy of their fathers. Most of them had fled to the Union territory. Even if it was a pretense, the reason for their choice was that it was less racist and had more subhuman residents and citizens than the kingdom or the empire. As a matter of comparison, it was probably better than the other 2 countries. However, now that we realized that the tribal union would easily sell out the subhumans to the kingdom after the incident with Meryl's sister, Miss Nl, we couldn't just neglect the situation. Pointing to a sign on the side of the road, Meryl shouted to me, "It's 10 miles to Trundlern." "All right, let's get off a little further." "Eh?" I knew they would respond like that. "Oh, muscle brains, you're too predictable. You should take a lesson from Meryl, you know." I was hoping to stay on the Uraru a while longer. T/N. Ural. "Yes, you're in charge of the punchline, aren't you, Meryl?" I ruffled the fluffy hair that appeared from under her helmet. "Do you like it that much?" "Of course. This is a private ride for Joshua and me." "Oh." That stuck in my mind. It's a casual remark, but it's very destructive. We'll travel the remaining 16 kilometers or so on foot, with minimal luggage and inconspicuous clothing. We tried to look like traveling townspeople, but in reality, Our disguise was low. We were met with suspicious glances from the passing merchant guards and the unseen watchers. The eastern border of the tribal union with the kingdom is divided by large rivers and mountainous areas, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter or leave. The road we are on now is almost the only route that is passable for wagons. Tarantlan, as the only entrance to the city, is also the most important warning point for the Union side. Meryl let out an exasperated voice at the sight of the majesty at the end of the road. It looks like a fort. No, it's more like... Yes, this is a fort itself. Chapter 60, First, knock on the door. That's what Mason told me. The security is very high. It looks like a fort, the guards are soldiers, and the gates are made of... Meryl swallowed the rest of the words. But we were all thinking the same thing. Yes, this is like the entrance to a prison. In front of the trading town of Tarantlan, there is a large gate called the Judge Gate. It's supposed to restrict access to the territory of the tribal union, protect military and economic independence, and ensure the pride and peace of the people, but we already know that it's just a facade. At least, to the extent that they can easily sell out the people from Kasemayan who were supposed to be under their protection to the kingdom. Stop right there. The guards at the gate stopped us. There were 2 with spears and 1 with a sword that looked like the captain. All of them were light infantrymen wearing simple leather armor. There are archers with longbows and mage-like figures on top of the gate that looks like a fortress wall. If we show any suspicious activity, they will probably attack while the guards are checking us out. Let me see your pass. I don't have one. I'm a merchant. Can you issue me one if I give you some money? As I stepped in front of the muscle-brain girls, I showed them my palm and shrugged my shoulders. The guards, recognizing that I was unarmed, cocked their chins at me stoutly. This is a self-governing territory for our tribal union. No outsiders will be allowed to enter. The only authorized traders are those who are guaranteed by the kingdom and the empire. Now get the hell out of here. I see, so they only deal with the official merchants of neighboring countries. I'm not sure what or how much they deal in, but it's more than just collusion. If there is no problem with such a roundabout trade, it also means that daily necessities are covered domestically. Just kidding. I'm not going to bother going in. I'm not particularly interested in a nest of shut-ins. What? I was just matching the other party's attitude, but the mocking reply, despite the words, made them more cautious. He put his hand on the sword at his waist and stepped away to keep us all in sight. What do you want, then? Depending on your response, I may be able to help you here. I'm here to ask for the return of the people of Kasemayan. I'd like to speak to the person in charge. For a moment, the captain looked dubious. You're taking in the exiles? Not exiles. They're citizens of Kasemayan, you rude people. The people of Kasemayan are not exiles. A temporary refugee, to be precise. Now, Kasemayan is being steadily rebuilt. In fact, it is the kingdom that is dying. I don't know how much you know about that. The captain looked at me as if he were looking at something pitiful. There's not much hostility in his eyes, even if they are laced with contempt. I know it's a subhuman dream, but you haven't gotten the message yet, have you? The 30,000 kingdom troops that invaded Kasemayan were wiped out. In fact, only 500 soldiers made it out alive. You must be joking. Even under the foolish king, the kingdom's army is elite. It's impossible for them to fall behind you and your ragtag group. There was a dull thud that echoed. Phew. Is this the elite? I've already done this stuff once. It was too much of a hassle to take them out in small chunks, so I threw out a whole pile of them this time. The guards froze with their mouths hanging open at the sight of the fresh pile of corpses that had appeared by the judge's gate. That's about 100 at most. If you want to see more, I'll give you as much as you want. I can make 300 of these piles. Unfortunately, about half of them are still intact. Just like that. With a thud, a pile of meat appears on the other side of the gate this time. It seems to have taken a while to realize that the object that looked like an assortment of iron, cloth, and minced meat was a corpse. Wow. What the hell is this? Hurry up and answer me. We don't have time for this anymore. Your superiors must already understand the situation. The situation? Yes. The people of Kasemayan know that the tribal union has betrayed them. Now it's up to you to decide where to end this or fight to the bitter end. If you choose to fight us, we will soon be joining you in the mountains. The captain's eyes swam. His subordinates were already on the run, waving their hands behind them to call for backup. A few of the archers who had been knocking arrows at the signal turned their heads, and the mages who had tried to raise their wands collapsed. The guards hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary yet. Function aside, it's a gun that feels kind of hollow. Meryl shook her head reluctantly as she murmured, "Please don't complain about the gun that I lent you. Don't be silly. A mage's bluff is meaningless to me, even if you're proud of the results of a battle against a bunch of mediocre." "That's enough of that." I shoved something out of storage into the captain's hand. When he saw it, his eyes widened, and he froze. A crimson cloak and polished silver armor. It belonged to the King's Guard, the most elite cavalry in the kingdom. The fact that there were no contents in it was simply because I was trying to see if I could make use of the materials with high smelting technology, but it was of no particular significance. There were hundreds of them in my storage. The guards all turned to look at the red cloaks and silver armor that had been thrown out all around them. "The war has already begun. The kingdom army has been crushed, the king has fled, and the country has entered a civil war. We won't intervene, but we'll do what we have to do in the meantime, rescuing our people who have fled to the tribal union and the empire. It's not out of the question that this could end peacefully." "You expect me to believe that?" "Believe it or not, it's your choice. As long as our people are safe and sound, that's all that matters to us. We have no interest in the tribal territories themselves. Even though the Kasemayan army is literally full of fierce warriors, we have no intention of invading. To be honest, we don't want anything, land, people, or culture. We would be more than happy to give you small gratitude if you would just hand over our people quietly." But actually, the commander glanced to the back. No arrows, no magic attacks, no reinforcements flew in spite of the fact that the signal to attack was given. He should have understood the meaning of this. "As long as you don't turn against us, of course." "I'm not squeamish enough to reason with someone trying to kill me with a sword and bow drawn. Don't get me wrong. I am keeping you alive because you are not a direct threat, and because you are supposed to carry the message." I thrust a piece of paper at the sweating captain. "I'll be back in 2 days. I will hear back from you then." "You can't expect us to accept such a one-sided story." "I don't care what you think. The decision is yours." I was connected to Earth's black market from another world with the skill market. Chapter 61 to 62. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 61. Troubled Subhuman. Humans Poff. Well, do we have a clear understanding?" Oh, but you know, Himanjisn, we're not quite ready. Don't worry, Perun, I've heard the theories. The reasons why it should be done. The explanations of what it is, but I don't understand it either." The brave and strong werewolf, who had confronted 10,000 enemies in the machine gun emplacement with us dying old men, now lowered his eyebrows with a pitiful expression. "Well, that's understandable." This is probably how he felt when he heard from Joshua that they were going to the territory of the tribal union. The day before his departure, he used some kind of storage magic to dig out the outer edge of the plain in front of Kasemayan. What he asked to do while he was away was to solidify the trenches around the perimeter that had been created. That's right. The dwarves and elves can use magic to consolidate the soil. But Joshua, as if he sensed this, stopped us. "It's wartime now, and we don't want to be in a situation where our precious war potential is depleted. I've got some heavy equipment and cement, so use it." "What the hell is that?" The reaction of everyone was exactly the same when he gave us the outline. That's right. We had never seen or heard of anything like it. What was right in front of us was the heavy equipmento, and everyone was at a loss for words. T/N, heavy equipment. Like the huge mechanical wagon named Terajimago, it is powered by Gyzo engine, and can walk, crawl. There are also iron farming tools and armed scoops or something like that. T/N, diesel engine. I have no idea what to call it. It's like a relative of the golem. "Oh, so that's it," one of the beastmen said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Whenever something is not clear to us, we can put it together with a theory, and it will become clear to us. We stopped worrying about unanswerable questions and began to divide up the work. The beastmen, who had the numbers and strength to cut and assemble the wooden frames needed to support the walls, and the dwarves, who had the numbers and strength to mix and apply the concreto, moved the mechanical golem to make the rough shape of the trenches. T/N, concrete. Everyone works together to build the exterior of the new Kasemayan. 1 cemento, 2 river sand, and 4 pebbles, right? T/N, cement. "Oh, we're going to run out of pebbles soon, are you sure?" "I'll take care of it. If I have guards, then we can limit the damage caused by the magical beasts. The beastmen, who were proud of their strength, went to the river to get sand and pebbles. The river was about a mile away in the dark forest. There are magical beast territories along the way, and the riverbank is an open, unobstructed plain, a task that would have previously required death-defying determination, but with an elven gunner as an escort, it is now possible to come and go without danger. On the contrary, if it comes out well. I can't help but laugh at the fact that they've even started to fight back the magical beasts and animals that attack them and bring their meat back with them. Everything is going incredibly well, positively and steadily. Now there is only one thing for us to worry about. Hey, old man. Perun, who had finished fixing the wooden frame to the mud wall, spoke to him. I wonder what Yoshua is going to do now. I don't know. Eventually, he wants to explore the dark forest. He hopes to develop the dark forest so that all the inhabitants of Kasemayan can live in it when they return. No, that's not what I mean. I understand. I've asked him about it, but he didn't tell me exactly what he meant. He said he was still thinking about it, but maybe he didn't want to think about it. Why is it again? Is that it? Is it because we might have to kill a lot more people? That's my first thought. If there were any other way, I'd do it. Neither he nor we want to kill all the people. We all like him, and we're all grateful to him. But I honestly don't know why he's doing this for us. If he wanted to be the king of Kasemayan or even the demon king, I would agree with him with all my might, and I wouldn't hesitate to worship him. Right. We are naturally grateful to him, trust him, respect him, and like him. Even more so with women, there are few who would not want to be his wife or concubine. But now, with Miral Jouchen next to him, the one who understands him the most and is his strongest protector, there will be no one who will approach him outwardly. How can we repay this favor? Yes, that's the greatest worry for us right now. Chapter 62, Behind the Wall. Yoshua, there are more reinforcements. Persuasion was futile. I punched the captain in the jaw and knocked him out without any emotion. I threw out the slumped messenger, hiding him behind a pile of dead kingdom soldiers. As long as I can keep the messenger alive, I can kill everyone else. Dumbfounded by the surprisingly emotionless voice echoing in my mind, I turned to face the incoming territorial army. At the back of the open judge gate, there are several 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide rectangles that the archers are hiding behind as they aim at us. The coffin-like pillars seem to be used to both block cavalry and wagons from forcing their way through and also to provide a barrier. A medium-sized horse-drawn carriage is wide enough to get through if it's moving slowly. The width of the Humvee might be a bit tight. Well, the defense seems to be surprisingly well thought out. How many enemies are there? 30 infantry, 10 archers, 5 cavalries, 2 majors, and 1. Ugly? I don't know, but it's probably a high-ranking commander. I took the Humvee out of storage and got everyone on board. All aboard, prepare for battle. The arrows raining down on the rear of the vehicle hit one after another, but as expected, the vehicle is lightly armored and bulletproof, so it doesn't falter at that level. However, the tires are normal rubber tires, so we can't continue to be hit by arrows without protection. I've heard that there's a function to replenish air leaks while driving, but I don't know how or where it works, or if all cars are equipped with it in the first place. At any rate, let's get some distance. Yada, Minya, can you take care of the rest? Yeah, no problem. I'll protect my Humvee. I can buy the Humvee back, but I can't bring you back to life. Your first priority is to protect yourselves. Okay. Miral and I took short-range teleportation to go around the main gate of Drintlan and get to the top of the fort. This is where the mages and archers attacked us. I stowed the 7 corpses with their equipment and moved along the corridor-like walls to check the situation. What the hell was that? It bounced off a steel arrowhead. I don't see any horses either. What are you doing? Lune, push them back and kill them. The fat man leading the reinforcements ordered the cavalry captain to sweep the area. This is the ugly one? He indeed looks ugly, but he seems to be a nobleman or something, someone who belongs to a higher class in the tribal union. The cavalrymen were hesitant to follow up on the archers' attack because they couldn't get through. It is only natural for lightly armed cavalrymen to be equipped with short bows. If the arrows of the longbows fired by the archers were repelled, there was no way the short bows they were carrying would work. The guard at the gate gave them spears, and they started to ride their horses reluctantly. Apparently, the soldiers upstairs were killed by some strange weapon. I don't get it with the apparently you talk about. Go check it out. Yes, Damn you, you incompetent Druntlun. Miral asks me if she can kill him, waving her Mach 10. I shake my head in denial. I'm going to let them swim around and find out what's going on. Short-range teleportation will take us inside the gate to a place that looks like a guard station. It's unoccupied right now because everyone is out. There's no one here, is there? I heard a bewildered voice of a soldier who seemed to have arrived at the top of the wall before we did, telling his commander. No one? Did those idiots get scared and run away? Even if we had escaped, there was nothing but open space in front and behind the gate. There was no way we wouldn't have been spotted, but the ugly nobleman couldn't get his head around it, shouting that they would be demoted or executed for running away before the enemy. Joshua, there's an inner gate at the back. Isn't that where the living quarters are? Okay, hold on. I took slightly longer teleportation to get to the top of the inner gate. It was like a watchtower with ladders going up and down. The space is small and simple, probably as insurance against the judge gate being breached, with only a longbow, a quiver, and a short spear, and no one occupying it. As I looked further inward, I could see a row of houses about 200 meters away. Apart from a few 2- and 3-story houses that looked like inns, most of the houses were one-story wooden buildings. There were no more walls within the walls, just a series of gently undulating hills that stretched down to the horizon, dotted here and there with farmland and houses. As far as I could see, there were only a few forests and woods. It's a cumbersome terrain. The view was good, but there was nowhere to run once the enemy spotted us. I pulled out a radio from my storage. It was an old-fashioned military radio that I had procured with the intention of making it as easy to operate as possible. I don't think there will be any radio frequency interference or blockage, but I don't know how the use of magic or barriers will affect the signal. M1 to H1, let me know what's going on. This is H1, I'm riding along at a leisurely pace with the horses in tow. I'm bored, but I don't see a problem. Soon I hear Yada's voice. The audio is clear, with no particular noise. I knew that the situation was just that. At this stage, it was just a trial communication device. It was good to know that there was no problem with the call. They'll probably turn back just before the kingdom, so kill sometime somewhere. If you can't avoid a fight, you can go back to Kasemayan. Mine, you asked if we shouldn't shoot. Don't shoot except to protect yourself. I want to leave room for negotiation. Okay, just so you know, don't get your hopes up, okay? I know. After closing the communication, Miral and I teleported to the top of the highest building. Our destination was the subhuman settlement that Miss N had told us about. It looks like that's where we're going. When I looked at the direction Miral pointed, I, too, was momentarily speechless. It is a barracks in a hollow that is hidden away from the relatively neat living quarters below. It was covered with scrap wood that had been folded into a dirty mess, like a so-called slum. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again, thank you More Clan.